10 favorite releases of the year. Third one in a row. We have quite a cast of characters here. We have a new addition to the cast. I'm not going to waste any time. We'll go right into it. We have Tony,
I'm not
Tyler.
even going to introduce them.
I'm not even going to introduce them. So here they are as an introduction. Mason, Tyler, Tony. We got Mike here. We got some of the Sin Bin guys, some of the 22 Shots guys. They're all here on a Saturday night. We're drinking beer. We're talking about some damn films. Gentlemen,
drinking whiskey.
Mary. Oh, he's drinking whiskey as well. Mason being very fancy. Gentlemen, late Merry Christmas. Happy end of the year. How are you guys? I know it's a reductive question, but how is everyone doing?
Good.
Well,
Good, yay.
That's great.
Very good.
That's great. That's exactly what I want to hear. So before we get into our list, our individual lists of the films that we put together, I have a couple of questions. I guess we can kind of do sort of a roundtable sort of thing. It's not very, you can go as in-depth as you want with them, or if you have something to say, go for it. If not, then don't. These are general kind of questions revolving around physical media in 2025 in no real particular order. These are just sort of the ones that I came up with. So the most broad question to ask up front, without being too spoilery of our lists, is what do you think, which company was the highlight of 2025 overall?
A company that I'm not counting towards my list for the show.
Booyah. Now, let me ask you this. Without you saying the company, is it the main line or one of the other lines?
That's a partner label. It's
I know
the
exactly
main
which company
line.
that is.
It's
What
a
kind of
pretty
a
obvious.
question is that?
It's pretty
for
obvious
fucking
who
Tyler?
it is. It's Connor.
No, that's
Tyler
fair.
bought probably like 2 mainline titles, and that was probably because he had to.
Probably.
Tyler, did you buy that Connie title that was it was a double feature that was on Melusine site as well? I'm blanking on the name of it.
No,
I
I
had it somewhere
didn't.
here.
I didn't. I might
Okay.
buy that like maybe during the Melazine sale.
I was
I
curious
kind
to
of
what
want to
that
pick a
is.
fire. I kind of want to pick. I didn't know it was like. I think it's just a Pinky film.
It might be. Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know those two. That's why I thought it was peculiar. Because sometimes they'll
Yeah,
have
I
some
didn't-
crossover.
Yeah, it was. I saw it, but it's not something that like it was kind of more of a cult thing. That's like not really like my something like that's not really my thing in particular. So it was nothing I needed to like buy right away.
There's weird titles like that will just pop up on the Melusine site as well. Because a film that I actually like quite a bit is this film, Her Body from 2023 or 4, and it's not an adult film, but it was on Melusine's site. So I don't know if they just sometimes have crossover like that to get these films out there. I don't know. So I didn't know if that wasn't those films that Connie put out were adult or not. Anyways, gentlemen, Mike, Tony, Mason, what was your company of the year?
are we
I'll go
are we
first.
answering this strictly for 2025 releases or just total things we bought and kept an eye on?
Just
I
however
mean-
you want to answer it.
Company of the
that's a
year.
good question. Yeah, company of the year, or who you think you bought the most from. You can get that question. You can get your answer any way you want to go about it.
Okay. I probably bought the most June sale. I kind of went wild.
Yeah, I might have bought the
And
most from Criterion. I wouldn't call them company of the year this year.
I held off a little more on their November one only because with Christmas coming up so soon, I was like, I can't spend as much as I did in June because I have actual Christmas like buying to do, and not just for me, but like for the family. So volume wise, I probably bought the most for them. Wasn't the all the John Woo stuff, was that Shout Factory?
Shell Factory, yeah.
That I know I should probably be saving some of this for our actual list, but I'll just say like I
mean, launching that
I
line
have
in
affinity
general,
to a lot of the movies that got released in that.
yeah, launching that
For
line
sure.
in general, I think is like a really good resurgence for them. It's the most interesting stuff they put out in years.
Definitely. I think that's actually a good thing too that you brought up, and something I'd like to kind of headline the shows with is that I guess there's a lot of shows out there, whatever, a lot of channels, whatever that get stuff sent to them. But with all of us, we were using our own money to buy these titles. So even like the Hong Kong stuff, some of those aren't on my list because I just didn't pick them up. Just financially, it wasn't feasible. So I think that's a good thing to kind of headline everything with. I mean, these are just titles that we made an effort to pick up, or if they're a part of our subscription packages or anything like that. So, just wanted to say that up front. Tony and Mason, what about you guys?
Go ahead, Tony.
For me, I would say my favorite label of the year is probably TerraVision. For a guy who loves collecting like obscure horror and shit, and a person who has like over 6,000 movies in his collection, like they're a label that keeps surprising me like over and over and over. And they actually got me to subscribe to them this year. So that's a pretty big deal.
Is that Blu-ray Sledgehammer out, or is that coming out?
The what?
Is that Blu-ray Sledgehammer out, or is that coming out?
Oh, it's out.
Oh, is it? Okay. Was that out at Wasteland? I didn't see it.
I don't
It sold
think
out before
so.
that. Yeah,
Oh,
it sold
okay.
out.
Yeah, I can't remember when I got that package. It was sometime around then.
That was
Great
titled
release
that.
though. Spoiler, it's not on my list because I mean I like Sledgehammer a lot, but
Right.
it was available for years on DVD, so it doesn't feel that special to me.
Yeah, that's why I was hesitant to upgrade, because I have that Intervision DVD, and I'm like, I'm not. I mean, Sledgehammer is fine for what it is, but I'm like, I don't know how much I'm going to really get out of this new release. I mean, how you can't really clean it up that much.
No.
But I'm sure it looks great. TerraVision are a company that I don't have a lot of their releases, but the releases that I do have, I'm really happy with. Now I like them a lot. Mason, what about you?
Yeah, they put a lot of care into their shit.
Oh, for
Did
sure,
you,
yeah.
Have you watched Papatopoulos yet, Dan? Didn't you get that?
No,
list?
I got it based on your recommendation.
Yeah, I just
Not this past Wasteland, one before. Still
Oh,
haven't watched
shit.
it. Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck year it
still
is.
I don't know. It was a few years ago, and you and
Okay.
what's his name?
2 years
Who was
you
running-
really watched it?
There's so much.
Damn,
It's
brother.
actually another TerraVision title that I really want to watch that I haven't yet.
Yeah.
It's a drama
Okay.
from
I
2007.
thought you loved Jim Wynorski.
For real.
Am I the Jim Wynorski fan? When did I get this moniker on me? No, but there
I'll
was
keep my answer really simple. I'd vote for Criterion for me personally for
Ooh.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yep.
Is
What
this the
did
first time?
Criterion put out that Mason really likes this year?
Yeah, I'm curious actually. Now that you've said that, because I guess I don't often.
For
I'm
me,
curious
like,
what titles.
Criterion, like I think was like really solid all year round. But if I think of like Criterion, like the last couple of years, they've had something that was like I think like a really big thing they brought to the table, like the Iraqi trilogy, like Happiness that was just like stuck on DVD.
Gummo, Cuff.
Yeah,
Gummo.
Gummo. That's
Yeah,
another
right.
good. Yeah, but there wasn't a release. I didn't feel like there was a release like that for them this year. It almost seemed like their biggest release was that Wes Anderson thing, but they're just repackaging old discs they already made. So if like you've been like me,
Yeah.
you own all singles anyway, it doesn't really do anything for you.
And both Isle of Dogs and the French Dispatch ended up getting individual Criterions anyway. So
Yeah, that's what I didn't even
those.
get them yet, and that's something I'm eventually gonna do. I like both those movies, and I'm gonna keep the Wes Anderson complete, but
Right. And
It's
I'm
not
sure
like-
probably the Phoenician Scheme will get a Criterion at some point. I don't see why it
Yeah.
wouldn't. Did you see the Phoenician Scheme? I know you're a bigger Wes Anderson fan than I am.
no, I haven't. I'm almost like it's. I wouldn't say I'm not a Wes Anderson fan, but I think since Grand Budapest Hotel, it's just been a pretty steady decline. It's like he's just doing the same movie, doing the same Wes Anderson thing he's always
I
done.
feel like
But
that's
his
my
movies-
I think that's my point of no return to with them.
Yeah,
Right.
It's just I'm not like I'll see his movies, but I'm just like I'm not excited. Like I had to drag my ass to see Asteroid City. That's what it was called. I had to
Yeah.
drag my ass there to see that movie, and I was like, eh.
Had to drag my asteroid.
Like I remember thinking that the French Dispatch was a step down when I saw it, and that was like the first time I was excited to like go see a Wes Anderson movie in the theater.
Hmm.
But yeah, he just feels like he's been in a decline since then. That I'm just,
I rewatched Rushmore for the first time in a long time, and it was kind of neat to go back and see what Wes Anderson was like when he was still kind of on the cusp of being Wes Anderson before like it just took over like every sensibility of like the entire running time of all of his movies, where you could see the birth of the style but it was quite like over the top yet. And just Rush. I've always liked Rushmore, but seeing it again after so much time, I was like, damn, like
I
his
like
It's-
Rushmore.
career
That's one
was
of my
great.
favorite films from him.
Yeah.
That's interesting that you bring that up, Mike, because I think that's a good point. It's sort of like we're looking at earlier works from, I guess, filmmakers who now have access to these big casts or these big budgets. I forgot who it was talking about it, but it was someone at some point was talking about Peter Jackson and sort of them being not as interested around the time of like maybe a little bit after Lord of the Rings works. Like you have these earlier films that are very, not let's not even say bad taste in their life. Let's like Heavenly Creatures, where they're more subdued, more this and that. And then you get to a point where it's just throwing money at the screen. You're just making these big kind of bloated films, like sort of like being more interesting as a filmmaker by having less resources, by having to limit yourself. Even someone who I love, I'm a big Christopher Nolan fan, but I often wonder like if if he didn't do Batman, would he? I'd be more interested to kind of see what kinds of films he would have made closer to like Following or Memento. These sort of, I don't even say, well, Following smaller, yes, but Memento more kind of like not as big and bombastic. And that's not even completely a bad thing. I'm a huge fan of his work, but I'm more interested in a filmmaker who doesn't have the access to just everything they could want. That's good. I'm glad you brought that up. And actually, that'll segue right into my next question with Mason talking about Criterion, which is an issue, not an issue, but a light criticism that I've had of Criterion this past year. I think they're a bit too reliant on their 4K upgrades to the point where now the announcements are maybe 3 to 4 new titles, and then the rest are upgrades. And that's great, they're getting upgrades, but it's like, eh. So my question for you guys, with Criterion, with Vinegar Syndrome picking up these previous Scream titles coming to 4K, in the upcoming year and then some, do you see more new titles coming to Blu-ray and 4K, or do you see 4K upgrades becoming what's dominating the market?
Upgrades will still dominate. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
so.
for sure.
Yeah, I think you're just gonna. They've been pretty consistent with their ratio. I'd say you get probably like 2 every month, which isn't the worst because sometimes but sometimes it'll be great though, where they'll pull a title that's just stuck on DVD. Like, so it's not all bad. And they've also done things like, for example, like Le Cercle Rouge, the Blu-ray was out of print, and then they released it on 4K, so that was great. So there's some silver lining in those, and sometimes, in some cases, they do upgrade the regular releases into digibooks, so you feel like you're getting a little something. That's something new they started to do, or they'll release the digibook as the 4K, not the Blu-ray. And I do prefer the aesthetic of those releases. So at least you get a little something, but I don't really mind it. I only upgrade my absolute favorite movies from them. I'm not like I have a lot on Blue. I own over 400 Criterion, so I'm obvious a lot of the time I'm gonna hit Blue. And honestly, it hasn't been the worst for me either because I own so much, and now they're like we're like putting some of these movies out on 4K that often I'm not going to upgrade anyway. It slows down the amount of releases. Like I'm more interested, more new releases that have come out, and it lets me like on sales have a little bit more flexibility to look at older releases and stuff like that. Or you're gonna get more new releases than normally I would have been interested in. So, yeah, it's not all bad. I've definitely like slowed down collecting wise anyway.
Yeah, that's it's actually like my answer is kind of maybe different only because for the fact that I'm only kind of recently getting back into collect. Slowed down, kind of like severely slowed down, like almost to where I just wasn't buying, period, early in the Blu-ray era. So a lot of the movies that have upgraded to Blu-ray that I would have bought at the time if I was still collecting, I never had on Blu-ray. So for me, like these 4K upgrades, I see it all the time from like most of the collectors. They're like, damn, like an upgrade. But for me, I'm like, well, shit, I never had it on Blu-ray. So like,
Yeah,
that's
all the
how I feel.
upgrades for me,
That's the
it's
thing,
almost
it's
like
like-
100% hit rate for me.
yeah, I can't be mad at someone for that. It's perfectly reasonable. And like some of these movies, like they realistically like do like deserve an upgrade to 4K. And just because I own the Blu-ray doesn't mean like I need to piss in someone's Cheerios who doesn't have it. Like nobody's making me buy it.
Right.
Unless you're Vinegar Syndrome. And
Uh,
it's a subscriber.
yeah, that's something we've talked about. But I think, yeah, I would. I don't know. Like, I'm not. I'll never have a real opinion because I'm not a subscriber. But I think I would be starting to get kind of like annoyed that like I paid to get this month and now I'm just getting re-releases of movies that I've already bought, and it's not even like it's marquee titles that like I would have wanted to upgrade.
Correct me
There's
if I'm
ones here or
wrong.
there.
The two, because I didn't own. I guess I didn't own this originally. The two Larry Fessenden sets that Vinegar put out, were all those titles previously released by Scream, or were any of those new?
Yeah,
Yeah, they were all the same movies in that Festival
yeah.
set.
And like
Okay.
that Blu-ray set is more than fine.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that I didn't like own those films. There's a lot of Scream stuff that I don't own, so I think I'm a subscriber currently. So for me, it's like solid because like Lex Kid Jessica to Death or one of these films that I didn't buy before. I'm like, okay, cool, but I can completely understand somebody who has been a more devout collector for a lot of these genre stuff, hopping onto this train and then being like, all right, well, now I'm just replacing titles, let alone if they even like the film. Like, say you don't like the Festen films and you're getting it anyways. You're like, well, is it worth is it worth the bang for my buck to just get a lot of upgrades? And I don't know. That's up to them.
Luckily, I like most things, so it's not like too hateful. And honestly, like their upgrades are substantial upgrades in terms of packaging and restorations
Mhm.
for the
for
most
sure.
part. So it doesn't hurt that bad, but it stings a little bit.
I do like that package they put for Let's Scare Jessica to Death. I really like this whole.
Yeah, like
It's nice. I didn't have the previous release. I've never actually seen the film, but I really like this.
yeah,
So,
I like that movie, and I have the Blu-ray, but I still wasn't like reaching out to pick that up.
Well,
Exactly.
even a film that you and I both love, Tyler, The Tenant. It's sort of like that Blu-ray is not that old, and the new release
Yeah.
is really good. But it's also like when that got announced, I'm like, I did just buy this like not that long ago, maybe a year or two ago. Maybe longer. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb, but
It was a couple
Yeah.
of years old, but I
Was it?
know what you mean.
it felt fresh. It felt like I don't know. I can't explain it because it was somebody. I guarantee you're gonna look it up. Be like, no, Dan, that was fucking 15. It's some crazy amount of time ago.
It's
and
the
that
same
felt
way
very
with
fresh.
Let's Scare Jessica to Death. Like I feel like that Scream
Yeah.
Blu-ray came out like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I think it did. Honestly, I got that like last year on a sale for like $9. So it's like I'm not like going and dropping like 30 even on sale. Like if I went to standard packaging, it's like who cares?
Right.
If you put a Blu-ray on a 4K TV, it's still gonna upscale it. Like yeah, the 4K transfer is gonna be better, but
I mean, man, when
it's less scary Jessica to Death. It's a fucking regional horror movie from the 70s.
And that's a good point as well, Tyler, because controversy about this particular release aside, for fun, when I was comparing the previous Warner Brothers Blu-ray of Sorcerer to Criterion's new 4K, man, that Blu-ray looked pretty freaking good as is. And I'm like, controversy about the release aside, I'm like, is it enough to
I didn't upgrade because you said that.
Man,
So I still have the
really good.
Blu-ray.
Yeah, I mean, Mason, what do you think about the whole situation? Have you chimed in at all?
Oh, that wasn't a mainline title?
What, Sorcerer?
Oh, Sorcerer. I thought you were still on Jessica to Death.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I upgraded that.
We're just commenting on 4K upgrades.
If you see in the upcoming year and then some, if you see
Oh,
4K
yeah.
upgrades being the norm, or if you're going to see a steady amount of new releases coming to Blu-ray
well,
as
yeah.
well.
At first, I shouted, "Yeah, I expect definitely a dominant 4K upgrade thing." But I'll go more into it when we get into the list. I got more things to say, I guess.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I was almost kind of hesitant to even ask this question because Tony and Tyler, for the people who are listening, they have their own show, the Sin Bin Podcast. Fantastic show, really good stuff. So I'm a little hesitant to even ask this. So if you guys don't want to answer, you don't have to, because I'm sure you guys will go more in depth. So I guess Mike and Mason, if you guys want to take the forefront on here, overall this year for Vinegar Syndrome's releases, including the mainline releases, the VSAs, the VSUs, the VSXYZs, whatever, versus the partner label releases, what do you guys feel was the stronger output overall?
Go ahead, Mike.
Most of my Vinegar Syndrome purchasing was for my appearances on Sinbad. Um, I mean, I was happy with what I bought off their partner labels from what I remember. They mixed them in through the year. Um, Tyler, what was the Filipino one? Was that mainline or
Connie,
a partner?
that was partner.
Kiss
Connie,
Patata or whatever.
Connie. That was the label I said at the beginning of the show. I think it was my favorite label this year. Like, period.
Okay, yeah,
Connie.
'cause, um,
Connie.
Yeah, it's an all Asian line. They put out a lot of the last 2 years. They put out a lot of like significant Filipino movies.
yeah, I mean, I'm probably biased just because from my memory, just throughout the year, I mostly bought off their partner labels rather than
Yeah,
mainline. So I guess that's like a kind of a cop out answer, but I'm giving it to the partner labels of them this year.
for sure, definitely. Mason, what about you? How do you feel?
It's really something that I was more looking to comment on in my list.
Like, so fine.
So let's just move on.
Let's just move on from there.
Yeah.
And I will pass on Tony and Tyler because I'm sure they will go into far greater
Oh,
detail.
yeah,
on
it's
the
not.
roster.
It's really.
Unless
I
you
don't
want to
think
mention a
it's.
comment.
No, it's really not a
Let the boy
surprise.
speak. Yeah.
Especially
All right, go for
anyway. Especially like I make it no secret. I buy like probably mostly partner labels because I'm just looking at. It would make sense that I do though because I'm just looking at all the releases and I'm just picking like the best one for me every month. So like it makes sense that it would come from somewhere other than Vinegar Syndrome most of the time just by the odds because
Yeah, volume wise. Yeah.
yeah, just because of volume wise, and yeah, there's a couple partner labels that just put out like movies I typically like, but
Yeah, isn't there
um,
usually like what 25 partner releases a month
yeah,
or
so it's
something
like
least
yeah, and
20.
it's not like I never like pick up regular mainline titles, but I don't think it's any secret to say like partner labels I would say were better this year. I don't think they'd even be an unpopular opinion because if you really think about just Vinegar Syndrome last year, like they put out Mr. Goodbar last year, they put out Cannibal the Musical, they put out like that huge Tenant set, they put out The Keep. They had like a lot of like big like nice releases last year. There's not really something this year that really like
You got the Garbage Pail Kids movie.
You stole my
Yeah, like,
joke. You
there's
son
not-
of a bitch.
there's not really anything this year if you just look at it. Like I mean, I guess objectively would be the word I'd use that really just stands out. Like the Dirty Work set, sure.
Yeah.
But is
But
that
aliens
like
and McDonald's. Come on. Eating the Reese's Pieces. Wheelchair kids going off a cliff.
I thought the Mac and Me set was really cool.
I bought it. Yeah.
I love
did
I love the
buy it.
art that it's like a glamour shot,
Yeah.
like from like fucking Kmart or some shit.
Like the
Like
90s
it-
kid. Yeah.
Love that.
The and I feel like we don't even we might all be on the same page in terms of cinematograph. The varying quality of not just the releases, whatever, but the films that are being chosen. I mean, I was telling in the group chat I did recently watch Mixed Blood, the Paul Morrissey film, and yeah, I felt like didn't need to get this. This is a Kino title. This is a $10 Kino title.
I just
I am
recently
curious what a
watched
couple is.
I just recently watched their 4K of Drop Zone, and I will admit that looks fucking gorgeous. But it went when the standard finally came out because
You don't need it.
I'm not spending like $30 for Kino releases. Basically, is what they all are, and I'm kind of
Right.
pissed off about Drop Zone because that's like basically a fucking VSU title, 100%.
yeah, I thought the same thing that this seems really kind of out of place on the Cinematograph title.
Yeah,
I
it's
was
a
hearing a lot of
huge
people
like
talk
big
about that.
budget action movie. Like, what the fuck is it
Maybe they
doing on
just
this
threw
line?
Justin Law Liberty a bone, and they were like, "All right, maybe he really wanted it for his little line." I don't know.
It just doesn't make sense. It's
Oh yeah.
I do think there was one above all else because I unintentionally have kind of kept up with the line a little bit. I have more titles I thought I did, but I will say, I don't know won't say it if it'll come up on any of the lists or not, but there was one title that Cinemagraph put out this year that I was like, okay, that's a really great film, and that makes sense on this line. And I'll leave it at that in case it comes up later. But everything else has been like, from what I've seen, I'm like, all right, well, it's what it is.
I'm trying to make a joke, but I don't even remember what else they released.
That was the good one for me.
A new Queef.
Yeah.
New Queef.
They did The Woman Chaser. Like I said, I think Bang the Drum Solo was this year.
Yeah.
Knowledge.
Yeah, see, it's I kind of have the same issue that like Tony has with it and that you have with it. It's Kino titles. And so I thought overall the titles, even though there might have been some better ones last year, I think that the titles might have been a little more interesting this year, but they're also still not movies I'm paying close to that price point at.
No, especially full price without a subscriber discount is like money's limited. There's a lot of companies buying.
Even if I'm buying a standard half off, it's like $22.50, and it's like, dude, I'm not like if I can buy like Kino 4Ks at $17.99, if I can buy Criterion 4Ks at $25, like I'm not paying $22.50 for Bang the Drum Slowly. I'm sorry.
Right. No, I completely understand that, and yeah, that's a tricky thing because I don't at this point. I guess I don't really understand the mindset of some of the titles being released because you could see stuff like the earlier titles like Red Rock West, like Little Darlings, like okay, maybe these films to kind of slip through the cracks, but then you get stuff like Swimming to Cambodia, which is like a one-man show sort of thing, which is like I don't know if this is really like a revered film. This
It's
curiosity thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I thought that was a weird pick too.
What was that one last year? Go Fish that you guys made fun of?
Yeah. Oh, it was so bad. That was like I see what they were trying to do, like because that really is like someone's like indie movie. This is some random indie person. Like the point of like the label like said this was like forgotten films from auteurs, and this is like some person
Drop Zone.
This is some like random
Drop
person
Zone.
that made a movie.
Forgotten
some people
auteur.
liked.
I mean,
Like when you were like releasing an early like John Dahl movie, or who made I forgot who did what was the one the camp one we just talked about, the Little Darlings, like who directed that? That was somebody that was kind of a cult director, right?
Oh gosh,
Can't remember.
That was Ronald Maxwell.
I don't know who that is.
Well, there you
I
go.
don't know.
Well, he's an auteur, damn it.
Yeah, they had the Altman title last year. I thought it was good.
Which one's that?
Everybody
No
else didn't like
Angels?
it.
Or...
Thieves Like Us. I like that.
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, everyone else seemed to not like it. I was like, ooh, this movie's awesome.
But then you can't forget we had such
Yeah, I thought it was
winners
good.
like Dolan South.
Oh yeah, oh my god, director of Jack Nicholson made 3 movies and they all suck.
Oh.
Oh boy, it's funny. We'll move on from the question,
Well,
but
he
it is
just-
very funny that I have now in the past year I have read 2 different books that both involve different actors. One about John Belushi, one about Marilyn Chambers, and how awful Jack Nicholson is, and how awful it was to work on that film. Which is a weird coincidence, but there it is.
He just like directing was not for this man. Like I'm glad somebody stopped. They're like, all right, man, 3 strikes, you're out.
What was his third strike?
His third strike was probably 2 Jakes.
Oh, I forgot he directed that.
He directed that.
never
He
saw it.
directed Going South, and I forgot what it's called, but it's on. I've only seen it because it's on this Criterion set. Hold on. It's the
Isn't
one
it a
of,
basketball movie?
I think so. Hold on. I watched it like
What,
years ago.
Airbud 3?
Hell yeah.
Which was the one who
Hey.
plays basketball?
That's the first one.
Called,
I thought it was soccer.
Oh, that's Airbud.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
original is
Ah,
basketball.
it's called.
I think it's right there in the title.
It's called Drive. He said.
I
Yeah,
thought he played soccer. Or
The
something.
biggest
I don't
hint
know.
is in the title of the movie.
it's called Drive. He said.
I've
Okay.
never heard of that.
Yeah.
Is it good?
That's hot.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Wait,
It's
is that
a-
what? Is that part of a set?
Yeah, it's part of the America Lost and Found set that's got
Oh,
Easy
yeah.
Rider, 5 Easy Pieces, Last
That's
Picture
great.
Show. So this is a good set, and they just like threw some dog shit movies no one else was gonna buy, like in the last disc. They even
That's
split
how they
the
get you. And
movies.
it's in a box set. You know, you'd be like,
Yeah,
well,
they're
it's free.
like,
Yeah.
but it's like, dude,
Dan-
I'll take 2 dog shit movies. Like, if you're gonna give me like 3 or 4 good ones, sure.
Dan, what sport do you think they're playing in Shaolin soccer?
Baseball.
Well,
Isn't that what Shaolin means? Baseball. I keep getting Parker. I keep requesting Parker to watch the Airbud movies on his Patreon. It's clear after the last one he's not happy with it. So I try to like throw him a couple like legitimately like films I think that are good, and then the last one I was like, I Airbud 3
Man,
now. Like, you know?
I would
I
buy
always
a ticket.
give him
I would
good
fly
stuff.
out to Ohio if I could watch the Airbud movies with Dave. That would be worth it. That would be fun.
Clockwork
You just
Orange
need to
style?
pivot and start asking for Beethoven.
I always
Oh,
give Dave good stuff.
Just do all like dog themed movies, like pick
Yeah.
Beethoven, pick man's best friend, Rottweiler. Just
Why-
start
Look,
going
he's
on.
talking
Rick
now.
Clark.
Like,
Let's
Yes.
see.
Oh my God,
Alright.
Luke is talking now.
it's another good
All
dog.
dogs
movie.
go
The
to
sequ-
heaven.
Plague dogs.
The sequel.
Milo Notice.
Dogs.
Don't
All,
feature
Yeah.
all
Airbud 2.
dogs go to heaven too.
The All Dogs Go to
What's
Heaven
that?
Christmas special.
Homeward Bound.
White God.
Oh,
Have you
yeah.
guys seen that movie?
Two Lost in San
Yeah, what's it
Francisco.
called?
Yeah, you could do the Homeward Bound porno parody.
Oh God.
Holy
Man.
fuck! There's a porno parody.
I
Benji.
don't want to see it.
Nah, I made that up. I was just,
Oh, shit.
I was like fishing for a reaction, and it got exactly what I wanted. Just
Damn.
pure
well,
silence.
on that
What?
note,
There's a
moving on from
porno
there.
parody of what?
Send that to me if you find it. Anyways, off the
Me
top of
too.
your head, what was a disappointing release, if you guys have one this year?
Let me think about this.
I'm trying to think. Isn't there a release this year
Uh.
that had like isn't like an uncut 4K, but like the uncut version was on the Blu-ray and the yeah, it was Road Trip. The Road Trip 4K.
Oh, really?
The 4K is only the theatrical version, and the fucking
Aw.
unrated version is on the Blu-ray. It's like, why would you even buy something like that?
I'm glad I didn't
Well,
buy
Yeah,
it.
Factor.
like made that. Yeah, it's like completely fucking worthless. It's like when
Really?
Scream did the same thing with Silent Night, Deadly Night. Who the fuck is watching the theatrical cut?
They did
Yeah.
that for Night of the Creeps
Yeah.
as well. It was like only the directors or the theatrical cut.
Yes, they did that with that too. Exactly. Same
Who
fucking
was
thing.
it? Who was it that put out the Child Play franchise in 4K, but the original was only a Blu-ray because they couldn't get the rights?
Oh,
to
yeah.
Yeah,
Arrow.
that was Arrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn.
Fucking stupid.
4 out of 5 ain't bad, right, guys? Except for the one that people are gonna watch first.
Honestly, I don't know because I just like outside of buying stuff for Vinegar Syndrome, I really if I'm buying something outside of them, Critino, right?
Critino?
Yeah.
I know that guy.
Tell me more
I
about
sells
this
cannolis down the
Hell
street.
Outside of Criterion and Kino, like I'm probably only buying it because I really want it. Because I don't really pick up new releases outside of those companies and Vinegar Syndrome, the partner labels, simply because they have consistent sales throughout the year that I got a chance to pick them up. So like for me to pick up movies from Shout Factory or whoever else like Radiance, Deaf Crocodile, like TerrorVision, any of those titles for me to be able to pick up movies that came out this year, I have to like really want the release for me to like go out of my way and buy it.
I'm disappointed Arrow's Dollar Trilogy costs so
It-
much because
Arrow's
that's why I
one-
haven't bought it yet.
Arrow's one you can get kind of lucky on because they have the barn sale twice a year, and I know one's always
Yeah.
in January, so I'm gonna pick up some stuff in January.
That's why I haven't pulled the trigger on the Kino Dollar Trilogy because I'm waiting to see if like Arrow.
But like something
if they
like I
slip
don't
on
know,
a sale.
but like I don't know something, for example, from them, like House of Laughing Windows, like it might have been some on 4K, might have been something to make my list, but I'm not gonna get it till next year. because
Right.
they just don't have sales. Like, it's harder for me to buy a movie from them that came out the same year.
That's why I'm
on
waiting
sale.
on that Ninja Turtle set because I'd like to get that trilogy, but yeah, I just don't want to pay full price for it now. I can wait till January.
I
Um,
mean,
Yeah, go
this
Mike.
maybe this shouldn't count because I didn't buy it, but I've heard from what I read, like the Nightmare 4K set,
Oh
there's
yeah.
not much really like new to it. It's just kind of like if I need it on 4K, and I probably will eventually get it unless like a better 4K set
Yeah.
somehow gets in the news because I do want to have them on 4K. But I remember when it first got announced and you're kind of reading the extras and what new stuff, there really isn't like
Yeah,
much at all. So it's like if you just strictly want to upgrade, fine. But if there's that chance, you kind of hold out that chance for like they got to do these better
Yeah.
for a 4K release. So eventually, is it going to happen?
for a coveted franchise like that people have been waiting for like a big kind of release for it. I didn't pick up the set, but everything I heard was that it was just not a great set
Yeah,
overall.
and
Like,
and to be fair, as much as I'm kind of dogging it after the fact, I would have bought that Steelbook set, except the damn thing was sold out. Like
Yeah.
the minute it was like, here's the pre-order link, I clicked it, it's like sold out. I was like, oh
yeah,
shit.
That
well,
steelbook set was way too fucking expensive.
how much
Like
was
It
it?
the
was.
standard set for just the disc is like $100,
I
but
think right now it's only like
the steelbook set was like $270. So you tell me that $170 extra just for steelbook packaging is worth it? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Are they the same discs, or is there anything different besides the packaging?
That's
Packaging.
it.
each
That's it.
movie. Each movie
Yep.
is in its own steelbook, kind of like sliding into the overall case. It's cool, but I'm just like, man, for like one of the most popular slasher franchise, I would have thought they would have just done more than some like packaging for the 4K
You
set.
figured they
But
would have like went all out for that. I mean, if Halloween and Friday the 13th can have these big kind of massive sets, and they want to do their own thing of just like, okay, we'll do our own big massive set to presumably, from what it sounds, to kind of half-ass it. It's just like, why didn't you just wait and then do it in a couple of years? You could have everything together, more cohesively.
yeah, and that's sometimes like the frustration because then you think that like there probably will be like a better set coming since this one is kind of bare as far as new features go. So then you're kind of caught in between like, do I just like get it out of my mind that I'm not buying this set because I'm gonna hold out?
Right. Yeah,
And
deal with
even though I'm
FOMO.
not a huge fan of the movie, like, include the remake. Like make that shit comprehensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see why not, unless the for whatever reason one of the film's rights got shifted over or something. I mean, if it's a case where it's like Arrow releasing Jason X and Jason Goes to Hell as their own thing because the rights. I mean, unless it's something like that, I don't see why. Even if people hate it, just put it all together. Because then at least you can say I've got them all in one set if you want to marathon them, or if you want to be like, hey, out of curiosity, here's this one that no one likes, not even the actors apparently. Um,
That could have been your exclusive for charging 170 extra dollars. Packaging and the fucking remake to come with it.
right,
Yeah.
right. So the true completionist could be like, well, I gotta get it because
People will definitely pay that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I will say if I have a slightly disappointing release, it's only because the disc is defective, so it doesn't really count. It's my A24 Blu-ray of Friendship because the disc is defective and the audio is so quiet that I have to turn it up almost all the way to hear the dialogue. And the disc itself was supposed to have an image printed on it of, if you've seen the film, there's a toad that comes into play. But there was a manufacturing issue, and my disc is yellow on the front. Now you could say, Dan, why haven't you just upgraded it and bought a new one? And to answer that, I don't know. But
Well, no.
Now,
Are they
did
not
you-
doing replacement? Is this
I
just
think-
a you problem?
if you bought it through the A24 shop, there's a replacement.
Yeah.
But I bought it at Barnes Noble, so
So you
They
can't
don't
just
have
go
no
to Barnes
fucking
and be
show me
like,
receipt?
you can't just like, you guys give me a defective fucking disc.
What the fuck?
I don't even know how that would work because it's
I've
sort of
never
like
returned something before, guys. Show me how
I've
to
never
do it.
returned.
You just
I
walk
mean,
up to them with your thing.
I've
Yeah.
never
Hey,
replaced an item.
It's like,
Stand
I
up for
think
yourself.
dude.
At this point, it
fear
might
is
be.
scary.
Yeah, I'm not really trying to talk to people when I leave the house. No, at this point, I mean, I don't even know when I
I
got
can't
it,
watch the
and it's
movie
sort of
I
like
fucking paid for.
Who needs to hear it?
no, I mean, you know what? At this
Do you
point,
want
I've
one
seen it
of
so
us
many
to go
times.
with
I'll
you?
just
Yeah,
fill
do
in the
you want me to
jokes.
go with you, Dan?
Yeah, Tyler. Actually, Tyler, realistically, you probably could come with me and talk to the person.
Yeah,
be
I
like,
could
hey,
be
this
a
disc
Tyler,
is
like,
defective.
Let's
listen,
go with Dan.
Don't
I was
worry,
like,
we'll do the
listen.
talking.
My friend's kind of an idiot, and he was too nervous to do this himself. So he sent me and said, "You sold him this shitty fucking disc, and it can't work. It's all this. Can you just can you get another one,
Come
please?"
on, man.
Listen,
Come
an
on.
underrated feature of
And then
any
this,
film is
and
being
then
able
this
to
like
hear it.
probably like, and this girl who's probably like goes to like college down the road that's working with the drawer is just gonna
You
be
see,
like,
you say all that, and you look over
I
at
don't
Dan,
want to
and he's
do. I don't
crouching
want to
under
deal
the
with
counter.
this.
He's gonna give you
with
the
this big
Gen
angry
Z
man.
stare.
I don't want to deal with this big angry man with a beard. So I'm just gonna.
With my luck, I feel like if I would go and return it, I'm gonna get another disc, and it's gonna be another yellow one. To the point where I'm like,
Yeah.
at what point do I just buy it from A24 Direct and not deal with the hassle?
dude.
That's a question I can't answer.
They'll
I'll
grab a new
definitely-
case and put
I'll-
that yellow disc in it.
I'll end up on
Now,
TikTok,
ironically,
on someone's TikTok about like if I do this.
and you think that would deter me from buying my Blu-rays and 4Ks from A24 at Barnes & Noble, but no, because I have also since bought Eddington on Blu-ray there at Barnes & Noble. Haven't opened it. Probably doesn't sound very good, but I guess I'll find out when I inevitably rewatch it in 10 years. So,
I had
oh well.
I bought Thief on the Criterion sale, and when I got it, I opened it and the Blu-ray disc was in there, and the 4K disc spot was empty. So I
Whoa.
had to go return that, but I got a replacement. Yes, I walked into the store, Dan, and I just explained the situation, and
Can you make a tutorial
they
how to do
stamped
that?
it for
dick.
return and said, "Okay, have a good day."
Mike, can you like make like a tutorial
Wow, Mike,
video
that
how
was
to
so
do that?
brave of you.
I'm afraid I might walk in the store and just violently shit myself. They're gonna kick me out. So I'm like, "What do you want, sir?" I'm like, ah! I turn into like goddamn I Am Sam. I'm like, ah!
Yeah,
Stop
tell your lady
looking
to
at
take
me.
it, buddy.
Yeah.
She'll stand up for it.
Stop looking at me, Swan. You know.
I'm gonna pin that for later.
And I guess final question before we can get into our list. Just off the top of your head, each of you, what is one film you hope will either get a release or an upgrade in 2026?
I thought we'd do this at the end.
We're gonna do it now.
We're doing it now because I
if you
forgot last
asked me
time.
If
Okay.
you asked me this last year, it was the same. Probably it was probably the same answer.
Yeah.
The cook, the thief, his wife, and her lover. Please.
Do you not have the Umbrella Brewery?
No? I want a 4K. I don't have imports. I ain't got no
I thought it
imports
was-
for me.
Oh, I don't know if it's region free or not. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I still have Region 2 like UK DVD of that.
Yeah, I don't have that. I don't got none of this old technology.
Yeah,
Please
just
give me a
The
4K.
Blu-ray does
Old
look good, though, I
fucking
will say.
trash. Yeah, what the fuck, Criterion? Like, what are you waiting for?
Or
Yeah.
Severin. They put out Drowning by Numbers. You figure that maybe, unless it's different rights.
Or Vinegar Syndrome. They
Or
put
Vinegar
out.
Syndrome.
They put out Body of an Architect.
I gotta watch
Don't-
that.
don't
I
leave it
heard, I
up
heard
on
that film was
text.
good.
It was good. I liked it.
I've only seen Cook the Thief. I haven't seen his other films.
Yeah, his movies are. I think that's his best movie, but all his movies I've seen are really fucking good. I've seen that. I've seen Drowning by Numbers. I've seen Zed in Two Knots. I've seen The Droughtman's
Yeah.
Contract, and I've seen what's the one you just said, or Belly of an Architect. I've seen those, and I have the Pillow Book. I'm gonna watch that one soon.
Cool. Well, I've seen one. That's good enough for me. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, he's I love him. He's like
Yeah,
he was like
it's a
the
good film. I
original.
liked it.
He's like the original Ari Aster.
What about you guys?
I think I say the same thing every year too, and it's Demon Warp.
Oh, yeah. Cool, cool.
The old OG like Vestron movie that Lionsgate owns, but they'll never ever fucking put out because they're too busy putting shit like fucking Mystery
Don't you
Team out on
dare.
Vestron.
Don't you dare!
Even though I like Mystery Team, it's a great movie. What the fuck is that doing on fucking Vestron video label? 20 years after that was even a fucking thing. But that being said, I am gonna buy it because I do like that movie.
No, I feel that. I mean, I'm a big fan of that film, but I don't. Yeah, that costume was weird for it to be on that line. It seemed horribly out of place. But will I
Oh
buy it?
yeah, the actual movie made by Vestron, like Demon Warp, fuck that movie.
Mason, Mike, what do you guys got?
There's several that I'm still pining for, but still, I think I said it last year. Give me Dead Alive in 4K, please.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Dead Alive's a great pick.
Yeah, what the fuck's taking so long on that? Like,
come on,
there's
Peter
always like
Jackson.
stupid rumors, like it's almost
Yep,
ready every year,
yep.
almost ready. Like, what the fuck? Like, are you putting in like 1 hour a week on this shit?
Wasn't there some maybe it was in London or some shit, there was like 4K showings at a theater or something. Did you guys hear about this? This was like
No.
recently, so I don't know. But
Ooh, that means it must be almost ready.
I get better. Anyway,
How do we get
Maybe
it from
we'll
the
get
big
it
screen to the small
2028.
screen?
It's almost.
I thought
almost
maybe
true.
we'd get lucky. A lot of times when like a new top 10 show is announced, some big movie gets a fancy release, but still
Hey,
on
there's
Dead
a
Alive.
few on my list tonight that I have been dying to have.
Same, so yeah, but we'll get into
So,
that.
Yeah,
Mason, this is a. Oh, sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to cut you off. Mason, do
I
you
was
think?
gonna.
Oh no, you go.
Oh, just for the picks. Yeah,
I'm scared.
I would have said Whole Bloody Affair and Ben Hur, but they both got announced that they're
Yeah.
having 4Ks. I thought Dead Alive was a
Ben
really
Hur's
good
getting a
pick.
4K. Nice.
Yep, and then Argento's Inferno. They still haven't announced anything for that, have
No,
they?
I think we kind of figured that might be cooked.
yeah, because doesn't 20th Century Fox on that
Yeah,
movie?
I think that's what we
Yeah.
traced it to. So that
Yeah,
might be cooked.
it's a Disney
They're
movie, so
cooked.
forget about it.
I mean, I feel like I own most, I think most everything that I want to own from Argento except that one. So if somehow they can manage to put it out, I would be happy with it.
Yeah, that'll be like the last Argento 4K I ever buy.
Yeah, we have the fucking 5 days on 4K, but not Inferno.
I
We're gonna
think
get
like
Dracula 3D before we get that.
yeah, I just think
Vinegar Syndrome's
I don't think there's a
definitely-
single movie. There's a single movie I'm buying on 4K from Argento after Opera.
Yeah, probably not. Well, if you're a subscriber like we are, we get the luxury of
Yeah.
Lord Blair and Stendhal.
It doesn't
and-
matter what you think.
I
I'm
have
glad we
my,
got-
I have my
until-
sealed card player, and it will stay sealed.
Insane. And we're
That was
definitely
kinda
getting
funny.
Phantom of the Opera next year, 100 fucking percent.
Oh my god!
I thought that was going to happen last year when they when Murder Rock got announced. I was like, okay, they're doing the Scorpion titles, so it's either Phantom or Card Player. There we go. I would have thought Phantom, but I guess not.
It's coming. It has to.
It is funny because
Stendhal was a surprise.
yeah, because that was Blue Underground, so I don't understand what that was about. You figured that
Yeah.
Phantom would have come before that, and that 3-disc was a really good set. And I mean, now I got the 4K. Great.
Yeah, that was an upgrade I wasn't very happy with. Especially
so
like
have fun with that
a
one,
mystery
guys.
title.
That
Oh, yeah.
awesome CGI in the movie, you can see it look awesome in 4K.
Oh my god.
In that awesome 2 hours you'll never get back every time you watch it.
I don't hate Stendhal. I think it's okay, but I don't need an upgrade of it.
Made my 96 list, but yeah.
It gets better with each rewatch, I've noticed, but also not rewatching it that often. So, you know.
I've already upgraded it twice too many times at this point.
I've never bought it.
Now's your chance on 4K. Yeah, was that my last question? I'm horribly unprepared for this. Mike, did you answer? I don't remember. Sorry, I'm like, I have dementia.
Yeah, I was basically saying I wish they could figure out Inferno.
Actually,
Yeah,
oh, that's
that's
how
how
I
we got
started
on
the
our-
conversation.
Yeah, we're literally
Yeah.
just talking about
Oh
it.
my gosh, I'm losing it.
Yeah.
Because you know what? I got distracted because I was gonna be like, oh, in Anaconda, Jack Black has an Inferno poster, and then I forgot about it, and then here I am, sounding like a stupid asshole. So, anyways, moving on from there. That's all the questions I got. Those were all thrown together. So, I
You
have.
just keep thinking about Anaconda at this
I
point.
just can't stop talking about Anaconda. It's me, Carly, and JP. We're dying on the hill of Anaconda. Anybody could have directed Marty Supreme, but only what's his name could direct Anaconda.
That guy. Yeah.
Only
That
what's
guy.
his name?
Whatever his name is. Anyways, enough of this Anaconda discussion that I know you guys want to get back to. I've got some films to talk about here. So I randomized
films.
all of our names on the randomizer, and we will go through our list 10-1, honorable mentions at the end, and we'll try not to kill each other in the process. So the order will go, it will go me, Tony, Mason, Tyler, and then Mike. So gentlemen, here it is, our top 10 favorite releases, physical media releases of 2025. So, kicking it off, the only film on my list that was a first-time watch. It's a film that came out, I think, actually back in January. So I had to double-check to see if it was actually on there. A film I actually bought for someone before I bought it myself because I was such a fan of the film. And it's one that I've seen twice now, and boy, it's kind of why one of the reasons why I really love Criterion is because they kind of highlight some of these films that I may not have been aware of before. And this might be an odd pick, especially coming from Criterion, but I think it's one that after watching twice now, I think really just kind of fit the line. From 1986, directed and starring Richard Pryor. It's the film JoJo Dancer, Your Life is Calling.
Like, they ain't shit, right? They took the stuff out of the movie, and it's not in. I mean, there's 2 scenes that they took out of the movie, and they make me look like a fucking fool. I mean, you know what I mean? You want a drink?
No,
You got any blow?
no. I don't think you can get much higher.
Jeez. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you?
Why do I have to get approval from that fat-ass manager of yours every time I want to buy anything? If I want to buy some pink lace drawers from Neiman Marcus, I have to get his approval.
Bullshit!
Yes, I do.
You're a ritzy titsy bitch. You just do what you want to do. I mean, you bought this car and you didn't ask nobody.
I didn't need his permission.
What do you mean you didn't need his permission? This is my money.
You didn't pay for it. I didn't spend your money. It was a gift to me, this car.
This car's a gift to you? Somebody give you a car?
That's right. Someone gave me a car.
Who?
George. I told you 2 months ago I wanted a new car.
Bullshit! You took a car from George?
Yes.
How the fuck can you accept a car from George? We've been married 8 months. You told me you was through with him.
I told you I wanted a new car. You didn't do anything about it. You
Well,
leave
you
me
was
here.
gonna get a new car, but you didn't wait for me to do
I'm
it.
tired of having to ask you and beg you. I can't even.
You didn't have to
notice it.
beg
You
me.
didn't even notice that this was a new car.
I noticed it was a new
You're
car.
Right. You're paying real good attention.
I don't give a fuck what you was talking about. Pull this motherfucker over. Now, just pull it over.
Don't have to scream.
Just pull it over.
All right, goddamn.
And this was one that I had seen probably around the time it got announced because I was curious. I think I may have heard of it, but I'm a Richard Pryor fan, but not like a diehard fan. So I think I knew he directed something. I didn't really know what it was. And I had watched this film and was really kind of taken aback by it. So this film comes out a couple years after his famous traumatic self-immolation, where he was, all messed up on drugs, ends up lighting himself on fire, was in the hospital. And it's interesting to watch this film in relation to that event because it's autobiographical, but Richard Pryor himself has said it's not completely autobiographical. The whole film kind of feels like his way of coming to terms with this traumatic event in his life. It starts out with him as a kid, him wanting to be, a comedian, working in this club. His family is really kind of putting him down. He's got a really bad kind of home life and working his way up in a very loose kind of narrative sense. It's not quite an ABC narrative. It feels a bit more sporadic in the middle, which makes it interesting to kind of see some of the reactions to the film. Some people were saying that it was a little all over the place, that it wasn't completely cohesive, but watching the film, to me, I think that kind of works for that because we're following a character who's becoming more excessive in this lifestyle with women and drugs and and booze and all that, and the destruction of what that becomes. And it's also interesting to kind of watch this film in context as well, because a couple years after this happened in real life, he does his Live on the Sunset Strip, which is a very good stand-up set. That actually got a 4K a couple years ago. And this film was made after the fact. And this is a more dramatic sort of look at all that. It's surreal because it starts out with him in the hospital, and he is talking to him in the hospital. Like he's like a ghost of himself. He sees himself and he's recounting his life and where things went wrong and the women that he's screwed over and the relationships that he's fought through. And it feels very, very personal, which is kind of a reductive thing to say. But Richard Pryor, who's kind of notorious for being, could be kind of difficult to work with, who was, could be difficult to work with other actors, directors, and all that. For him having such a traumatic event in his life and to make a film like this, it's just so emotional. When you get to like the final act where it actually all kind of comes together, it feels like you almost can't even kind of imagine being in this situation, because there's one shot in the film and if I try to explain it, it's going to probably sound a little cheesy, so I'm not even going to try to describe it. There's one shot at the end of the film where he's in the living room with himself, and I'll leave it at that. And it's just so emotional. It's just so heartfelt. And it's just sort of like realizing how precious life is now, and how coming to terms of just like the excesses and the lifestyle and what this does to a person. And even the films he would do after the fact, he did like Bustin' Loose, which is a film that I actually like quite a bit. Some of his later films, you can definitely see the burn scars on him. I just thought this was a real kind of knockout of a film that, rewatching it on a second viewing, was really just taken aback by it. It's one that I'm really glad Criterion released, because I feel like if they didn't release it, I maybe would have come across it, but it wasn't on my radar. And for this to be, I watch a lot of films every year, but this is one that I just still think about. I still replay scenes in my head, and I'm just really kind of taken aback. And it may not work for everybody. I can definitely see some of the criticisms of the tone being a little off at times, but to me, it all worked together and was a really heartfelt and really emotional film that I'm really just happy Criterion put this out. I'm glad they thought it was their caliber to put out something like this. And this is a nice 4K as well. I originally watched it on Tubi, but this was a 4K release. But really solid stuff. I think even if you're not a Richard Pryor fan, I think you can appreciate this film. So my number 10, kicking it all off, is JoJo Dancer, Your Life is Calling. Tyler, did you pick up this release, or are you familiar with this film?
No, I remember seeing it get announced, but it wasn't something I ever really took a second look at. I didn't pick that one up.
Cool.
But I do remember when it got announced and seeing it then. So like I knew what you were talking. I knew what it was when you introduced it. But yeah, I hadn't heard anybody say anything about that, and it's something I never really thought twice about. So I was a little surprised to see that come up.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame. It's sort of, I was looking on Letterboxd. I don't read any of the reviews on Letterboxd, but I was kind of looking at it. Had like a medium, kind of the middle, like a lot of 3 stars and stuff. And yeah, it's one where it's I could definitely see the flaws pointed out, and I wouldn't even disagree with it. But I think if you're with the film, you're with it. And if you're not, you're going to be like, well, obviously there's some flaws here and there. But yeah, just totally worked for me. And I don't know, hopefully that the Criterion releasing it turned some more heads to it. But I really like the film. Have any of you guys seen it, or any of you guys familiar with it?
I've not seen it.
No.
It sounds good though.
It's completely over my head.
I've definitely had Criterion movies like that though, where for whatever reason it just it just hits where it's a small release like that, and I've picked it up. I'm like, wow, this is a really good movie that no one's seen, nobody else picked up.
Right. Well, hopefully, if someone is listening, that'll maybe spark. I don't know if it's on the Criterion channel or not, but I know it is on Tubi. So if anybody's listening, they don't want to pick it up. At least it's easily available to stream. So there's that.
It sounds interesting for sure.
Yeah,
it'd be crazy if it was only on Tubi and not on Criterion.
Criterion needs to start pulling more stuff from Tubi. All right, who's up next? Tony, you are up.
T-Bone.
All right. Number 10 for me comes from the fine folks at Severin Picture, or Severin Films, or whatever you want to call them. But in recent years, this company has almost become more known as the box set company more so than anything. And for my number 10, I'm going to be talking about the high tension Lamberto Bava.
You've got this strange, terrible feeling.
No one's going to hurt us.
How could they have done that to Demon?
Don't worry, no one's going to hurt us.
All your horror movies, stories on death. Don't you think offended the unknown. That some evil force wants to pay us back. Then, what if the devil really exists?
You know what was blocking the toilet? The screenplay of my movie.
Your screenplay.
Some son of a bitch ripped out the pages, rolled them up, and shoved them down the toilet.
Who would have done something like that?
Well, it certainly wasn't the devil.
Which I found was a really cool little set. So High Tension was basically like a 4 feature film like TV series that Bava was hired to do in Italy. And of course, in true awesome Italian horror director fashion, they're too hardcore for TV, so they basically buried these movies. And they got like almost no release whatsoever until this came out. And I thought these movies were really cool. They definitely feel more like TV movies than some of his other movies. Like, for instance, School of Fear, which I thought was really cool. It's basically just like a teacher in a school being terrorized by just a bunch of like little smart ass little rich kids. But a lot of these movies are a lot more moody and atmospheric than some of his other movies.
What year is that one from?
These are all 1989.
Oh, wow. Oh, damn.
Oh yeah, so like yeah, like this was basically just like a little mini series of just 4 feature films. It's supposed to just come out bing bang boom like.
Okay.
And yeah, they're just all feature films. Like The Prince of Terror I thought was a really cool movie too. It stars Tomas Arana from The Church and the Sect. He's basically like a very famous horror director who is dealing with a home invasion movie, and he has to like use like his wits as a filmmaker and like a special effects person to like get back at them and shit like that. That one was a really cool movie. But yeah, I mean it was a really cool set, and for somebody like Lamberto Bava who's so like prolific to get like so much love this year from multiple companies, it's like insane. I think like 9 or 10 of his movies like made it to Blu-ray for the first time this year. Like how fucking crazy is that?
Had you seen any of those movies before?
No, these are all first time watches for me. And I watched 3 of them. The only one I didn't get to was Eyewitness, but I've heard good things about that. But yeah. This my number 10 right here is this High Tension set from Severin.
Tony, did you get that at Wasteland or was that a different box set that you got?
Yeah, I got that at Wasteland.
I remember. Okay, I wanted to ask you that because I remember you and I were sitting together and you were hesitant about it, and you were like, "I don't know if I'm going to get it," and I'm thinking, "Well, if he's not going to get it, then I'm going to get it." And there you go, getting it.
Damn, and that would have been your number 10 too, instead of Richard Pryor. Isn't that crazy?
I did buy the Feeding Frenzy set, and well,
yeah, let's say that's not going to be on your top 10.
No, I watched all 3 of those films, maybe thinking like, "Oh, it's going to be something really unique in here," and maybe I should have went with the Roberta Bava one.
Even that has a Bava movie on it too.
Which
Devilfish.
One? Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay, I don't know that. Well, I guess you got the better end of the box set on that.
Yeah, solid little TV movies. They do have their moments of gore, but they're like very, very like scant moments.
Mm-hmm. And are all the films in the set TV movies or just some of them?
They're all TV movies. They're all from the same like. It's basically just a show called High Tension, or whatever there was in Italian.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. Very cool.
And each of them are just standalone episodes, basically.
So are they feature length, or are they just like 60 minutes?
They're feature length. They're like 90 minutes each.
And you said those just like were not released before?
No, they definitely weren't released in the U.S. If they had releases, they'd be like non-English friendly somewhere else.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like it was like a show that got scrapped, and these things just like weren't released.
Oh yeah, it did get scrapped because they were too hardcore for TV. So yeah, they didn't. I don't even think they were even shown.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's pretty cool. Then. That's a pretty deep mine.
Did they just, like, if they weren't broadcast, where were they shown elsewhere? Do you know?
I think they just came out on like VHS and random markets.
Oh, okay. Mason, what do you got?
All right. Before I show my number 10, something that I did last year that I intend to do this year was to do a blind buy of one of you guys' picks for your top 10. Last year,
It better have been one of mine, motherfucker.
well, I was gonna say,
Let's go horror.
typically, like me and Tony's tastes already match up so well. I usually have everything that he shows, but anyway, but that Bava set does sound cool, so that's a contender. But anyway, last year I picked up one of Dan's picks, which was Dogfight on Criterion,
awesome.
and it was a really great movie, and so this was like last January when I first got it, and it just made me reflect for a moment, like how quickly the year has gone by. And I remember when I got that one in and I watched it, and it was amazing. So anyway,
I'm really happy you
what
like that movie.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, so we'll see what I pick out this year. And my number 10 is from one of my favorite companies, a company that I'm always enthused about. However, I only picked up 2 of their mainline releases this year, which is Vinegar Syndrome. So my number 10 pick is a movie that seemed to troll us, which was Troll 2 in
Jesus.
4K, which just came out.
Can I help you?
Coffee.
There's no coffee here in Nilbog. It's the devil's drink.
Eggs. Bacon.
Are you crazy, boy? We're vegetarians here in Nilbog. Didn't you know that? Here's some Nilbog milk. Special milk. High in vitamin content. Here is free.
Free?
Of course it's free. We love tourists here in Nilbog. Try some, boy. And have some of your friends drink some also.
Thank you.
Do you feel all right?
Yeah.
So I had every inkling that their surprise releases were not going to interest me. All the guesses that people had didn't. I was like already in the mood, like I'm not probably going to buy these secret releases. So I was already like set myself up for disappointment. And then when they dropped them and I saw Troll 2, I was shocked. And I also don't own the movie on its previous Blu-ray, so that added to my surprise because I love the movie, but I don't own it. So of course, like, I had to get it. And I kind of didn't realize, I consider myself an astute collector and like, I know it's had releases before me. But I didn't really realize, like, I thought this was a really surprising release. But then the feedback that a lot of other people has is like, this is bullshit, and why do we get Troll 2? And I'm like, I thought Troll 2 was great. What are y'all talking about? So it was a
Bunch
release
of
that
fucking crybabies.
I know,
Yeah.
and I was
It's
like,
an amazing release with
oh my
great art.
God. But and then
That art is
in the
really
way
good.
of 4K upgrades that people are frustrated about, and it's like I can understand when it's especially something that I already own that I don't need to upgrade. But in this case, I didn't already own it, so I was stoked. But even if you already own it, but it's just a movie worthy of love, in my opinion. So yeah, Troll 2, baby.
I didn't realize until recently that what's her face, Dan Black Emanuel.
Laura Gemser.
I didn't realize that she was the costume designer for Troll 2. Did
Oh,
you guys
really?
know that?
No, I didn't.
No, well, the funny thing is that when I didn't know she was a costume designer for that film, but I know that when she stopped playing Black Emanuel, she became a costume designer for Joe D'Amato. I didn't know she was a costume designer on this too. So that's really cool.
Oh yeah, impeccable work. Thanks, Laura.
She
Yeah, I
had to
got
get the
this one
perfect
in
jeans,
a
perfect
couple
pants
nights
to
The perfect burlap sack for the goblins. Thank you.
perfect
so
pants to pull your zipper down and pee on the table with.
Yes.
Mason, have you seen any of the films that are labeled Troll 3? I know there's like Contamination Point 7. There's like a couple others. Like, have you seen any of those?
I think I've seen one of those.
I don't know. I
I
don't
like
think-
Contamination,
Oh,
Yeah,
is
I
it?
think it's
also
What
known
year
as the
is that?
Crawlers.
Also known as Crawlers.
I think
Uh,
It's
maybe
a
Contamination.
early
There's
90s. It's like
Okay.
EX91. There's also Quest for the Mighty Sword, which is an Italian like
Quest
fantasy
for the
film
Mighty Sword.
by our boy Joe D'Amato. All comes back to Laura Gamser.
okay. She
but
probably
they
did
are
the
both
costumes
called-
on that.
Probably did, but they're both called.
She did the
Troll 3.
costumes on all three. That's the link right there. The missing link is Laura Gemser.
Okay, Troll 2. I have that release as well, and I have not opened it because I've just seen that film so many times. I just haven't dived in. But I don't think my girlfriend's watched it, and boy, oh boy,
I think she'd like it.
I watched it
Yeah.
like a month and a half ago, so I don't even want to watch it right now.
Oh yeah, save it. Yeah.
And Mason, are you a fan of Best Worst Movie, or have you seen that film?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. I feel
I
like
need to pick up that TerraVision one. So
is that a television release?
yeah, it just came out.
Yeah,
Did
they're
it?
putting a double of that and his what is that? The American Scream?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
other
Oh, man.
documentary that he
Yeah.
did.
I have
that's-
that Scream Factory Blu-ray. It has the documentary on it. I've seen that doc. It's actually pretty cool.
And
I
then it
didn't know that
has
was
like
getting released.
the Night of the Living Dead with commentary by the American movie guys.
Oh yeah,
Mark
I'm
Wahlberg.
really
Great
excited about
commentary.
that.
Yeah.
That is a great commentary. If
Yeah.
anybody, if you want to listen to it, it's on YouTube, and it is so funny. Somebody pointed out every question that Mike Shank asks, and it is a list of just like random, and Mark Borchardt getting frustrated and then getting very happy. He's like, Mike, that's a great question. Thank you, Mike. I want to shake your hand. And he's like, Mike, good Lord, I can't hear the movie.
Dude, I can only imagine. Oh my god.
Yeah, highly recommended. That should be on the Night of the Living Dead Criterion, that commentary.
Yeah, right. right.
Criterion would never be that cool to do something like that.
Missed
For real.
opportunity. Oh, well. All right. I think it's
Tyler.
Yes, Tyler. You are up next.
All right. So this movie was not going to be on my list until about 5 p.m. today when I had a package unexpectedly.
Oh, don't look, Mike. Don't look.
Mike, look
Close your
away.
eyes.
You don't remember me, do you? You were very kind to me once.
Only once. That sounds like a terrible oversight.
I was doing a photo session in Rockefeller Plaza on a very windy day,
Get something in your eye.
just about half of Fifth Avenue.
Right.
You were such a gentleman. You gave me your handkerchief, which was also clean.
Well, that is the kind of hero I can be sometimes.
You know why women used to get married, don't you?
Why don't you tell me?
It was the only way they could lose their virginity and be free to do what they wanted with other men. The ones they really wanted.
Fascinating.
Oh, Mike,
Oh.
shame. Shame.
I mean,
oh my god,
yeah.
buddy.
So I pre-ordered this and I got it today about 5 p.m.
From
So
Amazon?
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like it's not like the craziest thing in the world for Eyes Wide Shut to come to 4K
It's not.
by any means. It's a good upgrade. Like everyone, it's something that was due for an upgrade, but it's not like the craziest thing you'll receive. But I think it's so cool that this movie just wildly outsold its pre-orders that people had to wait a
Oh, yeah.
month to get it.
Yeah.
And I just think like that's insane. That like just makes me feel like a huge like win for physical.
Tyler, do you know anyone that's still waiting for it by chance?
You.
True story.
Yeah,
I was
so-
gonna save that for your honorable mentions because I was gonna list it as a dishonorable mention, but
Yeah.
that's
So-
out of the bag.
But yeah, I'm gonna rewatch this. I'm gonna watch this pretty soon. I'm wicked excited this came in. I haven't seen this a couple years, but I've seen it a couple times, and yeah, this is a great fucking movie. I just had this on my number 2211 Christmas list.
Oh, oh yeah.
You know
Where-
what? I agree
where
with
I-
you. It is a Christmas movie.
Or
Hell
I
yeah.
took a chance
I've
to
always
plug it.
associated that movie with Christmas.
And I know some people do not like this art. I adore this art. I think this
Yeah.
art is excellent.
Yeah.
Big fan of this art.
Yeah, what kind of jerk would say that?
Posers.
But
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying.
It's all right.
But yeah, Criterion get on the board for get. I remember, you know what about this movie too is I remember when there was something at the beginning of the year where people like realized there's like or a year or so ago, where people realized there's no 20 plans for like a 25th anniversary restoration of this, and people are like all pissed off about it. So for this stuff, I can just get a 4K a year later, like this, and yeah, Blow Up Cruise was pretty cool. So for achieving that in this age of physical media not being as prevalent, it deserves to be on the list for that.
Tyler, have you watched the
pick.
4K of Barry Lyndon? I'm curious how that transfer looks.
No, I haven't watched the 4K of it yet. I actually was gonna try to get it in like the last 2 weeks, but I never had a chance to. But from what I've heard, it looks really good, and that's a movie I think is like a bigger release, like for Criterion, really, even something like Eyes Wide Shut. Because that, like, of all his movies, like that's the one that should be in 4K the most.
Oh yeah, for sure. The landscapes alone in the film, the exteriors. I mean, it's just a gorgeous looking film.
Yeah.
I haven't upgraded that. I think it's playing near us theatrically in March, so I think I may hold off to wait to watch again there. But I was very curious about.
Yeah,
how
but like
that
that's one of the movies like from Criterion that's like on my short list that I get and I upgrade right away when I see it. And I wasn't even like sure if I was gonna, but then I saw that it wasn't a digibook, and I was like, oh man, you're giving me a little something for upgrading this time.
I hope next year we finally get the official announcement of Lolita, because I'm really looking
That'd be
forward to
great.
that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I assume that'll be a 4K, but I'm really looking forward to that release. Actually, one of my favorite Kubrick films, and I've been waiting for a new release of that for a while. So yeah, Criterion's doing good work with Kubrick.
Hell yeah.
Awesome, yeah, quality. Also, yeah, the film was Eyes Wide Shut. If people are listening, that's I don't know if you ever said that or not, but that's the film.
Oh yeah,
I'll put a clip in there.
I forgot that this isn't a video recording.
No, you know what? I put clips from the films before we go into the discussion of them. So if people are listening, they'll figure it out. If not, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
That's Wide Shut. You know. Awesome. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah,
Mike, what do you got?
Based on the original ETA for my copy, it was going to be a Christmas Eve watch, but then it decided to get delayed a second time, and
That's a heartbreaker, man. I know how that feels.
yeah.
I didn't even get
So-
the warning on mine either. Like literally, I got like a notification, like this morning that's saying delivering today. I was like, yeah, okay, and it just, and then I came back and it was like at my door at like 5 o'clock.
After we had a snowstorm last night.
After we had a snow, literally, I had to snow blow like fucking 7 inches of snow today when I woke up.
Yeah, and in my experience, when I get those emails from Amazon about like a difference in your ship or ETA arrival date, it's like 50-50. Sometimes it's like, oh, you're actually going to get it today, and then other times it's like, oh, it's going to be a week later than. So I did pre-order it, but I think it was probably later into the pre-order, so I probably just got batched out of like the original.
Yeah, I did. That's what happened to me because I decided I was gonna go just buy and restore on store on release day because it happened during the sale. But then I just had like Amazon points to spend, and I was like, I'd rather just use it and then just do this too, and then I don't need to go in and buy more movies. I'll just use my points to get like 3 movies and buy another one on here for pre-order. And I threw that in as my pre-order to not bother going back to the store. And yeah, that's what happened. I'm pretty sure like I pre-ordered it probably like 4 days before it came out too, so I was pretty close to release date. So I was just gonna buy it at the store anyway.
All right, so with our number 10s, we've had a number 2, and I'll get the other number 2 with Creepshow number 2 from Arrow.
Randy, have you gone crazy?
This thing, I don't know what the hell it is.
It's an oil slick. I guess.
It's not an oil slick. Have you ever seen a perfectly round oil slick before?
I've never seen an oil slick at all.
God, I'm cold!
Besides, Pancho, I don't believe in oil slicks, man. I only believe in what I can smell and taste and touch. Here, baby, smoke one of these. This will make us all feel better.
Looked like it was going after the girls.
Oh, come on, Pancho. You said you sobered up, man.
It looked like it was going after the girls. No one knows we're here. No one at all.
All right.
I'm a huge fan of the first one. I know a lot of people, maybe not a lot, but I've seen people try to argue that 2 is like just as good or as better. I'm not in that camp, but I do really like 2 as just kind of like a super fun add-on. Like I just consider it like, because they're both anthologies, it's kind of like adding on more creep show. I do like the animated wraparounds. I do like the score a lot in Creep Show 2, and I do think that it's a fun group of 3 stories. Obviously, I think the first one is just like legendary strong, but I still do get lots of entertainment out of this. And like I said, I think a lot of my picks, I'm giving a lot of benefit to the fact that I didn't have a lot of these Blu-rays, so like they might seem kind of like basic like movie picks, but for me, hey, it's like my first upgrade since like DVD era. So I was extremely happy with how Creepshow 2 sounded and looked in this transfer, and I now as far as Creepshow will be my collection also. But yeah, Creepshow 2, super fun. I'm assuming everybody's seen Creepshow 2, so I don't.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I love Creepshow too. I like it probably
I
just
haven't
as
seen
much
it.
as the first one.
I've never seen it.
Wait, for real?
Nah, I've seen it.
I was like, wait. And it's, I don't know if I mentioned it's Arrow that released it.
I love the first one. That one's probably my favorite segment, Old Chief Woodenhead.
Like when that guy's like, this hair
George
is gonna
Kennedy.
get me paid and laid.
And I love that guy who plays him is the fucking like Irish dude who played like the dad in the Iron Claw and shit like that. He's just a straight white dude and like fucking.
Oh yeah. And that is a good point. Like I believe Old Chief Woodenhead, to me, out of the 3, that feels like the most like it could have been in the original Creepshow, where the other 2 are just kind of like super schlocky, like The Raft and Thanks for the Ride Lady.
I really like
they're
that
fun,
one,
but they're
the
schlock.
third one, but I like the Raft. The Raft, I would say for a long time would have been my favorite, but I think I like the first one no more now.
I wish there was a feature length like Chief Woodenhead movie. That'd be my
Yeah.
shit.
That'd be really cool. You could flesh that one out.
Fuck yeah.
Right, back to the top.
Yeah,
you know, sorry, give me one more. My headphones decided to act up in the time I need them the most.
Oh, Jesus.
So
I did buy
brother.
Creepshow 3 during that like
Here we go.
shout.com like liquidation
How
sale.
cheap?
I got it for like $5.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't that like $5? Yeah. Originally it was like 30 or 35.
Yeah, it's a site
Yeah.
exclusive. It's so
Yeah.
funny how nobody bought that shit, and then they
Yep.
sold them all for like fucking nothing. I
Yep.
bought like Venomous,
Yep.
the fucking Treat Williams Snake movie from like 2001 for like $2.
Yeah, it was like $2.95. Yeah.
Are they still doing the site exclusives, or are they done with that?
Probably done because there's
They're
no
probably
fucking
done
site.
because yeah, it was a fucking waste. Nobody bought that shit.
I bought a couple.
Yeah, about one.
For
What's
full
the,
price, I bought. Jeez, which ones did I buy?
Like Transfers 2 or something. Not Transfers 2.
There was Watchers too.
Watchers 2. Yeah.
I bought
Communion is one of my favorites, and yeah, Watchers 2, excellent site exclusive.
I bought the ninth configuration from them. And the coin
Ninth coin
the coin figuration.
The only one I splurged on, and not realizing that it was the same transfer as a Japanese Blu-ray that's been out for a while, is one of my favorite films, Cockfighter, which is featureless. It has a DVD quality transfer. So
Yeah, that's all of them.
now I know. Oh well, that's life. At least you got it.
Hey, at least they'll have a trailer and English subtitles to make it worth $30.
Maybe interactive menus too. We never know.
Oh, my face.
Is this one a site exclusive or just a regular double feature?
Yeah, that was a site exclusive.
Yeah, I like that. Well, especially Final Judgment. Brad Dourif.
That was a solid movie, and good
Yeah.
on him. He got to have a
Yeah.
steamy sex scene with Maria Ford.
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
And he plays a priest.
Yeah.
Brad.
Yep.
Yeah. That was a nice little sleazy, kind of like erotic, kind of slashery type movie.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one, Dance with Death, that movie gets
Oh, yeah.
fucking wacky towards the end.
Is it the only
Fucking
double
Rex
feature that was
Manning
site
gets like
exclusive?
blown up like a Looney Tune, and he starts like running around with like burnt makeup on, like a crazy ass.
Was that the only double feature that was a site exclusive?
No, well, there's the vampire one we just mentioned, and then the Final Justice, Strip to Kill.
There's
I
a
think I heard
Death
the vampire
Stalker, like 3
Yeah.
and 4, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a few.
There's several.
Was
I think
didn't
there's
realize
like
3 and 4
5.
were site exclusives. Oh, I didn't know that.
And a
Remember
bunch.
Space Truckers. That was kind of a hot one.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that's a Stuart Gordon movie.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots. Like, why are you making a Stuart Gordon
Space
movie a
Truckers?
site exclusive, you dumbasses?
And then there was the one that like sold out really, really quick, and they printed more.
Which one was that?
Was that like that?
Watchers 2? No, I was kidding.
No, damn it!
Wasn't it Space Truckers?
It didn't. It not Kurt Russell, but it had. I don't know. It was like some sort of stalker movie. I forget.
Oh yeah, what the
You know,
fuck was that?
you know what I'm talking about.
It was one where people are like, "Why the fuck is this a site exclusive?"
Yeah, because it was like Never on Blue and really like a good movie.
Unlawful Entry.
Yeah, yeah.
Where he's the
That was
crazy cop.
Ray Liotta.
Yeah.
That was
really,
a site exclusive. That's dirty. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was a dirty exclusive.
Dude, that was awesome. I
Yeah.
watched that for 92.
I know, he's such a fucking
That
sleaze.
was cool. Yeah, that was very Cape Fear inspired. I love
Who's,
that.
who's the woman in that again?
Madeline Stowe.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's such a babe.
I watched something
Oh,
else
yeah.
recently she was in. I forgot what it was.
From that era.
It was in the 90s, I think.
She was in that female Western movie, wasn't she? What the hell
Bad
was it called?
Girls.
Bad Girls, yeah.
Oh.
I didn't even know Unlawful Entry got a Blu-ray at all, let alone the site exclusive.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Wow. Fucking assholes.
Yeah, I saw that on DVD.
What did I just watch with her?
My earliest memory of Unlawful Entry is I think it was playing at the drive-in when we weren't there for it, but I just remember sometimes you can have a good view of like the screen like immediately to the left or right of you, and I remember it was on that screen. I can't even remember what we were there for.
Well, you were
Probably
saying
there for like a Disney movie, or like
92.
watching Aladdin in 1992 on one screen, and then you're watching Madeline Stowe and Estemi sexing to Kurt Russell.
Dude.
Ray
Well,
Liotta beating up
directly
the guy,
to the
kidnapping
left.
him.
Yeah, dude, they suck for that. Wow.
That's crazy. I feel like that'd be like a bigger title, right? I mean, Kurt Russell alone, but like,
Do they just think like they're picking these movies that people are just gonna run out and buy overpriced and be like, "We got them"?
Yeah,
It's gonna
like
outweigh.
Creepshow 3.
Yep. Yep.
Creepshow 3, The Crow 3, some of the others.
Maybe like I don't know. I guess you'd have to think they're just not going to sell at all and be like, all right, well, we'll put it a little bit, and the fucking real psychos that want it will just buy them.
the completionists who have to have Creepshow 3 in quotations. It's like, well, at least I own the Creepshow trilogy. It's like, all right, well, enjoy, I guess.
It's the horror fans that they're typically the most nerdy when it comes to buying whatever.
Maybe that's what they were banking on then. Just being like, oh, they'll buy it.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
I've been guilty of
I
that
give a
more
shit.
than I'm willing
For sure.
to admit.
Yep.
If the second one sucked and the third one ruled, give me the first and the third, then I'm going to the fucking
I
trilogy
mean,
you're talking about.
three of us have a wall of movies behind us. I think we're susceptible to advertising.
Yeah.
I gotta own all the earbuds, of course.
Yeah.
You guys know he played basketball in that first movie? That's crazy.
Brings back memories.
Anyways, speaking of franchise, trilogies, I guess, even though Earbud's not a trilogy, I think it's a goddamn saga at this point. Number 9 is the only box set on my list, and it's 3 of my favorite films from one of my favorite filmmakers, a filmmaker that people feel strongly positively or negatively about, and that's totally cool. I'm very positively. I think I've liked or loved all of his films. Anyways, these are 3 of his earlier works. I don't know if this is this first one, I don't know. Anyways, I think this is Second Sight Films, really solid company. The 4K of the Pusher trilogy from Nicholas Winding Refn.
Hvorfor var der ikke nogen om det?
Jeg skal sige, hvad jeg kan gøre.
Hvis du skaffer dåben til i morgen, så henter jeg den her.
Skal vi snakke, eller hvad? Det giver mig 50.000.
Det er mig!
politiet fik mig i går.
Jeg kan huske det. Men 200 gram, ja. Men du spiller mig 104, ja.
I love all three of these films. These films are so good, and I feel like when people think about Nicholas Winding Refn, I think they think he makes a certain kind of film, like Drive or The Neon Demon or Only God Forgives, that are very quiet, very sparse with dialogue. And I think even if you're not a fan of his work, and also that show he did, Too Old to Die Young, which I liked but I never finished, I think even if you don't like those films, the Butcher trilogy is really energetic and very grounded. They feel so different from his later work.
Yeah,
I think I've seen. Oh, sorry, you're gonna say something?
I was I've seen the first one, but it's definitely a lot different from like the stuff that people know him for in America.
Yeah,
It's a
they
lot
feel
different
so.
vibe.
And I think the only one I didn't see, which he didn't direct, I didn't see.
They
the
feel
Pusher
closer to.
remake.
They just feel closer to those like almost like thrashy like British films.
Yeah, they feel very like what? Yeah, like that's a good point. Like one of these kinds of films, you would kind of just go out and be in the environment with a handheld camera and just kind of run around. This is a trilogy that I think each film fits together so well, but they also stand on its own so well because there are some recurring characters. I think most distinctly is Mads Mikkelsen's character, who is a side character. I said character 5 times there. A side character in the first one, becomes the main protagonist in the second one. And what's really great about all three of these is, especially with the second one, there's a lot of moral ambiguity. It's characters who are not in a great environment, but who either step up to the plate to become, who really have to, when push comes to shove, to really kind of stand up for what's right, or they succumb to their environment. All three work on their own, but also jive together as a connected sort of area, because a lot of the characters overlap. And you've seen a lot of these actors before. I mean, Mads Mikkelsen is like probably the most well-known of all of them, but I know one of the main protagonists in the third film, I don't know his name, but he was in stuff like Triangle of Sadness. He's been in a bunch of stuff. He's one of these guys you'd see him and you go, oh, I know that guy. My favorite of the three is definitely Pusher 2, which, weirdly enough, it doesn't have the full subtitle on the back. Pusher 2 is called, I think the full title is called With Blood on My Hands, and I forgot what Pusher 3 was called. It doesn't really matter. But they're all here on this nice 4K set. This is Second Sight, so they're going to do a really good job with it. I don't really buy a lot of the Second Sight huge releases just because I don't have the space for them. But this is just a nice kind of, good-sized box set. Comes with, of course, the trilogy, a booklet on the trilogy, and then some cards that I'll do absolutely nothing with. But of the films, all three of them are great in their own right. They're films that I saw years ago and still remember a lot of sequences. They're very chaotic. They're very at times ugly films where you have like the first film where the main character who is really kind of a dirtbag, and we kind of see how he treats the people around him, how he kind of gets himself deeper and deeper into these the people who are going after him. That sounds dirty, not like that. He's basically, they're all products of their environment getting deeper and deeper into the crime of their environment. Anyways, I'm not explaining myself well. I don't care. They're great films. They're quality films. Nicholas Winding Refn. If you're not a fan of his later work, you can still like these films. I haven't seen the remake. That's actually the only, which he didn't direct. That's the only one of his I haven't seen. Love the films. I hope he does a new film soon. I know he is doing some like commercial stuff, and I know he restores a lot of films. Actually, I have one of his that I don't know where it is.
You said he makes commercials?
He does like weird commercial stuff. I look like on his Instagram, he's doing like perfume stuff. I don't know what that's all about. And he does stuff with like Hideo Kojima. And
get that bag, bro.
There's I think I might actually can find.
Always gotta eat.
That's fair. I get that. I can't find. Anyways, he has a company as well that also restores films. I have one of his films, Spring Night, Summer Night, which is a pretty good film. But I know that Indicator also put that out. So he does a bunch of stuff. I don't know. I would like a new film from him. I like or love all of his films, and I love that trilogy, and it's great. And they don't have 4Ks in America yet, so you can get that 4K. It's going to work on your damn PlayStation, and no need to set up any damn region-free players. Tyler, get these damn movies. They're quality. They're quality films, all three of them. I love them. That's
Yeah.
my number 9.
All right.
That's all I got to say about that. As you can tell, I didn't rewatch any of them. That's why I'm not being very specific. I got it. I was like, I don't have time to rewatch any of these.
Oh, I'm done with it.
I don't think you honestly. I don't think you even have to have seen the movie to put it on your release list.
Quality. I like Nicholas
Wouldn't that be
Winding Refn,
hilarious?
quality filmmaker. I haven't seen any of these movies. I'm just assuming they're good.
But it looks great. The packaging.
I'm sure. Hey, you know what? It was nice. It was sealed up very nice. The plastic wrap was very nice. That's good enough for me. Number 9. Somebody watch them and tell me how they are. Who's up next? Tony, talk about your favorite Nicholas Winding Refn film at number 9.
All right, so my favorite Nicholas Winding Refn movie comes from the fine folks at Full Moon Entertainment.
Ooh. A Full Moon 2025.
Yeah, so surprise, surprise,
Yeah.
a Full Moon movie makes my top 10 of 2025. And this is a 1992 movie that I've been like dying
Hell yes.
to have a Blu-ray of for years
Unlawful
and years.
Entry?
No,
No.
actually. It is none other than Bad Motherfucking
Bad
Channels.
Yeah, buddy.
Whoa.
The entire town of Pahuta is tuned to Superstation 66.
Please, this stuff's killing me. That was funny.
But while Dangerous Dan O'Dare is rocking the airwaves, a disc jockey from outer space is about to change the frequency to total terror.
Can you believe this guy? What a maniac.
He's offering a prize to any beautiful woman who's listening.
Hey, whatever they're doing, it's intense.
A one-way trip to another galaxy.
So, like, from their classic catalog, this is probably one of my favorites because it's so, like, musically based. The soundtrack is done by Blue Oyster Cult, and then there's multiple actual, like, music video insert, like, scenes in this movie, which I absolutely loved growing up as a kid. And, you know, just, like, for the last 30 plus years of just having a crappy full screen transfers and shit, it's nice to have finally an HD disc with fucking subtitles. It looks great, nice special features. So if you're a fan of Bad Channels, there's probably 5 of us out there. We finally got our Blu-ray, everybody.
Mason,
yeah.
it seems like you're a fan of Bad Channels by your enthusiasm.
Oh, I mean, yeah, real fun movie. I had fun. I put some clips in my little 92 music video, so I just remember, like, it's just such a musical type movie, so it fits so well, and yeah, I'm fond.
Yeah,
Good
it
pick.
almost feels like an MTV like original
Yeah.
movie almost, because
Yeah,
it just
yeah.
the entire thing takes place at like a radio disc, like a radio station.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, are you a fan of Bad Channels? You familiar with the film? Because I'm a dummy. I don't know these things, so that's why I'm asking you guys.
I'm not, unfortunately. I'm not you too.
Shit sucks.
I don't have to watch Bad Channels. I know what that movie is.
Just weak.
You guys talk about Second Side and Criterion. I'm over here with fucking Full Moon Entertainment, baby.
Hell yeah, brother. All right. Mason, what do you got? Number 9. Ain't it
Number
fun?
9, sort of keeping with the theme of the year being lots of 4K upgrades. But when it's from, you know, a franchise that, you know, all 3 of them are 10 out of 10s for me, and something that I've been expecting, when's it going to come out? And they finally did it. What might be one of their final big years. But anyway, and it's 2 movies, but I think it counts as one. It has to be Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3 on 4K from Scream Factory. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry you feel that way. Because even though you did a cheap, disgusting act by exposing your breasts, I really think that you didn't know any better. You were just trying to impress everybody, especially Allie.
I was not.
Sure you were. Mary, You don't have to go through life as a tag-along. Why don't you just try being yourself?
My name is not Mary, it's Mare. I hate that name.
I'm giving you one last chance, Mare. We're sleeping out tomorrow night. I'd love to have you there. Just say you're sorry.
Never. I would rather die first, Angela.
Worthy upgrades of, like I said, 10 out of 10 movies. I'm not one of the people that rates the sequels above the original, but I mean, they're pretty much equal.
You rate them alongside the original, like a true fan.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
True
I'd go with that. I'd go with that.
You're a true fan. It's okay to admit that part 2 and 3 are just as good as part 1, and I agree.
I would say that, yes. Beautiful 4Ks. I mean, great little posters, even though I was a little pissed that the original art for 2 and 3 is like the same sheet. So, you know, I can't display like 2 and 3 original art. Whatever. But the artist or whatever that did new art, that was a pretty cool little piece. So, but anyway, yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about?
So you get posters with these if you get them from the website. I don't know if you.
Oh, and the posters aren't that?
So it is, but there's 2 posters, right? One of them is like new art that, you know, that some artist did, which was pretty cool. Or you can get the original art like this or this, but it's one-sided poster. So one side is this, the other side is this.
Yeah, you can't hang them both.
Yeah, good on you, Screen Factory, for not giving us a fucking dual-sided poster, you cheap bastards.
Yeah, so that's, you know, that was a little
Costs are
bit
down. We can't print them both.
because I mean, I guess if I had to pick, I guess this one, but movies, I don't know.
Yeah, you definitely got to go part 2. Part 2 is definitely more iconic.
Yeah. But anyway, worthy upgrades, of course, something I was happy to buy on the website and pay full price for. I don't know if we'll get a 4K of the original the way it sounds, but anyway, yeah.
We're going to have a remake coming out of the original by the same director randomly.
Well, all right.
Mason, what about Return to Sleepaway Camp? Where does that fall in the franchise?
I was going to say, I have yet to see that. I have not seen Return to Sleepaway Camp.
And here I was calling you a Sleepaway Camp fan.
Wow.
This movie's been out for 20 years, and you have not watched it.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's a straight
Tony,
sequel to the first one. It has
Yeah.
Melissa Rose. It's got Ronnie in it. Fucking Ricky's in it from the first one. Big Pussy from The Sopranos is in it.
Oh,
Isaac Hayes plays a chef in it. Oh my god.
Yeah, what is wrong with you, Mason?
I'm ashamed.
Are you waiting for a 4K on that, Mason? Come on.
Even I've seen it.
Magnet put that out, so I'm waiting for it to come out as a partner label release.
I would I see that requested a lot, and I would definitely buy it. Yeah.
Tony, where does Return to Sleepaway Camp fall in the franchise?
I mean, it's the 4th best. I mean, you can't be a 10 out of 10. But I do like Return to Sleepaway Camp a lot. It's goofy. A lot of people hate the main character because he's like a fat, like slob, unsympathetic loser.
Can't you watch it on?
Very endearing.
He's just so like fun to look and laugh at.
Can you watch it on YouTube? Is it on YouTube?
I have no idea.
Because I think
I think it's pretty
like
rare.
a DVD for like
right.
$2.
Like I want to see it, but like the times that I've seeked it out, I wasn't able to find it. Yeah, you know, and I know it's like some obscure DVD or some shit.
Is that like hard to find or something? The DVD?
Yeah.
Really? That's crazy.
Yeah. So
Never been so common.
I think Magnet put it out for a second, and it just slowly went away.
They sold too many copies. Like we can't reprint fast enough. It's out of print now.
Well, now I Googled it and it says it's free on Prime, so fuck. No excuses.
Come on, Mason. You don't want to be starting off 2026 not having seen Return to Sleepaway
Your number
Camp.
one movie of 2026, Return to Sleepaway Camp.
That will be your first, I hope.
Moving on.
Moving on. Tyler is going to tell us all about his ideas for a Sleepaway Camp remake with his number 9.
All right. So I didn't plan this, but
This time he has a pussy.
It's actually his pussy hanging out.
that's something I do. Oh my god.
It's
He's a
hanging out.
girl.
That's great. That'd be funny.
All right. But my number 9 is also a from Carbon Criterion, and it's also a 4K upgrade, and it's also from Stanley Kubrick.
Oh my goodness gracious! What about
and Barry Lyndon?
I think we know. Hell yeah!
The way I love this child, my lord. You ought to know I would have loved his elder brother, had he proved worthy of any mother's affection.
Madam! I have borne as long as mortal could endure the ill treatment of the insolent Irish upstart whom you have taken into your bed. It is not only the lowness of his birth and the general brutality of his manners which disgusts me, but the shameful nature of his conduct towards your ladyship, his brutal and ungentlemanlike behavior, his open infidelity, his shameless robberies and swindling of my property and yours. And as I cannot personally chastise this low-bred ruffian, and as I cannot bear to witness his treatment of you, and loathe his horrible society as if it were the plague, I have decided to leave my home and never return, at least during his detested life, or during my own.
There we go.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I was really happy that people actually got this nice pictures of this big battlefield and shit. Yeah, Barry Lyndon's my favorite Kubrick movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time, period. I fucking love Barry Lyndon. It's this movie is such a masterpiece. I guess I'm the only person that thinks this is his best movie because no one's ever echoed this opinion with me that I've talked to. It ever usually says that's like his most boring movie, and I just think that is the most out of control, outlandishly whack statement I've ever heard. But yeah, I love this movie so much. So it had to make a list, but it's not the most inaccessible movie. I didn't even rewatch it. But it's one of those movies you got to carve out time to rewatch it because it's 3 hours long. You also got to be in the right mood to watch this 3 hour long drama. Not that it's not incredible and the fastest 3 hours of your life, but it's still a 3 hour long period piece that you don't drink it. You're not drinking wine at 3 p.m. at the office. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I am definitely gonna make a priority to watch this one soon because I'm dying to see what this movie looks like. It's 4K. It looks like in 4K, I should say. Like I was saying earlier, I think this is the most visually impressive film, which might seem like a wild statement when he has a movie called 2001: A Space Odyssey that's constantly praised for that. But if you've seen this movie, I think you'd probably agree with me on that as well. So yeah, Criterion releasing Stanley Kubrick movies 2 for 2.
That one's high on my fucking need to watch list, so it might be one that maybe I'll buy that one.
Good times too. You got to skip to 4K.
Yeah.
That's Tyler. That's a good point that you mentioned that it's not commonly talked about as being like the best Kubrick film because it's funny. I even as a weird kind of anecdote, I just saw The Housemaid, and there's a line in that film where Amanda Seyfried is talking to Sydney Sweeney's character about her husband, and she says a comment like, "Yeah, he thinks Barry Lyndon's an underrated masterpiece." And it's like, damn, if even in Hollywood they're saying this is like underrated.
Damn, what a complete loser,
dude! If I would have been in theaters, if I would have been seeing this movie in theaters, and they said that line, I would have been sitting in my seat like feeling called out.
They said, "Hey, Tyler, in the audience, this is an underrated masterpiece." Also, you forgot to mention the most important thing on the set of the film is when Ryan O'Neal famously punched Tatum O'Neal for getting an Oscar nomination for Paper Moon when he did not.
I knew he did on the set of this film.
Yes, he did.
He punched her because of that?
He punched her because she got an Oscar nomination. She was like 12, and he did not get one.
Well, I mean,
very funny.
She deserved that.
And Paper Moon's a great film.
And they both deserved a nomination.
But
also,
hey,
it's like, I'm not saying fucking Ryan O'Neal is the greatest actor of all time, but it is so overblown and over fucking stated that he's like he's not good in this film. He's perfectly fine in this movie. Like, he's nowhere close to bad.
No.
I always liked Ryan O'Neal as an actor. I always thought
I've never seen a movie where Ryan O'Neal's just terrible in it. I haven't seen a ton of Ryan O'Neal movies, but like I've never seen a movie where I'm just Ryan O'Neal is terrible in this movie. I guess like the one you could say would be Tough Guys Don't Dance, but I felt like Ryan O'Neal's the only one that knew he was making some campy, stupid movie.
I will say something controversial, which is that I feel like everybody has seen that clip out of context where he goes, "Oh God, oh man." But if you watch that film,
oh man,
directed by
oh God, oh man,
oh God, oh man,
Is that how he delivered it?
See,
Oh,
the
look
funny
at
thing
these.
is,
Oh,
oh,
there's
God,
two things
oh,
about that.
man.
Number one, Ryan O'Neal even said, "That's not a good take. We should redo that." And the late great Norman Mailer said, "No, it's fine." And number two,
late great.
hey,
Norman Mailer was right because that's
Hell yeah.
the most memorable part of the movie.
but if you watch the film,
this is the only thing I got.
if you watch the film from beginning to end, everyone is acting so questionably. I have no facts to back this up, but I have to believe that it was intentional because everyone in the film is acting off. Not bad, off, where it's like, why are you saying it like that? So
All you have to do is
feel
look in the
that's-
cast and see Wings Hauser, and that's how serious you should be taking this shit.
And Lawrence
R.I.P.
Tierney, of course. R.I.P. late great Wings Hauser. Raise your glass to Wings Hauser, who could not be on our show tonight. He is dead.
I just like to
Mike.
say my
He had a good
exposure
excuse.
to Ryan O'Neal is Malibu's Most Wanted.
Also coming to Criterion.
I wish.
Also, Mike, what's your cat's name?
This one, Julius, as in Orange
beautiful.
Julius.
That's a beautiful cat.
Garfield.
I almost have to let him on my lap because if I try to put him down, he'll jump on and walk across the keyboard instead. So hopefully he'll get bored of me in a few minutes. And
Oh, yeah,
Maybe
knows
he
what he's
will,
doing.
but we never will, Mike. And that's why you're going to tell us your number 9 right now.
my number 9, by coincidence, is another number 2 in a franchise. This one.
Is it a
kind of
number
takes
two?
it kind of takes a departure from the original, which is a great biting dark satire, ultra violent. This one, it keeps some of the violence, but definitely gets kind of super campy, and I think that's that's a reason like a lot of people don't like it, but I actually like it as kind of like a companion piece to the first because you're never gonna replicate RoboCop, right? So what do you gotta do for the sequel? Go full camp with RoboCop 2. I picked up the Steel book.
Waste makes haste, for time is fleeting. A rolling stone is worth 2 in the bush.
Go fuck a refrigerator, peckerneck!
Bad language makes for bad feelings.
You're nuts! Murphy, come on, let's go. Come on.
Back! Thank you for not smoking.
And I'm happy with it. I kind of held off. It was a Christmas purchase, but I've been waiting to grab this one. You know, they bring back some of the major players that survived the first film, and I think that was a big part in actually getting the Nancy Allen and Peter Weller back. And this one kind of goes ham in a lot of ways, even like the concept with the RoboCop 2. It's probably weaker than the Ed 209, but I do like the goofiness of Tom Noonan's like drug dealer cartel operation and like just that twerp of a kid.
That little fucking asshole.
He's like terrible but awesome at the same time. And then when he meets his demise, it's like, oh shit, am I cheering for a dead kid here?
Yes.
He has a great
Yes.
final
In fact, you
monologue,
are.
though.
It needed to happen, right? It needed to happen. But yeah, it's obvious. The first one is just a classic to me in every sense of the word. But I think 2 is still a lot of fun, kind of like a Creep Show 2. They managed to make a fun sequel very tonally different from the first, but I still think there's a lot of good about it. And if you have a decent home theater, I mean, the audio kicks, which is what I like about upgrading. Is a lot of times the sound mixes just are so well done. And so yeah, if you appreciate the movie RoboCop 2, I would recommend picking it up from I believe Scream Factory. Yeah.
Is that the same disc of the previous release, or is there anything new with that release besides the Steelbook? Oh wait, you said 4K, right?
Yeah, the 4K.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I misheard you. I thought it was just the Blu-ray at first.
Oh yeah, I guess that's another thing. I guess we didn't really do backgrounds on our collecting, but I am pretty much like a 4K purchaser now. Like, I think the main reasons I've purchased non 4Ks in this era is for the Sin Bin show, because like some of the picks just weren't 4Ks, and like I wanted to have the movies that we were reviewing, so I would just buy the Blu-rays. But I'm one of those weird. Well, I don't know if I'm the weirdo or people consider collectors the weirdos, but I'm one of those people that like once I upgrade to like the new format, whatever it is, and I'm all set with like, you know, the surround sound, the TV, all that. It's like I only want to buy 4Ks. I'm not saying that there won't be circumstances that I go and get Blu-rays, but for the most part, I'm a 4K purchaser now.
No,
I'm the weird guy. I still buy DVDs.
Hell yeah.
In fact,
I buy 4Ks whenever applicable.
I bought like 10 DVDs at a secondhand store today, and it felt great.
Wow.
Torque was one of them, and I love that movie.
Torque is ridiculous. I love every time in that movie they try to like knock down Fast and Furious, like yeah, that's like the baby movie. This is a real deal, and no one talks about Torque anymore.
It's so sad too. Like, it's crazy. Like that weird little like motorcycle dueling scene to like Static X's Push It. It's like some of the most like 2000s coded shit you'll ever see in your life.
Coded.
One of the best edited scenes in the film is a car goes up off a ramp, and then it cuts and the car is like falling directly down from the sky. Like someone just placed it there and dropped it. It's like there's no like momentum. It just like drops.
It hit that force field like in the cabin in the woods.
yeah, and then it just fell down.
It fucking like Looney Tunes.
Mike, is RoboCop 3 on 4K as well, or did they just upgrade the second one?
I don't think 3 is yet. I wouldn't be in any rush to get 3.
Yeah, 3's not great.
Yeah, I mean 3 is kind of like what a lot of 2s in franchises do, where it just is a total drop off. Sometimes like the main players aren't even back, or they have to get recast. I mean, there's some like ridiculous, absurd things in it that I guess
it almost feels
call fun, but yeah.
Right. Or they get to like a Mad Max sort of thing where they try to make it more lighter, where you get to like Beyond Thunderdome, where you gotta, you know, well, he's hanging out with a bunch of kids, and you gotta have like a more general audience, you know, sort of appeal, which is kind of how I feel about RoboCop 3 anyways. And it feels kind of more like, oh, I gotta turn on the violence, you gotta make it a bit more accessible, and you know, it's what it is.
I can throw a grenade on it and say, yeah, like Predator Badlands.
Oh God. that Academy
Except the
Award
problem
winner
is so many people love it, so I'm like,
and that's fine. If people, honestly, I'm the weirdo. I don't like any of the Predator sequels, so I knew I wasn't gonna like it. But if people like it, that's fine. I don't care. It wasn't for me. I'll be a gentleman and say it wasn't for me.
Me too.
Unless you get some more beers from me, then I'll tell you how I really feel.
get him some more beers.
That's why I can't be on the top 10
number
shows.
8, Predator Badlands, everybody.
Anyways, yeah, good stuff. RoboCop 2. All right, number 7, or no, I'm sorry, number 8. I'm losing my mind already. Yeah, this would probably be higher on, maybe if it was a lesser year, but I think I'm so passionate about the rest of my films that even a release that would probably be a lot of people's number ones is at my number 8. But it's a film that I love. I think a film that we all have seen and maybe like or love. I don't know. From Vinegar Syndrome, starring the late, great Norm Macdonald, Dirty Work on 4K.
What are you laughing at? Because I called your friend a fat pig, huh? You think that's funny? Oh, no, I was just laughing earlier when you were talking to his belly.
You get a horse and live in the mountains someplace and don't bother anybody. Got a personality like a dead moth. Okay, the fun's over. Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through. Not only are you fired, your life is over. I'll see to it that you never work again and that you wind up tearing tickets off in Kuwait. Salam alamala, kalamala, and everybody sucking sand. Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
That guy's gonna be our boss? Man, after a speech like that, how does he expect us not to screw him over?
Yeah. Every one of us said the exact same thing our first day working for Hamilton. Only nobody ever does anything.
Well, trust me, this isn't just talk. Nobody screws me over like that.
Yeah, me neither. Hey, I can't help you because I need this job. But if you really screw over Hamilton, I'll give you $10.
Mark me down for 20.
And yeah, I mean, it goes without saying, I don't need to get into the specifics of the release about how important of a release this is. It's very unfortunate that both Norm Macdonald and Bob Saget are not alive to see the new version of the film that was closer to what they were intended to be released. And it's a shame, but at least we have it. Dirty Work, I mean, it's a film that I think gets better with every rewatch. The first time that I saw it, I remember not being too familiar with Norm Macdonald, and I didn't find it very funny. I was kind of like, this is kind of dumb, whatever. But it's a film that always kind of stuck around. I was like, I didn't really like it. I'm still thinking about it. So I ended up, watching more Norm stuff, rewatched the film, and it was like a light switch being turned on where I go, my gosh, this is one of the funniest things I've seen. And on rewatches, has just gotten funnier and funnier. Even with the theatrical cut, which has always been the only version to see, I still think that even with it being more PG-13, it still is very funny. There's just so many bits in the film, so many parts that I still end up quoting. Like if someone's saying something ridiculous, I keep, I'll say like, "What you talking about, Satan?" Or just little things. When's lunch? Just stuff like that. Shooter McGavin is just the great '90s villain. He's just so funny in this. Even his facial expressions, when he looks annoyed or disgusted, he doesn't have to say anything, and it just cracks me up. He's so funny. Christopher McDonald, of course. And this is one that, unlike Happy Gilmore, I'm really happy they never made a sequel to this, because this is perfect as it is, and I don't want to see more adventures with these characters because it is so nonsensical, and there's so many iconic gags. David Koechner with all the dead hookers in the trunk, Chris Farley running around with a bitten off nose, Norm Macdonald's shirts that are ridiculously large and make me laugh because they're just so big, and I don't know how intentional that was. And, it's just a total comfort film. It's a film I quote all the time. It's a film that I just, hey, comedy is so subjective, and I think comedy is the one genre where plot really doesn't matter. Like I was talking about earlier, Friendship is my favorite comedy of the last 15 years. And the plot on that film, it doesn't matter. You can have weird side tangents, you can do whatever you want, and that's how I feel about Dirty Work. I will say, if I do have any negative, it's a negative that has come up. I really don't like this cover. This is such a small, brief part of the film and such a bad representation of the film. Like, why couldn't this be the cover? This is a great cover right here. It's just so well. And hey, you look at that. Hey, Norm. What I find very funny and very bizarre is that this was originally an Olive Films release.
What are you doing?
And this got released. And Sandpiper have also put it out since. I have absolutely no idea why. They just put it out a couple months ago, and I don't know what the point of it was.
They must have a stranglehold on the Blu-ray only rights.
I guess so. But either way, listen, it's a hilarious film.
Sandpiper also put out Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3, even though Scream Factory put out those 4Ks. So
they put out a couple out-of-print titles. I think they put out Heavy Traffic, which is a Ralph Bakshi film I like a lot. That Blu-ray is out of print. I believe it was them or someone put it out. That was like a really bare-bones release. Either way.
Company. Bare bones. Artwork is horrible.
It's funny because the artwork on that release, it's the poster, but it's like a close-up of Norm, and it's like an orange background. I don't know. Look it up. It's very strange. I don't know. Comedy is so difficult to recommend because if somebody said this is one of the unfunniest things I've ever seen, I'd go, I can't really fault you there. I mean, it's comedy. It's not like a good drama or an action film where I can kind of talk about it. It just makes me laugh. It's a comfort film. It's a film I showed my girlfriend, and she thought it was funny, and I was laughing my ass off like a maniac. So that's my number 8. Vinegar Syndrome's really, really great release of one of my favorite films, Dirty Work.
Have you had a chance to throw on that like 2.5 hour work print version of it?
Not the work print. It's one that I kind of like to space out if I watch, because I feel like if I haven't seen it in a while, or a comedy, I'll appreciate it more, rather than, because you expect the jokes, you expect this and that. But no, I haven't popped in that version yet, or haven't watched that version, I should say.
Yeah, I threw it on while I was working and kind of had it on in the background, and I mean, there's some good stuff in there too. I mean, the downside, of course, is the work print version isn't like upgraded, so you're literally getting like some scratchy, like low quality video, but the
I'll take
jokes
it.
in there. Oh yeah, just for the dialogue and the jokes. And one thing I've always loved about Dirty Work, even before we got the dirtier cut, was like you were alluding to, there's so many gags in it that like just they don't even need to be like graphic or over the top to be hilarious. Like the whole bar scene fight sequence is just hilarious, and then all his notes to self after he like messes up something again. It's just amazing stuff. Like it's a laugh out loud movie.
I got in trouble at work once for quoting the film to my manager. I was making a big joke. So when Don Rickles goes into, he's the manager of the theater, and he's like, all right, settle down, dummies. I got in trouble because I was at one of my old jobs. My manager, I was like in the Don Rickles voice, I was like, what's going on, dummies? And I got in trouble. Like, you can't call people dummies. And I'm like, what? I'm referencing a movie. What are you talking about? That scene alone, if anyone's listening, I highly, highly recommend listening to Artie Lang talk about Don Rickles on the Howard Stern show, because that interview is so funny, because he talks about Don Rickles being on the set of Casino and him telling Scorsese, he's like, oh, sorry, Marty, I can't work on your movie. Bob Saget's got a movie for me instead. Like, just the way Artie tells the story is so funny. And it's like 15 minutes, but honestly, throw it in the background while you're doing something. It's so funny. And how Artie just kept messing with Norm, and Norm wouldn't stop laughing. And Artie and Don was just getting so annoyed with him. It's great. I love the film. One of the highlights of comedy films. Love it. Dirty Work. But I assume that Tony and Tyler will perhaps go more in depth on that on their own lists. Presumably.
Maybe. We've gone
Possibly.
in depth on that release probably about 100 times this year.
That's fair. Hey, Tony, while you're at it, why don't you talk about your number 8?
All right, well, my number 8 is my second box set of the night already.
Hell yeah.
And this is from my favorite label of the year, TerrorVision. Back in April, they unveiled a Shoestring Slashers box set that I was so excited about. I snap pre-ordered this thing almost fucking instantly, because this shit is straight, like, for me.
This will not happen in my city. Is that understood?
News media started calling him Basement Jack.
Think he's here?
I know he is.
Maybe I'm Basement Jack, here to give you a good poke.
Not everything follows his rules.
You have a nutcase in your town. He kills families. Check the basement!
They've been hunting each other.
Lightning is God's way of exposing evil.
It's like the storm's coming in, huh?
You have no idea.
Take my money. Yeah.
Take my fucking money. The lower the budget, the even better. You know what
Hell
I mean? Like,
yeah.
take these obscure slashers that no one fucking knows, group them in a box set, sell them, and I will buy every single one of them. And these films are actually pretty cool. The Phantom Brother is a movie that I've been wanting to watch for a long time, actually. And I thought that was a pretty cool 80s slasher. It gets very fucking goofy towards the end, which I thought was very cool. The second movie, Beware, which came out in 1999, which was actually my favorite movie on this set.
Mm-hmm.
It is, it's weird. Like, it's almost like structured off of a classic Friday the 13th movie in terms of like musical cues, side gags, and shit like that. It was just a really easy movie to watch and a good experience. And then Basement Jack, the third movie, which I think was released in like 2008 or 2009 or something like that.
I think it was 9.
It's a pretty cool movie. It's definitely my least favorite on this set.
Yeah.
It's real heavy in fucking like CG blood splatter.
Yeah.
And one thing I'm not nostalgic about is 2000s CG blood splatter and shitty slasher movies. I'll take it in like Sci-Fi Channel original movies and crap where like that's what it's supposed to be like. But if you got like a realistic slasher with some fucking computer little squirts, it just takes me right out of it. But besides that, I thought it was a pretty decent movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, shoestring slashers is just another thing that they did this year that I absolutely love, and I can't wait for another 5 or 10 of these.
And as Brad says, like they got at least a few more, and the second one coming soon. So that yeah, hype, good pick.
Yeah, including
Are there plans for a standard of that?
There
I
is
think
a
so.
standard.
Oh,
is
they
it?
already have it. Yeah.
Yeah, I
that's
think
how
it's like
I am.
all the discs in one case or something like that.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Because I was curious about that set, and yeah, no, I was late to the party on it and missed out, but I wanted to watch those films, so that's good to hear.
You didn't get it at Wasteland?
I didn't see any copies. Any copies out
He
of
had.
Wasteland.
This is a whole story. Yeah, he had like 2 copies. I remember talking to him at the beginning. Yeah.
That's
Oh,
all right.
Moods actually got one of them.
Yep. Yep.
Nice.
I would have bought it if it was there, but it's also one where if I missed out, I'm like, I'm not dying for it.
Wasn't meant
I
to
had
be.
a couple things like that at Wasteland.
I'm too busy buying those stupid ass shark movies from Severin.
Shark.
Mason, do you get that set as well? I'm sorry, I had to step out for a moment, but
Yeah, I had that set.
Okay, cool. You're a fan of? Have you watched all 3 of the films? You're a fan of them?
Yes, indeed, I have. They were nice. I pretty much align with Tony's sentiments. Yeah.
Okay then.
Yes.
Is your number 8 also going to be a shoestring slashers?
It's not. So anyway, this is a movie from 2009, from a partner label of Vinegar Syndrome. It's probably considered a side grade, but I was really hyped to see it because I didn't already own a version of it, and that was Enter the Void.
Hey. Hey, Linda. Come here. Come outside. I wonder what Tokyo looks like from up there.
I don't.
Why not?
I'd be scared.
Scared of what?
Dying, I guess. Falling into the void.
They say you fly when you die.
It's fucking cold.
Hey, check out this book Alex gave me. It's like the Tibetan Bible.
Alex, junkie.
It's all about what happens after you die. Look.
So you're gonna become all Buddhist on me, huh?
No.
You know they're all the same. The fucking Catholics, the Jews. Just a bunch of sex like to get their hands on your money. Alex is gonna make you a junkie, and that's gonna
He's
make you a
just-
fucking Buddhist.
No. He's just a friend. I'm not gonna become a Buddhist.
Alex is a fucking junkie. He's not your friend.
Come on.
He's not your friend. I gotta go. Hey. I'll see you later.
See ya.
Limited edition.
Ooh,
Yes.
very nice.
From IFC Films. A film that's personal to me. I mean, it's kind of one of those films that has to be personal to you. Just the way that it's done, if you've seen it. If it's not personal to you, then you probably wouldn't like it at all. It's got some pretty deep philosophical themes. And it'd been a long time since I'd watched it, and I'd been wanting to get like the Arrow version that had been out, but then I saw this one and it was like, this is just a perfect opportunity, and I get to watch it again because It's maybe been at least over 5 years since I saw it. So anyway, so I'm happy to own a nice fancy dish, and I watched it like a couple months ago, and yeah, just a really, really whew, deep experience. Of course, it's another one of those movies that you gotta make time for.
Yeah.
I don't know if it exceeds 3 hours, but it's very long. But it also seems to kind of move quick if you're in the right mood for it. You definitely got to be relaxed and ready for it. And I was glad that I found the right mood. Sometimes I fall asleep and it pisses me off. I'm an old man sometimes when I actually really want to watch a movie and I'm just like, damn it. But anyway, great experience rewatching that. Love it. Has to make my top 10.
Is that your favorite Gaspar Noé film?
Yes.
You seem hesitant on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, without not trying to consider it too much, I've been drinking. I guess I'd say yes.
That is fair. Have you seen Vortex at all? His newest film? Yeah, you a fan of that?
I liked it. Yeah. It was
Have you seen the film Amor?
No.
If you like Vortex, you should watch that movie.
No, a Gaspar film?
No, it's a Miko Haneke film.
Well, okay.
It's
Also
Pulls up Letterboxd.
No, it's really good. It actually won best international picture the year it came out. And one of the old dudes, it's the guy from, I forgot his name, but he's the guy from The Great Silence.
Is it 90? Is it a 93 movie?
No, it's 2012.
Okay. Do I not know how to spell? Anyway.
Tyler, you think he's going to make another film, or is his happy end going to be his last one?
I think he's probably cooked.
Yeah, maybe. That was 2018, I think. So.
I mean, he's like in his 80s.
Hey, Clint Eastwood still directing movies. That man's 92, so...
He's psychotic. I think he's more than that. He's like 95.
Is Mel Brooks directing the next Spaceballs?
No, I think he's just producing it.
Okay. Because I know he's like, what, months away from 100.
Yeah, he's close. But yeah, I second Tyler on that. Amores is a very good film, and it's a real quality double feature with Vortex if you want to just see the degradation of an old married couple.
Dude, you're sadistic if you just
you want to watch old people deteriorate.
If you can just sit there and watch these 2+ hour movies back to back about these two old people deteriorating, it's just, oh my god, man, you're sadistic.
Oh yeah. I really like Lux Eterna too. That one was kind of weird.
That's pretty good.
And then Irreversible, but yeah. Looking at his Enter the Void would probably be my favorite.
And Mike, did you? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, buddy.
No, I was gonna say, Mike, did you laugh out loud at Sentimental Value when Stellan Skarsgård gifts the films to the kid? I won't say which ones, but did you laugh out loud at that scene?
Oh yeah.
Man, that's great. Both times I've seen the film, the audience is like, it gets a big laugh. But Gaspar Noé, quality filmmaker. Another filmmaker too. I really like seeing the evolution of his career. I really like seeing just kind of where it took off. Because even Climax 2, quality film, good film.
I think that's my favorite film from him.
Oh yeah,
Climax.
Yeah, I'm a Climax guy too.
Really cool.
It's more watchable. It would be that or Irreversible, but it's like way more watchable than Irreversible. I like a couple years.
Just a bit more.
Damn.
Actually, Tyler, tell us all your favorite scenes of Irreversible at number 8.
All right. Again from Criterion. No, just kidding. All right. So now we're getting in. We got a release from Severin. And it is their 4K release of Marina Devon's In My Skin. So this was a movie that when I first kind of got into horror that I always saw associated with the French Extreme movies, but this one was impossible to find. Uh, I always had I could never find this movie when I was just pirating movies on the internet, and I kind of forgot about it. But it always was a movie, like a title that like stayed in my radar as like a film that we're kind of waiting for, like we're waiting to ever come out. I'm pretty sure this was stuck on some old DVD for a long time, but yeah, it made the jump right to 4K, and I did get to check this one out. This movie is really good. This movie's great. I think it's like, for me, I would probably have different opinions than most people on the whole French Extreme movement, but for me, this would probably be right amongst the top tier of it, maybe like in the two spot. This movie's a lot more like psychological and a lot more quiet and just like cringing. Like there's a lot of scenes in this movie that will just like they're just disgusting to watch. It's brutal. But it's basically about this woman that gets this. It doesn't really explain itself either. She just gets this injury and then she gets this fascination with like flesh in her skin, and she's basically starts like cannibalizing herself and like and like doing things like stabbing herself. It's almost like the more psychological older aunt to Raw, where it's like it's more personal and it's just like more quiet and a little bit more like sadistic. But it's not as gory as you might think, but it is definitely like real cringeworthy, and it was one of the for horror for sure one of my favorite first time watches for the year. It was probably like I would say one of my more notable blind spots in horror, but I think it had to be more with availability. So I'm glad this movie is now available, because I wish I had like the nicer edition, but this set was at a wicked good price when I put an order in at Diabolic, which I like literally buy from maybe like once a year over the summer. So couldn't pass it up. But yeah, glad I got to check this one out. This one was really good. Definitely recommend it.
Yeah. That is a good film. And I agree with you about the French extremity thing, where I definitely think that if that's being categorized with those other, it's definitely, I mean, gosh, that might be like one or two. Like that's
it would be like that and Martyrs as the best two to me.
Man, I think I like it more than Martyrs. I mean, I've seen Martyrs more, but In My Skin is one.
I've seen Martyrs. Yeah, that's the thing. I've seen Martyrs like 6-7 times. I really like Martyrs though.
Yeah, Martyrs is. I rewatched it maybe a year or two ago, and I forgot how much I liked that film. It was just kind of weird to say. But with In My Skin, it's funny because in terms of availability, I think I watched it on. It truly may have been like YouTube or somewhere. It was somewhere that was easily accessible, but it was like a very low quality, very.
Oh, yeah, this transfer looks great. This transfer is awesome.
Well, that's the funny thing is that I watched it on there and I was like, whatever, it's low quality. And then I think like not long after, so everyone's like, oh, it's coming to 4K. I'm like, I couldn't have just waited a month, Yeah. I picked up that release at Wasteland. It's actually a really solid film, but I haven't rewatched it. But that's a quality pick. I'm definitely a fan of that film. Oh man, I know Mike is as well, and that's why he's going to tell us about his other favorite film in the French Extremity. That is number 8.
I would love to,
but it's Garbage Pail Kids.
I might have to,
Mac and
me. This is probably going to be, I think, because we're only on our first repeat of the show, and that's going to be, and I forgot to grab it off my movie rack, of course, so thank God we already got a picturesque viewing of it, and it is Kubrick's Barry Lyndon.
All right. What?
Thing is, I don't know if I would call Barry Lyndon his best, but it definitely is like his most epic feeling to me, because I always thought that like 2001 had this kind of epic feeling of stages of evolution once it gets expansive into space, and especially sometimes when I watching like older movies, you kind of think of what was in the headspace of the writers and the creators at the time, because obviously we're almost 50 odd years from then, so like you can always try to pick apart like, well, they got this wrong about this, but at the time, I mean, just the creativity and the imagination that went into it. But Barry Lyndon to me kind of is the most epic feeling in scale. I mean, obviously it's a marathon of a watch, but just the vibrancy, the cinematography, it's fantastic. And like I said, I don't know if I would call it my favorite, but I think it's definitely the most overlooked by Kubrick fans because it's one that like even people who say they like Kubrick just don't seem to talk about that much.
It's because it's so intimidating to tell someone that this is a 3 hour long period piece.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's to me that's one of the great things about Kubrick is like he does like every genre, every type of movie and they're pretty much like all bangers. Like he just doesn't really miss. And yeah, I'll keep it short just because we talked about Barry Lyndon and I back up everything Tyler says about it. It's a great release and I was glad to add it to my collection because like other than what was it Lolita that hasn't got the release yet. Barry Lyndon was like the thing that was sticking out that wasn't in my Kubrick section on the movie rack. So now it's there and great release.
I was glad to see it pop up again. And I think echoing what you and Tyler both said, I think if people are intimidated by the runtime and the fact it's a period piece, I would say that Kubrick has an act for making these long drawn out sequences, but not feeling slow. You know, you can watch 2001 and have these long sequences of just the ship docking or of, Dave just, unplugging certain things, but it's the way it's directed. It's the way the atmosphere of it. So if people are intimidated by it, or maybe are Kubrick fans and are putting it off, sincerely, I think that it's like once you're in the film, it's like gel. It's like you just gel with it. And, I echo what both you guys say. I think Barry Lyndon is a brilliant film. And Mike, I'm curious, do you have a favorite Kubrick film, or do you have one that would be close to a favorite?
I mean, I have that kind of affinity for Kubrick where it almost changes like sometimes because for a long time I would have said The Shining because horror and it's just epic and I don't really see any flaws in it. I watched Full Metal Jacket on Christmas night because I was just looking for movies that had any type of reference to Christmas in it for the hell of it. And I'm like, I feel like even that movie's underappreciated. At least the second half of it, I think, is underappreciated. Because when I was growing up, it was always, oh, the first half's great and the second half is kind of But I just think I disagree. But
I also disagree.
I'll save that.
I think you're gonna argue the second half is better.
Yeah, I just think. I think a lot of people are used to war movies being a certain way, and
I think it throws people off that it's a 2 act movie.
Yeah,
well, I think as well that you have such strong performances by Arlie Ermy and Vincent D'Onofrio that as much as I like Matthew Modine, it's unfortunate for him to kind of have to work in the shadow of those characters. But I agree. I think
Matthew Modine's never been a leading man.
And I think he's a good actor, but no, compared to those performances, no. But it's funny, as popular of a film as that is, when I watched it for the first time, one of the things that really stuck out to me was the ending. It was such a powerful ending, and I'm like,
the ending is weird good.
It's weird that for as much of the film that's been steeped in pop culture, even if you haven't seen the film, about, just little moments here and there. The ending, I'm like, wow, this shot, this like moment, it's strange that I've not even seen this before, and this is such a popular film. It's strange, but no, that's I agree with both of you on that point. I think, the second half of Full Metal Jacket, whether you like it more or less than the first half, it's consistent. It's so well directed and it's so good that I think it is underappreciated in Kubrick's filmography. Just that second half.
Yeah, I feel like it's two halves they kind of contrast. Like the first half is like how you break people down to become like mindless killing machines, and then the second half it skips what a lot of like war movies do, which is actually show you like major battle scenes, and it skips to like, well, this is kind of like your mental capacity and what battles and wars have done to you, just the way they kind of are after going through that. And we still do get some combat stuff, but it's just not like the major war set pieces that I think a lot of people are expecting after all the basic training stuff. But on rewatches through the years, it's just like, no, this is good. Like, this is very good stuff here.
Mike, are you a fan of Paths of Glory?
I am, and I have that release too.
Yeah, Paths of Glory is so good.
Both those films, Paths of Glory and Fullmetal Jacket, are, I mean, taking the war aspect of it aside, what Kubrick does so well is takes a bigger situation and boils it down to just really compelling, interesting characters, where by the end you're more invested in them than the war setting itself. Obviously, they're two different settings, two different kinds of films, but in terms of Kubrick, I think that's what he really excels at and makes those films shine above just being quality war films.
Yeah, and not to re-bring up a sore spot, but Eyes Wide Shut, I really, really like too. I think that's one of those movies where like you watch it the first time and everything surface level about it is good, but then like on repeat watches and you start going on the rabbit hole explanation videos on it, and there's just so much going in, and then like the whole mystique about him passing away like 9 days after I think it released, or
Yeah.
was it after it released? And then supposedly he got in this big fight with the studios about what they wanted to cut, and he wasn't happy with the end results because of it. And yeah, I feel like that's one of those things where we're never gonna 100% know, like for sure, what was cut and what happened. Maybe if there's footage out there and it gets recovered, please happen when I'm still alive, because I'll always be forever curious if there's actual like filmed additional stuff, and like if they could ever put it on a release.
Yeah.
I'll never not be curious about that.
Hell yeah.
It's funny how, yeah, I recommend anybody listening, you can probably find a clip on YouTube of Roger Avery, you know, on Joe Rogan's show talking about the additional stuff with Eyes Wide Shut, about how there was apparently supposed to be narration with the film that Kubrick wanted. And I'm not going to summarize the thing, but he has a really good perspective on it. And the thing I always take away from that is that even if the film is maybe not exactly what Kubrick wanted, you can speculate that to death. The fact that the version we got is still, in my opinion, flat out masterpiece, one of the best films, in my opinion, of all time. It's kind of amazing. The fact that it may not have even been what he exactly wanted, and we still get this as the end result. I mean, it goes without saying there will never be another Kubrick for this reason.
Yeah, and I feel like, I mean, it's probably going to depend on all our ages here, because I remember when it released, it almost suffered from like the Basic Instinct effect, where like there was some, I guess by Hollywood standards, like some, you know, a graphic scene in it with like sexual stuff and nudity that like it got kind of tarred and feathered by a lot of critics for that. But then like as the years have gone by and it's been revisited, it's like people are realizing like, no, this is like an excellent movie. And a lot of like the hesitation back then has pretty much faded. And I think it's getting the justified reaction more in like the last 10 years.
Completely. I think there's definitely been a shift of reactions, positive reactions to that film. Because even, you know, I've talked to people before who are kind of like maybe so-so or middle of the road on it, but I think it's a film, maybe even more so than his other films, which is kind of crazy to say, but of his filmography, I think it's the one that more and more, there's more to draw from, and there's I think it gets better and better each year. I mean, to me, that is like top 40.
This film is aged like wine. But
it is so good. I mean, I can't say enough. We can have a whole show about the film, but I'm not gonna, you know, it's so good.
When I think about who I think are the best directors of all time, I truly believe there is Kubrick tier, and then everybody else starts. I do not think there's been another person to ever live that has been on the same level as Kubrick as making movies. Like he is tier 0.
Dave DeFalco. I mean, have you seen Heavy Metal Massacre?
He's a different type of tier 0.
There's a Dave DeFalco tier. That's else.
You know how you start the scale has to stop at start opposite ends of this.
I'm just kidding, Dave DeFalco. Please don't talk about me on your live stream. Anyways.
Yeah, so that was my bad about turning my 8-pick Barry Lyndon into a mini Eyes Wide Shut chat, I guess.
Yeah, so what's your number 7 Stanley Kubrick movie?
My number 7 Stanley Kubrick film is another 90s film, and like Dirty Work, another film from 1998. This is one of my favorite films that until 2 months ago I didn't even know was getting a Blu-ray release, let alone was coming out very soon. So I wanted to order this. Unfortunately, did not rewatch this. What's going on, Mason?
Oh, I just think I was watching the new Tim Dillon, and he was doing the 1998 year in review.
Oh, was he really? I haven't watched that yet.
Anyway, go on.
Oh my gosh. No, you're good, bro. Oh my gosh.
Go on.
No,
go on,
I gotta watch that. Anyways, one of my favorites. Good lord.
All right.
Watch it bring up some like horrific drama, like the puppy killer.
Well, in comparison to Year in Review 2025, it was quite hilarious. But please continue.
My number 7. I won't say what year it came out, but one of my favorite films in the 90s and one of my favorite discoveries of the last couple of years from director Walter Sales is the film Central Station. This is from Curzon Films.
In Central Station, there are a million stories. Stories of hopes and sorrows, joys and dreams. But today, an act of destiny will bring two strangers together in Central Station. Winner Best Picture at the Berlin Film Festival. The story of an unmarried woman and a little boy in search of the father he has never known. Together, they will share a journey that will bring them together, tear them apart, and forge a remarkable friendship you will never forget.
And I don't know, is it
this ain't the 98 comedy that Mason was thinking of.
No, it's not as funny. It's not as funny as Dirty Work, admittedly. But this is a film that I've seen a couple years ago, just when I was going through my own show that I had on YouTube. And I was highlighting 1998. I was like, okay, I don't really know anything about this film, and I was really kind of blown away by this. Without getting too much into the plot, we have this main girl who works in the Central Station. She writes letters for people who are illiterate. They can't write or read or anything like that. Anyway, she comes across this kid who is an orphan there. He's got no one. And without giving away everything, because I think it's the film to kind of go with the journey, she ends up getting involved with this kid to help him find his dad. So it's an adventure film across this, just across this area. They go by bus, they go by land. And what's interesting about this film is, I guess, how little I've heard talked about it. This is by Walter Sales, who, like I said, he directed The Motorcycle Diaries with, I think it was Gael Garcia Bernal, I think, is in it, or Diego Luna. I always get them mixed up. They look similar. But even at the time of this recording last year, one of his films, I'm Still Here, which is also a good film, was nominated for Best Picture. And I would have thought that with, I'm Still Here being nominated, that this would have got a Criterion, or this would have got some attention. But I really haven't heard a lot of people talk about this film, and I think this is just such a touching film. This is just so beautiful. I mean, these two, the way they warm up to each other, but not in a melodramatic way. All of the character stuff feels incredibly sincere. It feels very honest. And where it goes to in the third act, it doesn't feel, what's what I'm looking for? It doesn't feel, it doesn't feel sentimental. It feels very honest, but in a positive way, where it's not exactly what you would expect to happen, but it's also something that works for the film. I think this is just such an incredibly touching film. This has a DVD in the States, doesn't have a Blu-ray. This is a 4K, which also has a Blu-ray. I don't know if the Blu-ray is actually included or not. I probably should check that before I started rambling on. Okay, it does have a Blu-ray and a 4K as well, so you got both those there. But I really am just such a fan of this film, and it was I don't even know how I came across this kind of release, but I saw that and I was like, man, I really got to own this. One of my favorite films in the 90s, one of my favorite discoveries, like recent memory. I would love to see this get a domestic release to maybe put more eyes on it, but Central Station, I think, is a beautiful film. I think it's an incredibly touching film. And yes, it's cliche to say coming from me, I got emotional at the ending because I apparently get emotional at every film. I listened to 22 Shots, and they're talking about me getting emotional during movies, so I'm like, all right, here's another one for you to dog on me for. Central Station is a beautiful, beautiful film. I can't recommend it enough. I love it. My number 7. Next that.
Who put that out?
That was Curzon, or is it Curzon? I don't know if it's Curzon or Curzon, but they're a UK label.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but that 4K
I always
of course
say Curzon.
Yeah, I think like Alfonso Curzon, or no, that's from the NES. Never mind, forget that. But that's a 4K, so.
Cuarón.
Oh, was it Cuarón? Wait, what's his last name?
Alfonso Cuarón.
Oh, did I add a letter? Yeah, I messed up
you did.
that.
You added an S.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. You know the film Central Station. It's great. So good.
Okay.
Love it. I take it no one's seen it.
No, I know about this movie though.
Okay.
I will say
when I first got on Letterboxd, I was like, "Oh, I gotta watch all the reviews of the Letterboxd Top 250." Like a tryout.
Hey.
And like that was a movie I never got to it, but that's a movie that was always on there.
Oh, cool.
I will say, I guess in context of something else,
it's Brazilian, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because there's like I think this movie is like really significant, like as a Brazilian movie regionally.
Yes,
it's like one of those movies.
Forgot to mention it actually won Best International Film that year at the Academy Awards. I don't know. I forgot to mention it's a big thing about that.
It's like it's like one of those films.
That's a pretty big thing.
It's not that popular like outside of Brazil, but it's like a real beloved movie in Brazil.
I guess the only other time I had heard it mentioned was my girlfriend and I saw a documentary 2 years ago, I think, or maybe a year ago, called "Look Into My Eyes," which is a pretty good documentary as well. I'd recommend that. But there's there's a person in that film, and they go into his apartment. He talks about he has like a bunch of DVDs, and he talks about another film. I don't remember what he talked about, but he talked about he had a DVD of Central Station. He said, "This is one of my favorite films." I nudged my girlfriend. I said, "I'm going to show you that film one day." And it's 2 years later, I still haven't shown it to her. Oh, well. But I do know for a fact that Tony's number 7 is one he's going to show his wife. He's going to tell us all about it right now.
Whoa.
Well, my wife loved this movie.
All right.
And, speaking of movies on IMDb's top 250, so this movie right here, I was really excited about. I've been hearing for decades about how like notorious this movie is. So when Mondo Macabro finally put a pre-order out for Cafe Flesh on 4K.
Hey, Cubbies, have you heard? I just signed Johnny Rico. Mom's just closing the deal now. We're stealing him straight from Cafe Yuba.
Johnny Rico? I've always wanted to see him. Oh my, strangle a girl with love.
Big deal. Angel here is a survivor from Wyoming. First trip to the big city. Right, sweets?
I can't believe I'm really in Cafe Flesh. I've never even seen a sex positive. Can they really do it?
Sure, honey. Why don't you grab a flask and join us?
Here comes Maxie, Lollipop. Hold tight.
I snap off that shit so fucking fast. And like, even when I threw it on for the first time, I had no idea what I was like in for. This is like the weirdest, probably porno movie I've ever seen in my life. But it is so fucking cool. So like the story is about like if you're in a post-nuke situation and the entire population is divided. You have 99% people who are called sex negatives, where if they have sex, they die. So the other 1% sex positives are basically like public servants who are basically forced into active duty to perform sex at like clubs and shit for these people to watch and like get off like basically that way. And honestly, like that's a lot of what the movie is. Like the entire movie takes place in this cafe, and each like sex act is like this full blown like visual arts like presentation. Like it's fucking crazy. Like there's scenes where there's like cavemen babies like dancing in the background while a guy dressed as a rat fucks a woman. Like there's a scene where there's like an oil tycoon guy with a giant pencil on his head fucking his secretary. It's just like really weird scenes like that. But then you also have a subplot about how like the struggles of life as like a person who can't have sex anymore. And there's a lot of like class like conversations and commentary in this too. Like there's people who talk about how they were like on top of the world and everything was like perfect for them, and then after the nuke and they become sex negative, they just become the biggest pieces of shit. They basically are like scum on the earth. And then on the opposite end, you have these losers who are nothing before, but now they're like looked at as gods because now that they can fuck. But yeah, I thought it was a really interesting movie. And it's also the first adult film that I've seen Michelle Bauer in. And hello, she was looking real good in this fucking movie. I can see why people fell in love with her. But yeah, Cafe Flesh. I love this movie. And I'm
But
really
I had a
happy it
question
came
for
out.
you. Because I tried to look it up and I found someone else mention it, but I don't know if it's a widespread problem or not. Did you have any audio sync delays on the release? Like any audio issues where it sounded like it was delayed at times?
No. There's a scene at the end, like at the very end, it goes into like a freeze frame and the audio cuts off. But I think that's actually like supposed to be like what it is. Because they had the
See,
subtitles turned on, and even in parentheses it says audio stops abruptly.
yeah, I know that part. Because I looked it up because early on there was the audio sometimes would be in sync, but then other times it would like early on when they're talking about, oh, John Enrico's coming to the club, he's coming to the club. I noticed the audio was a little bit off, and I was like, all right, well, maybe it was ADR. You know, sometimes you watch an older film, but it was like it was. I was like, let me just double check. So I popped in the Blu-ray as well. Still the problem. I went online and I watched a rep online, and the audio was synced up. So I went online, I googled up Cafe Flesh, audio sync, and I found someone else on the Blu-ray forums who had mentioned that there was audio issues with their release, but then somebody else replied there's not one with mine. So it's weird. I haven't heard like a lot of people talking about it because I had an issue with my release on that.
Okay.
I don't know
never
what it
noticed.
is. Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know why it's not more talked about. So I thought it was just my player. I watched my PlayStation, so I was like, okay, maybe it's the player, but no, 4K and Blu-ray sounded like that, but I guess just me.
Yeah, the fact that it's both formats, that's the thing that's really confusing about all that.
What did you watch the film in the 133 aspect ratio or the 185?
133.
Okay. See, I watched it in 185 to get that nice widescreen presentation.
I didn't want to miss a single bit of information.
Oh yeah. That did you ever get that soundtrack from Fun City?
No.
I wish I got it. They put out the vinyl. The soundtrack is great, but I didn't buy it.
Yeah.
I'm a
Yeah,
dumb-
knowing the soundtrack now, like that soundtrack kicks so much ass.
Yeah. But,
Do you
quality pick.
do you think Paul Verhoeven got Johnny Rico for Starship Troopers from this movie?
I never thought about it until you mentioned that. But that seems like a weird coincidence, especially for Paul Verhoeven. That I'd be surprised if that was unintentional. But that is a good observation. But
Did they ever explain in the movie how they test if you're sex positive or negative?
No, they have like it's weird. It's kind of like an ICE type like enforcement agency. They like bust down the doors and they like sniff them out. So like the sex positives basically like hide in plain sight. And like one of the main subplots of the movie is that Michelle Bauer, it's kind of a secret whether or not she's positive or negative, but she maintains she's negative because she wants to be with her boyfriend. But her urges just keep like reaching in like a boiling point to where it's like she can't like control her urges anymore.
And
But
when you
yeah.
say adult film, it's like a literal adult like triple X film.
Yeah, this is a porno.
Okay.
Straight up.
the Rat Man has sex with the woman.
Yeah, and Pencilhead has sex with a woman too.
They kind of motion the sex.
And Michelle Bauer has sex with a woman too.
Nice.
That's usually how these things go, yeah.
Yeah. Incredibly well shot. Yeah, very happy to see this get a release.
Yeah, the 4K looks amazing.
Oh, it looks phenomenal. No, awesome. I'm really happy to sit on your list, Tony. I knew. We'll move on in a second. Was this your first time watching it, or had you seen it before previously?
It was a first time watch.
Oh, that's great. Wow. That's awesome.
I'm a big fan of that director now. Like, I really love Dr. Caligari, and I really want to check out that Night Dreams movie next.
Night Dreams is my favorite of the three.
Caligari was a weird ass movie. I didn't know it was the same director.
Yeah, there. You know what? Let's get more into it possibly later because I can elaborate on the situation. But until then, Mason, you have an adult film for your number 7. What is it?
In a way, maybe.
It's rated R.
Hey.
17 are allowed.
This is the only Blind Buy that made my list. It was a pretty cool pick, obviously. I fucking, just the way it was described, I had to give it a shot. All right, so it's from Bleeding Skull. It's Suro, Alien Hitchhiker.
Oh, awesome.
We will return for you and the other initiates when the time is right.
When will that be? How long must I wait?
Time is relative. We will never be apart. Now, listen to me. Remember who you are. When you have mastered your cruelty and aggression, the portal will open for you instantly. Do not be afraid when this occurs. We will be waiting for you. Love, unconditional love, will open the door.
Yes. So let's see. From 1996. This was just a really like SOV stoner alien philosophy friendly movie, man, that I really vibed with. It was, for being so low budge, and kind of cheap, I thought it really had some really cool ideas. You definitely have to enjoy the SOV, low budget aesthetic to probably vibe with this one. But of course I do. I meant to rewatch it, for a more in-depth review. But anyway, really loved this one when I put it in last summer. Yeah, Suro, Take a Journey. I'm a big Alien guy, so I had to give it a shot. So yeah.
Man,
Cool
that's
one
great
from
to see it on your
Bleeding
list. I blind ball that too, but I haven't watched it yet. That's awesome to see. Tony, have you seen this film?
No, that's good to hear. That's like one of 2 Bleeding Skull movies I haven't picked up yet.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you'll dig it. Yeah.
Is that AGFA as well, or is that just Bleeding Skull?
Just Bleeding Skull, I believe. That's what it says. Bleeding Skull on the side.
Okay.
So I'm thinking just Bleeding Skull, brother.
That's cool. Yeah, they're good stuff.
Yeah.
Mike, have you seen this film, or are you familiar with this film at all?
No, I haven't, but it sounds interesting.
Cool.
Shot on video.
There's like I laughed when you said adult film because there's like a lot of weird like alien gay sex and
Mason, we're a progressive group, all right? We're not laughing at that stuff, all right? We're laughing at the rat man having sex with the lady.
But yeah.
What year
good,
is that? I'm
Good
sorry,
date
I
night
don't know if you
movie,
said
brother.
that. What year is Suro? I don't know if you said that or not.
96.
90s. Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, no, man, that's really cool to say on your list because, I want to buy more of the AGFA and the Bleeding Skull stuff, but obviously, money, you can only spend so much. But there's some stuff like that where I'm like, man, that sounds really cool. So, man, that's cool to make your list.
And that was partner month, and that was, I was, in the mood to buy. And like I said, the way it was described, I was like, all right, I'm gonna give this one a chance. So and
that's
it worked
awesome.
out.
Man.
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear.
Mhm.
Cool. Well, Tyler's number 7 is also an SOV film from '96, weirdly enough, and he's gonna tell us about it right now.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, it kind of. It's pretty
Ooh.
close. It's actually pretty close to that. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, Kino Lorber getting on the scoreboard, and this is a movie that I've known about for a while, and I was ecstatic. It got its release. It actually just came out in October, and Kino's such an MVP with the frequency of their sales and the willingness to put new titles on it that I already got to pick it up and have it in time for this. And I'm glad I did. And that, of course, is Paul Laney's 1927 horror film, The Cat and the Canary.
Oh, yeah.
I've never heard much about this, but I knew about this film, and I'm surprised I've never heard much about this because this movie is really, really good. This movie's great. There's such a limited amount of silent horror that I'm surprised the movie this good isn't just talked amongst that. Uh, it's your classic, almost like murder mystery Agatha Christie like setup. The head of the West Fortune passes away, so all his greedy relatives gather to his old mansion where they're gonna open the lawyer's gonna open the envelope, and that's the heir of the fortune, and it becomes the fortune all goes to his 22-year-old granddaughter or his niece, something like that. I don't actually remember exactly. It goes to this young 22-year-old woman, and she's like the only one that's not like an old thieving greedy hag. And so it becomes this like trapped in a mansion movie where everybody has a motive to get rid of this person, and one of the things is this person has to be proven that they're sane because there's been like a history of mental illness in the family. So then you have like all this motive to also make this woman seem insane, and it's just the way this movie is made is really well done. It's got its lighting, lights and shadows are done really well. And this is 1927, where now they've been making. You're really like 10 years into making movies now, and so the editing is starting to get pushed a little bit. And this movie does some really creative things to express like terror and screams. With its editing and effects that look really good like on this restoration. This restoration is impeccable, and really big just like thumbs up to Kino, like how dipping in the silent game. I really like. I will keep buying all these silent horror films on 4K if they keep putting them out. They did Cabinet of Dr. Caligari last year. I'm hoping this one sells well, so maybe we can get more stuff. I know they've put out the Golem, they've put out Faust before, so those are movies they could, they definitely could start with that. Seems that would be good, or even new. I don't think they had this one before, so this was just a new acquisition. But at least I'm happy, so like they're the only ones like putting out movies like this. That might be kind of risky, but this was real good. This was really good. I like this a lot. It looks like I'm looking at the back right now. There's a short film also on it as well. But yeah, I really enjoyed this one. I think most people would really enjoy this one. So just like it's a real classic, like Agatha Christie type horror movie. It's got really even some good jump scares, some effects that look well, some really good visuals. This lead, Laura LaPlante, is really good. She has really good facial acting, which is obviously more in silent films. It's very short too. It's like it plays a 5-minute overture you can just skip, and it's like 79 minutes.
Perfect.
Yeah, I recommend.
Hell yeah.
That's great to see Kino is still doing a lot of silent stuff because they were so known for that, and there was kind of some worry that they were not putting out as much stuff. And I haven't seen this film, but that's great. It got released because that's a 4K, right?
Yep.
That's awesome. That's that runtime too, 79 minutes. That's I think people kind of maybe have this perception of silent films of being like slow or boring. So I think it's kind of like you want to show them something a bit more.
Oh yeah, and one thing I didn't mention
quicker.
about this that I meant to is this movie also. It's not a horror comedy or anything, but it definitely has like that touch of humor you do see in a lot of horror films. And it's like almost like a Buster Keaton-esque humor, which for me is like my favorite of the era compared to like a Chaplin or a Lloyd.
Have you talked to Jimmy about that film? I'd be curious if he had seen it.
I think he had it marked as he's seen it, but I haven't talked to him about it.
He's very, very knowledgeable about the silent stuff because he just knows all about it. He's very, very knowledgeable about that. But no, I didn't even know that got a release. I mean, I think I heard about the film, but I wasn't very familiar with it. But
I was really excited when I got the release, and then it literally came out. It came out in October, late enough where it wasn't on the sale you could have bought it for in October.
Mm-hmm.
So I was a little bummed out at that, but this December sale was on there. I was hyped, and like that order came in like 4 days.
Oh, was it on this newest sale?
Yeah.
Like 7? Oh, yep. Cool. Okay.
Which was like literally like a month after its release.
Wow. Okay. If I had known about that, I would have picked it up. But either way, it's my radar now. So awesome, man. I mean, really, any of the silent stuff that Kino puts out, I'll happily pick up because I really, I think to a certain extent, sales, do matter with gauging interest in that, and I think even a lot of film fans maybe don't tap into the silent stuff as much because for whatever reason they consider it boring or slow or anything like that. But um, no, there's a lot of really exceptional stuff there. This sounds like one of them. But awesome, it's on my radar now. I didn't even know this was a release. Awesome, Mike. You also have a silent film for your number 7. Let's talk about it.
Oh, I was just gonna do my pick in silence to honor the silent tradition.
I'm sure the people listening on audio will appreciate that.
Yes, they will.
Just take our word for it. It's a good film he picked, all right?
Who the hell is that guy? Yeah. So my next pick is from a horror director that I've always had a big appreciation for. Um, he started kind of in the grindhousey exploitation genre, shifted to horror, and he's also one that I think he didn't get a lot of credit necessarily for his subtext and social commentary in his horror movies until like maybe the back half of his filmography. Uh, Especially like a couple movies I'll mention after this, but I think one of the movies that kind of put him on the map for that, it was big when I was growing up, early 90s. We still kind of were in the world where you, everyone didn't have 1,000 choices of what to watch. So I just remember distinctly as a kid, like when this hit video out of the theater, like it seemed like again, it's probably just due to my specific age, but it seemed like this was one that a lot of people got at like sleepovers or with your group of friends hanging out. And that would be Wes Craven's People Under the Stairs.
Thanks. He doesn't talk much, does he? His tongue's cut out. Well, Mommy caught him trying to call for help one day, and Daddy had to teach him speak no evil, right? Your father's one sick mother, you know that? Actually, your mother's one sick mother, too. Shh. You're speaking evil. They'd kill you if they heard a word you just said. Roach. Roach is my friend. Roach? I'm Poindexter. Everybody calls me Fool. You sure got the names, huh?
I've always liked this one. It's kind of in that middle. It's kind of in that middle
Green Factory, right?
Portion.
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
know they put it back out.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of in that middle portion of his career, or kind of coming out of the middle portion, because I think with New Nightmare and Scream, he really got like the credit for subtext in films. But then, like if you start going backwards in his filmography, it was always there. And I think on revisits, there started to be more write up like in his early movies. But man, the performances of People on the Stairs, a lot like Ving Rhames, I didn't know much about him at the time before this movie. I think I was like 10 or 11 when People on the Stairs came out. But just the whole weird creepiness of people in the walls, and then when you get the reveal of what's actually going on and why there's all these people down in the basement, the whole thing with the landlords and like the themes of gentrification, which obviously at 11 years old, I was too young to understand any of these concepts. But when you go back and kind of revisit it older and just more lived experience in the world, I guess, then you see it glaring. It's there. And but I think that's what kind of makes like the best horror movies is when the subtext is there, but it's not necessary to enjoy the movie. And you can enjoy it on at different levels after rewatches at different ages. And yeah, this is just one I've always liked, and it's fun, it's creepy, it's weird. It has like a bizarre element. There's lots of bizarreness going on in this one, and the performances are really good by that crazy couple. And I remember The Simpsons like
Ed
even
and
parodied.
Nadine from Twin Peaks.
Yeah, yep. I remember I was a big Simpsons watcher at the time, and I think it was one of the Treehouse of Horrors when they parodied the movie, and just when Homer says "Get her, Ma," and like instantly, it's like holy shit, people under the stairs showing up in The Simpsons. But yeah, cool release. One I was waiting on. I knew about it, and luckily this pre-order actually showed up when it was supposed to. So there we go. It can happen, people. It
Wait,
can
so how
happen.
old were you when you got this, Mike?
Oh God.
When
Too
it came
old.
out?
The release or the movie itself?
The movie itself.
What
When
was
you
it?
first
Was it
watched it.
91?
91.
So I didn't see it till VH, like renting it. So I was either 11 or 12.
Oh,
Isn't
damn.
it funny that Fool? That was like his 11th birthday in that movie.
Yeah.
And
right about
Ving
it.
Rhames has that amazing line. He's like, 11's a terrible age. You're too old for tit, too young for ass. That shit's so funny to me. Sweet that you were the same exact age when it came out, though.
And we were all just a bunch of fools at that age, weren't we? Right?
I got a little worried for a second when we were talking about, when we were like, new releases from Wes Craven this year. When we were kids, we'd huddle around the TV and watch it. All get together. I'm like, I thought you were gonna put like the fireworks woman. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? But
This
no,
really
it's-
meant a lot to me as an 11-year-old.
it really taught me about brother-sister relationship stuff. It's just great. That was a 4K as well, right? That was at a 4K or a Blu-ray.
4K.
4K.
Okay, I guess I'm a
Mike already said he doesn't buy Blu-rays anymore.
Collector's
fair.
edition.
My bad. I'm out of touch. But yeah, no, man, they've been talking about remaking that film for years. I remember back in high school
Yeah.
hearing about like, oh, we're gonna remake People Under Stairs, People Under Stairs. You think they would have done it by now if they did Hills Have Eyes, Number on Elm Street,
Yeah,
sequels.
I can't remember if Jordan Peele's attached or he just said he'd be interested, like as a kind of a. 'Cause
Yeah.
they do all these interviews where like they just say like random things and then the internet will be like, oh my god, he said he's gonna remake it. So I don't know what it was with him.
They can remake it whenever they want because landlords exist still and it'll always be relevant.
Yeah. And I feel like that could if that's a film where I think if it was remade, it'd be really. One of the things I really like that you said is that the messages and stuff are there, but it's also a really good film first, which is something that I think a lot of contemporary filmmakers kind of forget about, where they're so concerned with the message of the film they kind of forget about the film. So it's like I think a remake could be really good, but I'd also be very cautious about somebody being too overt with the gentrification, like the landlord stuff. Forgetting to make a good film first.
Yeah, because at the end of the movie, when they kind of show up to like go save Fool, like I believe it's his older sister, she does kind of give a monologue at the front door, but for kids, all we thought as kids was like, oh yeah, she's ranting at the bad landlords, so it makes sense. And then like when you're older listening to it and she actually uses terms that you understand what they actually mean, you're like, oh okay, so she's making a bolder statement about specific landlord renter agreement type things. You just, as a kid, you don't understand it and you don't really care. It's just, oh, these are the evil landlord people.
Yeah, then like I said before, that's something that I think a lot of contemporary filmmakers can really take notes from. It's sort of like make sure your script is good and then work that all in after the fact.
Yeah, because if you're a competent adult, you're gonna pick up on it anyway.
Right.
So it's like who is the aggressive like on the surface dialogue for? Because kids still won't understand it, and adults don't need to be spoon fed it. So,
Oh yeah, no, and that's something that you think you watch like an old movie from like the 40s or the 50s, like a low budget thing where it's like let's say this is a movie about driving drunk or smoking dope, and it's like you have the character in the film being like, now Johnny, I hope you've learned a lesson in this whole ridiculous thing, and you're like, oh, that's so dumb, they don't do it anymore. And then you see films now where they have the character like explaining to the audience like I don't want to call it this film, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I watched something like Barbie where everybody loves it, but then it's like you have to literally have a character tell the audience the message of the movie. Like, by the way, guys, here's the message of the movie, and it's like, no, I'm an adult. I got it. And that's why I think Wes Craven is just so. I said in the Hills Have Eyes episode of 22 Shots, I think his finger was such on the pulse of every decade he was working in, from Last House on the Left to Nightmare on Elm Street to Scream. He was so
to My Soul to Take.
Especially My Soul to Take. He was so in touch with contemporary messages and stuff, and Cursed, stuff like that. No, I'm just kidding. No, but yeah, quality pick. That's a really, really quality film.
I meant to interject earlier, blow stuff in my face. When people try to say that they didn't make Barbie to sell toys, go look at what the best-selling toy of Christmas that year was. When do you think the last time Barbie was the best-selling toy at Christmas? A long fucking time ago.
For real. Yep.
Plus, Poor Things was better.
Dude, like literally, they had there was Poor Things and there was another movie, and they literally just had two other movies about the same thing, but they didn't that were better and didn't have to stop and explain it to the audience. Oh, and they were both directed by men. I forgot what the other one was, but there's another movie around the same time that came out. But Poor Things is one of
them. Sorry, I decided to step out at the wrong time, and I almost just fell out of my chair, and hopefully no one saw that.
You're just in time, brother.
Awesome. I'm going to talk about my next pick, which is also Barbie. No, I'm just kidding. And I'm not dogging on Barbie, just heads up. That's my go-to example of just like dumbing it down for the audience so everybody can understand the message of the movie.
Thank you.
I know there's a lot of Barbie fans in here. I want to, say guys. Anyways, number six, a film I thought was going to come out a couple years ago when Grindhouse Releasing announced a different film. I was like, oh, this film is definitely going to be part of that set. It was not. So I was like, all right, whatever. And it actually kind of worked out in the long run because you get its own solo release on 4K. The only horror movie on my list, actually, let me double check.
Fake horror fan.
I am definitely a fake horror fan. And that's okay. But a film I was waiting for a while, and boy, just a really, really exceptional 60s horror film from Arrow Video, 1967, I think. Can't find the year. It doesn't matter. 66. Anyways, going to talk about Incubus.
Now, audiences can once again thrill to the horror of satanic ritual, tingle with excitement at the Succubi Sisters, and look on with bewilderment as William Shatner speaks in tongues. Lost in a film vault in France for nearly 35 years, it was rediscovered by producer Anthony Taylor. Incubus, a masterpiece of expressionistic horror, does not disappoint. Weird and wonderful, the effect is maximum terror. Incubus, lost for 35 years and newly remastered.
Man, I love this film. This is one that I've known about for, 15 years. I mean, since maybe elementary school. I've always known about this film. I hadn't actually seen it until a couple years ago. It was 3 a.m. It was on YouTube. I'm like, all right, I'm going to watch Incubus. I've always wanted to see it, and it didn't disappoint. I thought it was such a well done, such a creepy folk horror film that I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, man, this is exceptional. Why is this not more known? Why is this not talked about? And I should also say the other film that I thought was going to be released with it, and it's too far over, I'm not going to grab it. When Grindhouse Releasing put out Impulse, which is another William Shatner film, I thought they're like, oh, there's going to be bonus films on there. I thought this was going to be one of them, but it wasn't. But anyways, Arrow Video puts out this great 4K of Incubus. We have William Shatner pre-Star Trek, I think right before Star Trek. It's a folk horror film. He gets involved with this. I'm not going to try to explain the plot. This woman whose sister is a succubus, and she conjures this incubus to go after them. I'm sure there's someone smarter than me can explain all the folk horror stuff, all the weird stuff. To me, this is just a really solid, at times, kind of like avant-garde film. I think people see William Shatner in it. They kind of have an idea of the kind of film that it is, and it's really not. It's very moody, very atmospheric. It's like black and white, these wonderful sequences, like a church covered in fog, and all the actors are speaking the Esperanto, which it's kind of hard to talk about the film without talking about the production of the film, because it's kind of so notorious that everybody was speaking Esperanto because they thought that this language, it was popular enough they could sell it to this market. But the problem was that there weren't enough people that spoke it in one designated area to make it a viable option. And apparently, according to people who actually speak Esperanto, apparently it's all broken the way they're saying in the film. Apparently it's not exactly how it's spoken.
Trick people and being like, hey, dude, we could speak in Esperanto and really sell this globally.
I have no idea, because you're also selling a horror film, which is sort of like, okay, if you try to get to a new market, you figure you want to make it more accessible. I don't know. But I think it kind of adds to the eeriness of the film, where everyone's speaking in this strange sounding kind of language that maybe in English it would come off as hokey. Anyways, the production as well. I mean, this is one of these cursed films where, the main actor, ended up murdering one of the actresses. One of the actresses ended up killing herself. The director, he got in a tragic accident. There's a whole big thing that you can look up online. I'm not going to go into right now. But I think the film itself, it's short. It's 74 minutes. It's got this really creepy feeling with it. There's a whole sequence where one of the main women are fighting with this goat, and they're doing these avant-garde, almost like Bergman, close-up of this goat with this weird photography where it's really really lit, where it's overly lit. I can't even explain it. To me, it's the perfect film to watch in the dark, because it's got such an uneasy feeling. It reminds me of Dementia, the film Dementia from I can't remember the year, whatever. But it's more avant-garde than anything, and I'm just really happy that this not only got a release, but it got a nice 4K from Arrow. I would have been happy with just regular Blu-ray, but this got a whole big thing of it, and I think this is such an exceptional film. I don't know if people are turned off by the William Shatner part of it. They think it's gonna be hokey. I thought it was effective and creepy, the perfect film to watch late at night, and man, I was just so happy to get a release list. Just one of my favorite horror films. I love this film. My favorite thing Arrow's put out in a while. So Incubus at my number 6. I love it. Love this release. Have any of you guys seen or heard of Incubus, or are familiar with it, or anything of the sort?
Never heard of it.
I bought that
I've heard of
4K,
it.
but I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I've seen it once a long time ago, and the 4K is on my list to purchase. I think I did almost pull the trigger on it, and I just had other stuff ahead of it. I probably will end up grabbing it eventually.
Well, I don't want to overhype it, because it's one of these things where I find it creepy, I find it unnerving, but somebody could say this is dull, this is hokey. Listen, you're gonna be into it or not. Give it a chance. Like Tyler's saying, there's an Arrow sale coming up at the time of this recording. What do you got to lose? Check it out. It's good stuff. I'm a big fan of it.
You're right.
Check it out.
$20.
Go for it. Why not? Anyways, Tony, you're number 6. I know you got on sale because you like to save money, so tell us all about it.
Yeah, I probably did get this on sale, if I'm being honest. I can't remember.
Nice.
But yeah, my number was it 6?
Yes, sir.
Yes, this comes from Australia, actually.
Oh,
That's my number 2.
The fine folks at Via Vision. This is from 2009. It is actually a miniseries. And it is a slasher miniseries. It is probably my favorite of all time. I used to watch this constantly, and I've always wanted this to come out on Blu-ray, and it has finally. It is none other than Harper's Island.
Whoa.
It's happened here before, and it's happening again. Getting picked off one by one.
There's another body, Dad.
Hanging in a tree. Sound familiar?
Why now?
Look, I need your help.
You ever wonder how one short walk can change everything? Annie, what are you doing?
I think we could use a prayer.
I'm not going to get to be a flower girl, Abby.
Who told you that?
The spirits told me.
Who's doing this to us?
I don't know.
It has to be Wakefield.
A copycat or something you need to see.
Oh my God! What is it?
I got no idea what this is. That's cool.
It is a slasher show that came out on CBS back in 2009.
Okay.
It is a 1-season long, just, story arc. It's about these people at a wedding on this island basically off the coast of like Washington or something. It's like northeast or northwest. And there's a storm or whatever, and they're trapped on this island, and there's also a killer on this island picking them off one by one. And it's probably like 13 episodes long, but the body count on this show is actually surprisingly huge and actually pretty fucking gory. There's like red herrings left and right. It was just, I remember when it first came out, it was just so much fun to watch and like discuss online, like all the theories and shit. And yeah, just it brings back so many good memories, and I'm so happy that this is finally out on Blu-ray.
What year is
And
this?
this is 2009.
Oh, okay.
I think this was made by the same people who ended up like moving on to do like the slasher show that ended up being on like Shudder and Netflix and
Yeah,
whatnot.
they totally tried to recreate it, but Harper's Island stands on its own as far as quality. It was amazing. That first kill, or at least the first kill at the end of the first, because there might have been like a cold open kill, but from memory, that first kill at the end of the first episode to really kind of set up like what you're going to be in for was
Yeah, it was
great.
dude getting cut in half, right?
On that little like wood bridge where like the
Yeah.
bottom half of his body was missing, and that was a fun time in my kind of horror TV watching history too, because I can't remember the job I was at, but whatever job it was, there was like a group of us that all watched it every week and discussed it. And
Nice.
I remember though, CBS, didn't they fuck it like with like 4 or 5 episodes left and like move nights to like Saturday night, and it totally screwed up the ratings because it was I forgot if it was like preempted because of like the Olympics, or because it was like either on it was on originally like weeknight, maybe like Tuesday nights, and then I want to say it was the Olympics, but it might have been for some other reason that they had to preempt it for like a month or something. And then when it came back, they're like, oh yeah, we're moving it to Saturday nights for like the last 3 4 episodes, and it totally screwed up because like half the people thought they just canceled it because they just didn't advertise it very well.
I do remember it being really screwy, but
Yeah.
it didn't really matter to me because I
It
had
didn't matter to
DVR
me
at the
yeah,
time.
Yeah, but yeah, it was great. I thought I was so surprised because CBS, like you don't think you're gonna get like something that great, and then it's like whoa.
Yeah, and it's only a shame that this bombed too, because yeah, it's probably the one and only time CBS or any like network like channel would actually do something like this.
Mhm.
Wow.
That's
And it
just
does
a
have
series, but is it just one season?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
one season. It's a beginning and end, just like it's just a miniseries arc. Like this is all that ever existed of it and all that ever will.
Was there an
And I think-
intention to do more or no?
I don't
No.
think so.
Okay.
It
I mean,
ends.
I mean, if the ratings would have like been crazy good, you could never say never with networks, you know. But
Yeah.
It probably just would have made like a new season with a different story.
oh
most
yeah, they would
likely.
have had to. And I think the gimmick even was like every week you were guaranteed a death. Like I think it was like somewhere in like the advertisement for it, like there will be a death every, at least one.
At
every
least
episode.
one. There'd be
Yeah.
times where we
least
get
one.
like 4 or 5 deaths in an episode. And yeah,
Yeah.
like it's like
And that
an
was
entire
cool.
island full of like townspeople, and yeah, they're just getting fucked up left and right.
Were they hour-long episodes? Or like 50
I
minutes or
believe
something?
so.
They're probably
yeah.
like 45 with
Yeah.
commercials type deal.
And how many
Oh.
episodes?
13.
Okay.
Overall, it's 9 hours
Okay.
in 1 minute.
Who put that release out?
Via Vision,
that?
right?
Yeah,
Oh,
Via
Via
Vision
Vision?
in
Okay.
Australia.
Yeah, and I feel like
That's cool,
yeah,
man.
what made it cool is they were very upfront with like, yeah, there's a lot of fodder to be killed in this cast. Like we're not we're not in it for like the long haul. Like oh well, next season you're gonna find out
Yeah.
about this person's back. No, it's like most of these people are here to die. Like and
Hell
it,
yeah.
it was better for it, I think.
And
Yeah.
almost everybody does die, which I love about slashers because I watch too many nowadays where literally nobody fucking dies. I watched a movie yesterday called The Mannequin.
Mm.
One person fucking died. And we're talking like a giant group of people. They're all friends. It's like, who the hell just like made this rule now? Or it's just like
Why do they need that
impossible to
many
kill people?
characters then?
I
Like,
wish
why do
more
they-
people. I wish more people would have died in the Kim Cattrall Mannequin movie.
How many people have to die in a movie for it to be a slasher? Is there like a minimum where you can call it a slasher?
No,
a minimum
because
amount of
April
I guess
Fool's
at
Day is
least
a
one,
slasher.
but
Yeah, I guess
April
that's true.
Fool's Day is a slasher. Nobody.
oh,
That
that's
is
true.
true.
Yeah, good point, brother.
Yeah. It's always the one to fall back on where it's like,
Right.
well, the body count doesn't matter. It's like,
Yeah.
you're not wrong.
But yeah, watch Harper's Island, especially you, Mason. I think you dig it.
Yeah, that sounds great. Hell yeah.
I never. This is
It's got
cool
a
thing. I never
good
heard
like
of this show.
2000s cast too.
Hopefully that's readily available.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You,
Okay.
you
Mason,
can definitely
import the
get
damn
that Blu-ray on Amazon, like
Okay.
US. I got it for probably like $26.
Oh, my next. Okay, I'm next. And we can continue with some slasherdom. This was one that came out in January of 2025. So, damn, looking back, it's been a whole year already since we got this, which is, a triumph of like fans just fiending for this kind of like bad movie, but for slasher fans, it's a must-have. Yes, it's Iced.
What do you say, Corey? One last race, just you and me.
What do you say you back off already, Jeff?
No, you back off. She's with me.
Hey, when was the last time? We went skiing.
Not since that weekend with Jeff Stinson.
I thought the guy had a few loose screws, but I didn't think he was suicidal, though.
Pardon me for saying this, but you all look prepared for a funeral or worse.
Relax.
More snow.
From the Gasser video via Vinegar Syndrome. The great 1988 slasher Iced. A stupid movie, but thoroughly enjoyable by slasher fans. Worthy of a watch every winter. One that people were begging and begging and begging for. It's got a little drama about
Yeah, I remember people
Vinegar
going
Syndrome.
ape shit about this movie when it got announced.
Yeah. But apparently there are like better elements out there. It could have got a better release, but Vinegar Syndrome might have cheaped out on it or something. I don't know if you're familiar with this drama, but that was some negativity toward it. Like maybe TerrorVision could have given it a better release or something, and Vinegar Syndrome stole the rights and put it out quicker in a cheaper way. But anyway, we got it, and it looks all right. So I'm happy to have it iced, baby.
That should be on the Blu-ray. It's all right.
It looks all right.
I find it funny that when we
It's better than
relative
watching
to
on
what?
I
I'd
find it
like
funny
to
that,
see what this is all right relative to.
yeah, in comparison to like what else is coming out.
Yeah.
When Mason, when you, Tony, and I did our favorite slashers thing, and I remember Tony was talking about Ice so much, and then it got announced. I have yet to hear anyone say they liked the movie besides you two. Everyone on my letterbox.
I remember there was a ton of hype.
Says like
when it
this
came
shit
out.
sucks.
Oh, there's a ton of hype, and then once like everyone got their packages, silence.
Well, I
have the Blu-ray,
totally
I've watched
suspected
it.
that, but
It's
whatever.
so funny. It's like, ooh, big release. I look at my letterbox. It's all like fucking
It
stupid.
probably did get like over exaggerated by people like me or Tony.
I mean, you
People
guys
that
got
aren't
me-
used to like dumb movies, maybe, and they think, oh, it's some epic slasher, and I mean,
It
it's
is
relative.
epic.
I mean, you
Yeah,
got me to buy the
I
Blu-ray.
would
I haven't
definitely
watched it
agree.
yet, so-
Like, as far as slashers go, I mean, it's a must-have. It's a must-see. But if you're not as
It's got
inclined-
for being a SOV video. This movie, I remember this movie had like wild sex scenes.
oh yeah, it was Didn't
Didn't this get reviewed
Yeah.
on Sinbin, or am I missing?
Yeah, that's why I watched it.
Yeah,
It was a
Oh,
featured
okay.
review.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, it came out in January. Holy shit!
Yep.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
I remember listening to the older, I don't know if it was Sinbin or 22 Shots, but Tony and Moods were like, wouldn't it be crazy if like Ice got released next month? And they're like, that won't happen. That won't happen. Then it did get announced. Meanwhile, anytime I predict anything, it's like, oh, this is definitely coming. Nope, completely wrong. I'm like, all right, I guess I'm done.
I don't even try to predict
I need to
stuff
shut
anymore.
the fuck up about Demon Warp then.
No, you should, because you should keep talking about it because then it'll come out. Because we thought Ice was coming out, then here we are.
I wonder when Demon Warp is going to come out.
I think it will never come out. Hence, it'll come out in like January.
Come on, Vestron.
Well, after Mystery Team, then do Demon Warp. That's fine. I don't care. Who's next? Tyler, what do you got?
All right. So I'm glad Mason already broke the seal on the kind of cheating using 2 movies as releases. He broke the seal.
Broke the ice.
Oh, 2 movies for one.
Using 2 movies for one.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do that too. So there's a filmmaker that goes by the name of Nobuhiko Obayashi, who you may have heard of. He's made movies like House that are really cool, and he makes really cool Japanese movies. And his movies don't have good releases, but Cult Epics decided to release 2 of his movies this year, and they gave him exclusive slipcovers. I'm not sure if that's a thing that Cult Epics does, like making new art slips. I haven't really bought from them much over the years, and they also have these little things in the corner that say Obayashi. So I'm hoping that means maybe we're gonna get more of his films for them, because he's a really, really cool Japanese filmmaker. I like everything I've seen from him a lot. And yeah, his movies are super underseen. I have not watched this one yet. I've heard it's like kind of this poppy like time travel movie, what seems pretty fine with the stuff I've seen with him so far. It's just his style. In this one, I did watch, and I like this movie a lot. This was
I don't think you said the titles of the movie, so you might.
Oh, you're right. I didn't. I
The
forgot.
listeners are dying to know.
Yeah.
I forgot that we're.
Let's just get that over with, brother.
It's not like
Because
any
Iced
Steven
and
Reeves
Shredder.
either. So we the 2 films that they release. The one there's from 1981. It's School in the Crosshairs. That's the time travel one, and from 1986 is His Motorbike, Her Island, which is the more popular film of the 2. Yeah, this is the one I watched. This was definitely, it wasn't really like any of his other films, but you could kind of still see his style bleeding through. It does some things with like changing the color, like changing black and white to color in this movie. And it's really kind of just like this quirky Japanese melodrama about motorcycles. I ended up really liking a lot. His movies, they're almost, they like, for a lot of the film, they feel kind of wholesome. And then there's moments where they get sleazy. And that's something I've noticed across like the 5 movies I've seen by him. This movie was also kind of like that. And if they're just like very much Japanese movies. If you've seen a whole lot of like just kitchen sink Japanese stuff, like these are just the kind of movies this guy makes. He's one of the filmmakers like I'm very much looking forward to anything that gets put out by him, because he's got a big catalog of movies that don't have good releases, and these are 2 of some of the more well-known ones. This one, like I said, is one of his more popular movies, period, and I did really like it. Really excited to watch this one. And yeah, looking forward to anything else that comes out. Hopefully, if they put all the work into these and put this little thing in the corner, they're going to put out more from him, or maybe somebody else can put out more from them. I don't know. But yeah, we got School in the Crosshairs and His Motorbike, Her Island from Nobuhiko Obayashi coming out from Cult Epics together.
Yeah. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of kicking myself because School in the Crosshairs just played theatrically near you and I a couple months ago, and I passed on it. The timings didn't work out, but that's what I've been very interested in seeing in a while. Tyler, did you pick up? I haven't seen the film yet. Did you pick up Beijing Watermelon?
Yeah, I own it. I picked that up this. Connie did it. I picked it up this summer during the sale, so yeah, it's another one I got on deck from him.
Have you watched it yet or no?
No, I picked it up on at one of the sales. I think the the halfway to Black Friday sale.
Okay, yeah, I've been curious to watch that. But yeah, his Motorbike Island, that's a cool film, man. I think I didn't even know that it was him originally because I've only seen House. I don't think I've seen any of his other stuff besides
Yeah,
that film.
it's a little less outwardly than his other movies, but he's a very good director. He hits like his style still shines through. He did one that I think a lot of people would really like if they saw. It's called The Discarnates, and it's based on the same novel that All of Us Strangers is based off of. Except this movie's from 1989.
Oh yeah, I remember you mentioned that.
Yeah, this movie's from 1989, and it's more true to the novel. It's more of like a ghost story. And that was a really fucking good movie.
Was All the Strangers originally a Japanese novel, or is that?
Yes.
They put a bunch of Brits in it then? What the hell?
Yeah, and they made it gay.
They made it gay? Was he banging a dude in the or a girl in the novel?
Like, I'm sure, yeah. He was banging a girl in the novel.
I have seen All the Strangers, so I didn't know it was based off of
So I assume it's the same thing. But yeah, like the character that the girl would play that lives in the apartment, I assume it's the same thing as in All the Strangers. It's a girl in the book, and they just decided to make it a guy.
They made him British and they made him gay. Thanks a lot, Britain.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. You guys are right. The British and the gays. You guys are fine in my book. I don't care. Anyways, yeah, no, good stuff though. Honestly, the more you've talked about Obayashi's films, the more on Sinbin and 22 Shots in general, the more I've been intrigued. I'm ashamed to say I only own House and Beijing Watermelon. I've only seen House and his Motorbiker Island, but definitely am piquing my interest. Especially if you're saying he has a lot of films that aren't available, then I feel like that's going to be a hell of a task trying to go through his filmography. But Mike, I know you are also a fan of Mr. Obayashi, and believe it or not, you actually happen to have one of his films as your next pick.
I have a film that he recommended to me when I was a kid, actually.
Nice.
Unfortunately, it's not one of his own, but he recommended to me this Hong Kong cinema classic action movie. Now, if you were a kid or kind of growing up anywhere from like the mid 80s to early 90s, John Woo was like the major player, and maybe we might hit that director higher on my list. But for now, there was that second tier right under John Woo that made some kick-ass films too. And my number 6 pick is actually going to be from one of those guys, Ringo Lam. And people that haven't even seen this movie might be familiar with it in name because it's, the film that Tarantino basically cribbed for Reservoir Dogs to varying degrees. Some say inspired, some say homage, some say ripped off and stolen. Wherever you fall on it, there's a similar setup of a story. But when you watch them together, I mean, there's enough differences. Like, I'll save that debate for another time. And just to say that I really like this movie too. We get more of the actual jewel robbery happening. There's very stark distinctions between both films. But this City Fire.
劉翔，我哋喺酒廊拉到佢，佢仲中意傷人添。我今晚唔想見到你。冇問題。快啲入嚟，盡快啲料翻嚟。我諗我班友就快喐手嘅。啲時間咁好就係班歹徒嘅目標。追班多裏邊。我哋要捉賊就一定要人贓並獲，先至可以將賊人繩之於法。見到服輸出嚟攞條命搏，預咗㗎啦。走走啊！你話俾我聽，你唔係賊人啊！
Out of the newly released Hong Kong action classics set. Like I said, there's probably more to come on this line later in my list, but yeah, I kept it separate from the John Woo stuff just because I think this is a little bit of a different tier. But Chow Yun-fat, obviously famous in the era, he just put together a long list of movies that I hold near and dear. And at this stage of kind of like my film fan development, this is kind of where like your collaboration with your friends, because like I was like the horror kid. My best friend's older brother grabbed a lot of like the imports at the time, like these VHS imports of movies I had never heard of. And most of my action movie acumen was your well-known American action films. At this age, this is pre-internet era, it wasn't always easy to find like foreign films that you may have heard of. You were lucky if you had like the non-chain VHS store in your town where they would have like other stuff. But other than that, like it was all lore for a while. Like, oh, I've heard of this, but how am I supposed to watch it? And my best friend and his brother were sources for like these Hong Kong action films. So I will praise City on Fire. I'm assuming some of you have at least seen City on Fire, correct?
I haven't seen it, but I do have that same release. I picked that up at Wasteland.
Likewise.
Yeah, definitely give it a watch, and I mean you'll see why those comparisons are made.
It's funny. I never heard that before, and so my brother, who doesn't even like, isn't really even a movie guy, said that to me like last week. And
There was actually someone on YouTube. I assume it's still up. I haven't seen it in a long time, but they did this cut of both films. Um, they like cut both films together to where you get the robbery stuff from City on Fire with all like the dialogue heavy scenes from Reservoir Dogs, and it's like this epic long cut of both movies together. It's pretty cool.
But yeah, he's never seen City on Fire either, and he wasn't even sure that was the name of it. But I like got I was like City on Fire, like I know that movie, like I have that movie. Uh, but yeah, I never heard that before. It's so funny that like yeah, I hear it once for the first time, and then like a couple days later, I hear it again. It's so funny how stuff like that works out.
I like heard about that shit for years and years and years, and I finally saw City on Fire, the 4K restoration at the theater this year, and I was so let down. Like not let down by the movie. I thought the movie is like incredible, but just like I thought it was gonna be like straight Reservoir Dogs, and it fucking is not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're like when you watch it, you're definitely gonna be like, no, this is its own separate movie. It's more just kind of like the idea of an undercover cop embedded in this ring of like jewel, or I guess like thieves just period, and you get that basic premise, but like they're not the same at all. Like some people would like complain about, I guess.
Right,
You
like the
think
comparison makes me laugh. Like it's clearly an inspiration, like a big time inspiration, but like to basically just say he ripped it off is like almost like hilarious to me.
do you think a film like this it's beneficial to know the Reservoir Dogs possible connection before watching it, or do you think that just watching it on its own will be better off? Like, do you think that somebody would make that connection without knowing that Tarantino was inspired by it?
I could see
I
a
think
lot of
it's
people not making the connection at all, honestly.
yeah, it kind of depends because like I don't think Tarantino is even shy that like some of like the Hong Kong action movie, like the look, how people are dressed,
No,
it's kind of
he's
swagger.
talked about it before.
Yeah, I
Movie.
mean, there's elements, but like I
There's like a
think
list on Letterboxd of his like 199 favorite movies. There's just like collection of movies he's talked about, and, like said like is like a favorite of his over the
yeah,
years.
and I think the original like when that criticism first kind of came up when I was like a teenager, a lot of it was just like your typical thing where this new guy Tarantino's blowing up. He's not over with everybody yet, and here comes that natural backlash to where like, oh, we're gonna pick apart this like new
I
kid.
think people like to just be like feel like they're the smartest person too. What's like, well, that's this movie that came first. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, because when I finally
Yeah,
saw that,
yeah, the Jewel Heist. Yeah, they have. Yeah, City on Fire has a fucking has a license on Jewel Heist movies now.
yeah, I feel
Could
like
argue that.
I feel like City on Fire, like when you watch it for the first time, it's almost kind of like a more traditional movie about like the actual heist itself, where Reservoir Dogs is more about the cast of characters and how they're all kind of like
You could like, but this
interesting.
is like, it's like so dumb to like even like make like giant comparisons like that, because if you go back and watch like even movies from like J.P. Melville in the '60s, you'll see like a lot of John Woo inspired violence, and you'll see a lot of this like paranoia, distrust between criminals like after a job goes down thing in his movies too, that you see in movies like Reservoir Dogs. It's not like everyone like this shit got invented in 1992.
We're forgetting something very important, which both you guys have not brought up, which is very important to the conversation. The Reservoir Dogs game for the Xbox. How does that fit into this? Because that actually shows the jewel heist. Was the Xbox game inspired by City on Fire? Who
No, the
knows?
PlayStation 2 version was.
I didn't even know it was on PlayStation 2.
J.P. Melville made like 3 Jewel Heist movies. Which one of those did it rip off?
But how many Xbox games did he have?
He probably ripped off the Jewel Dashing movies from the 40s and 50s. He made some Jewel Heist movies too.
City on Fire, though. I have not seen the film, but I hear it's very good.
That was good. Yeah.
Yeah, check
Yeah, I'm really looking
That's all
forward
I
to
got.
watching. I'm looking forward to watching that movie a lot. That was a good movie to like fire off amongst the other releases to start the line. It sets a really high bar for this line though. Like, what else you got, dude?
Yeah, they kind of put
Yeah.
out everything, all the heavy hitters, like
Yeah,
right up
it's like,
front.
and now like
It's what do you got now?
Well, like A Better Tomorrow, like that like whole series is well, that's announced, and so is Bullet to the Head, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like dude, what the fuck else do you have? Throw me your wad.
I mean,
Once a Thief is also coming out, I think in January. So another
Yep,
good
I
one.
saw that one too.
you know, we say that, but then again, there's been how many Shaw Brothers films released in the past couple of years where like
Yeah,
there's
but like
more?
that's like
So like I feel like this
that's
is-
like they have an endless. I get that though. They just have like an endless like catalog. You can just like put your like scooper in there and be like, "Here's the movie for the."
I
next
would have thought they'd
set.
been
Form
done
in the
well
box.
long ago.
It is impressive though that like there were like on volume like between them and fucking Arrow were like on volume like 15 of
That is insane.
like, of like 12 movie Shaw sets, or like more than that, like 20 movie Shaw sets.
And not even counting individual releases like
Yeah, not even
One-Armed
counting the good
Swordsman.
ones they can sell individually.
Yeah, but even though they put the Boxer's Omen in the set, which I don't understand that, but whatever, doesn't matter.
Yeah, they could have definitely sold that one individually.
Yeah, I don't get that at all. Like, just like I'm
Yeah.
not
Shit,
even the biggest
like-
fan of that film, but I'm just saying, like, you know,
As long as rights isn't an issue.
Same
Shaw
thing.
sets
Same
are
thing
gonna
with 15
last
Chamber.
forever.
With 15 Chamber Shaolin, they could have definitely fucking sold that one separately.
I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
But they're finding them somewhere, so God bless them.
Land of the White Lotus could definitely be sold.
Yeah,
as its own
definitely.
too.
I agree with that. Okay, well, let's see. My number 5 is also a martial arts film from one of my favorite Japanese filmmakers, Vittorio De Sica. This is my favorite Criterion release of the year. This is one of my favorite films from one of my favorite filmmakers, Shoe Shine.
Come ti chiami tu?
Perché t'hanno arrestato?
Non so niente.
Ma noi ti fa musca.
Perché farmi massacrare di botte in una cella buia, scura, in mezzo ai topi?
Andiamo, basta!
Puoi parlare?
I nostri figli sono sempre tristi. Ragazzi, tornate indietro!
Chiudi l'incendio, poi vediamo.
Pure ammazzato. Ma noi non potevo dire quello che non sapevo.
Man, I was really happy to hear this get a release. I last year I went through Vittorio De Sica's filmography of the films that were available. He has one or two films that are completely lost, a couple that aren't completely available. But anyways, Shoe Shine was a highlight. I knew Criterion were putting this out. I didn't know when. It was one that got kind of soft announced and then officially got an announcement. And boy, oh boy, this is one of De Sica's best films. De Sica, best known for Bicycle Thieves, Umberto D, both films of which have Criterion releases. And this is a new 4K And Shoeshine is one of his best. I think De Sica is one of just, I don't want to say he's my favorite Italian filmmaker. I think I still kind of leave that to Michelangelo Antonioni. I think his films mean a lot to me, but De Sica's pretty close. He's pretty not very far behind. I think just the way that De Sica directs, especially a lot of kids, like, you know, a lot of his films deal with, well, some of his films deal with the plight of like kids kind of in duress. Like one of my favorite films of his is The Children Are Watching Us, which has a Criterion DVD, doesn't have a Blu-ray. Two Women, starring Sophia Loren. You know, involves kind of the plight with a mother and her daughter. And in Shoeshine, we have these kids who end up, you know, getting involved in this prison system. You know, they're kind of like two-bit sort of, you know, kids, and sort of the way that being inside the prison affects their lives. And I mean, the character stuff aside, just the way he directs us, the way you have the shadows on the bars, the way that he frames some of the prison sequences, you have like just giant open spaces, and then you have like just a wall of cells. Man, his films have so much emotion and so much heart in them without having to be melodramatic or having to get big with them. His films are very quiet and are very, at times, ambiguous, where at the end of the film, whether it is a happy or a sad ending, there's a real kind of ambiguous feeling of these characters moving on, where it's like, I don't really know what's going to happen to these guys. This may not have even had much of an effect on them. Shoeshine was one that I had seen, like I said, a little while ago, and I've rewatched on this 4K, and the 4K looks great. De Sica's films, they're like wine. They get better with age, they get better with time. I really hope to see The Children Are Watching Us on Blu-ray at some point. One of his films, The Roof, I think is really great, really underrated. He's just one of these filmmakers where the more I've gone through his films, it's one of these where I'm like, man, I've liked or loved just about all of his films. And Shoeshine is no exception. This got, I think it's the new 4K that showed at Cannes in 20. What are you doing? 22. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Either way, I love De Sica. I love Shoeshine. I think this is a brilliant film, and I don't know. Hopefully, we'll get more of his stuff on Blu-ray and 4K. And yeah, brilliant film. Love it. Next Shoeshine at my number 5. Another martial arts film. Mason is texting someone right now, discussing.
No, I wasn't.
Can't believe Dan picked Shoeshine as his number.
Yeah, he's like, I think that's one of his worst films, actually. That's okay, Mason. I forgive you.
I was taking a picture of my dog, all right? She looks really
Send
cute.
it to the group chat
You're
right now.
taking a picture of your dong?
My dog.
Well, either way, send your dong or your dog to the group chat.
Either way, he was
over there, brother.
Either way, he was on Grindr.
Mason, we're a progressive chat.
I know.
You like whatever you like.
I feel you.
Unless it's weird. We don't like that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Weirdo.
Listen, we talked about Cafe Flesh. Can't get much more than that.
I was just thinking that. I'm like,
Listen, as long as you don't dress like a rat, we're all set, man. All right?
All right.
Anyways, anybody have anything to add to Shoeshine? If not, we'll move on.
Nah, we don't know that movie, Dan.
That's fine. Who gives a
It
shit?
sounds great.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
What the hell?
No more
From
shine.
like 1940?
Yeah, go eat your fucking shine box. All right, Tony, number 5.
All right, number 5. So
5, baby. 4 hours later. Let's do it.
Right. So
we
for
got
my
this,
number
man. We got
10,
this by the ass.
for my number 10, I talked about that Lamberto Bava 4-film set from Severin.
Yeah.
And now for my number 5, I'm talking about the other 4-film set that Lamberto Bava has from Cauldron Films.
What the hell?
I have the Bravido Giallo set, which is another 4-film TV series that he directed, this time in 1988.
Fellas, don't tell me you believe in vampires and zombies and that kind of...
I'm here to welcome you.
Well, you can take off the carnival mask now. So I don't see what we have to be scared of. Unless
Unless what?
you're scared silly of a dusty old chapel A few splintered coffin.
I don't know. Sounded metallic.
No, this way!
Lo and Bavo. This year.
And this one's higher on my list because I like the movies better, and
Lo
I
and
do
Bavo,
think
I said.
it is a better package.
That's unbovable.
Unbelievable. Hell yeah.
Unbelievable. That's terrible.
That's why I'm here.
Is there any more TV series he directed, or was that it?
What's that?
Are there any more TV series he directed, or was that it?
I think that's it for him at least. But yeah, these movies are definitely more my style. You have Graveyard Disturbance, which is like a goofy like cemetery horror movie. And you have Demons 3, aka The Ogre, which is honestly the stinker of the set. Like that's okay. That one's been available on DVD before, and so was Graveyard Disturbance. Until Death I thought was a really cool like little gothic like movie about a woman and her like new husband trying to cover up like the murder of her last husband, and their little kid is like seeing like ghostly apparitions of him. But then the biggest surprise on this for me was a movie called Dinner with a Vampire.
Yeah.
And these are all 1988.
Oh, cool.
And this movie I thought was really cool because it stars George Hilton as basically like a Dracula type, like vampire. And he's also a filmmaker, and he invites these 4 like up and coming actors slash dancers to his mansion. But little do they know that he brought them here to basically kill him, because being a vampire for so long, he's lived a really boring ass life, and he's like, please just fucking put me out of the misery. But you're not just gonna easily kill me. I'm gonna fight back. So throughout this entire night, these 4 like college students slash like audition or actors and whatnot are trying to kill George Hilton. And this is a comedy, actually. It's like a comedy horror movie. So it's honestly, I thought it was pretty funny. It's just like them like fumbling and stumbling between like different set pieces. Them trying like every like conventional way to kill a vampire with like holy water or garlic, and none of it works. I just thought it was a really good movie. George Hilton kicks ass. He looks great as a vampire. He's in like multiple stages of makeup. It's just a really cool movie. And honestly, the set is sweet. Each movie has reversible art with its original, and then it has a poster on each. It's got fucking CD soundtrack. It's just a deluxe ass package for this thing, and I love it.
And people are sleeping on Calder Films releases. Those are some really good releases they've done.
Oh yeah, they're damn good. Like pretty much everything they put out is worth it.
Is that one and the Houses of Doom sets the only box sets they've done, or is there anything else?
I think that's it. They're basically the same. I probably had that on my list last year. I had to have.
You did. I'm looking at my Houses of Doom set that is still sealed right now. I still haven't gotten into it, but I'm curious about that set. Carlton, I feel like are pretty underappreciated right now, because all the releases that I have of theirs that I've watched, I should say, have been pretty great overall. I really have no complaints with any of their stuff. I didn't pick up their City of the Living Dead 4K, but I know people are really liking that release.
I almost picked it up at Wasteland.
I have the Arrow UK of that, and I really like that release. I really didn't need to upgrade, but I know a lot of people were talking about that.
I have that Cauldron release. I just haven't watched it yet.
Damn it, Mike!
I know.
What?
That's my contribution to the
City of the
topic.
Living Dead.
I still have that Blu-ray too. I had on a 3-pack with New York Ripper and House by the Cemetery, and then I upgraded them all twice because I'm a chump. But anyways, doesn't matter. Mason, why don't you tell us about your number 5?
Number 5. All right, the rest of the 5. I mean, I love my list, great, but the rest of these 5 are like.
I hope you like your list.
Like love films that I love, films that get me bricked up. All right.
Oh. Oh,
when I saw this
the hell does that
announced,
mean?
I was like, fucking sold. And it was like on my list of, I bet this company would do this. And lo and behold, they did. And the first of 3 1999 bangers on my top 5. So first, we're going to talk about Scream Factory's End of Days.
Oh my goodness.
End of Days.
It wasn't your fault. I wasn't there. Oh, you were out doing your job.
I wasn't fucking there!
Oh, look at you, torn apart by guilt. You didn't do anything wrong. You were an honest cop. You didn't take money. You had to testify against them even after they threatened your family. Most people would never testify against those guys. They're not like you. You had to do the right thing. And where was God? He could have stopped it, but he didn't. He fucked you. And then he made you feel guilty. Me, I don't do guilt. I didn't do what happened here. He did. Now you just think about that. And you tell me who's really your friend. I can make it like it never happened. All for the price of a stranger's address.
No! You will never see the girl!
Oh, you see, now you're upsetting me. You don't want to see me upset. Believe me.
Oh, you want to fuck with me? You think you know bad, huh? You're a fucking choir boy compared to me! A choir boy!
You're in touch with
What a comfort movie. Just like, dude, anytime End of Days is on, I'm watching it.
You want to fuck with me? You're a fucking choir boy compared to me. A choir boy.
You're a choir boy. Oh my god. And then what's her name? Robin Tooney, a big crush of mine. But of course, Arnold doing great work in here. Gabriel Byrne, one of the best devil or Satan performances, in my opinion. A fucking banger
Kevin
movie,
Pollak.
dude. Yeah, dude.
Great little sidekick.
It's one that I had. It has like a maybe crappy Blu-ray, but so I never owned that one. So I was happy to get this one, and it looks beautiful. It was like, it was just a feast for the eyes. Watching it, it was a whole vibe. It was damn near 10 out of 10. End of Days from Scream Factory, which, was it the end of Scream Factory? I don't know. I don't think so. But anyway, a great final release for them, at least from the website itself.
The End of Days of Scream Factory.
Yep.
Isn't that a New Year's film too?
Yeah.
It's
like
a New Millennium movie.
Yep, New Millennium.
Yeah.
Everything's fucked. The devil's taken over. Yeah.
Oh, that's a funny theme. I gotta see this movie.
Man, I've
Peter
still haven't seen it
Hyams.
in days.
Yeah, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger versus the fucking devil. Like, you can't go wrong.
Yeah. It's a little bit long, I suppose, if I had to give it, but it's a fucking super fun movie, one that I used to watch all the damn time. So love this one. Yeah, I'm hype. Yeah.
Mason, what's your favorite 90s Arnold film?
Jingle All the Way, without
Hell yeah,
question.
brother. Oh, drink to that.
Jingle All the Way over Terminator 2. How do I say that?
Jesus Christ.
Oh no!
I would probably
Blue
take
Eyes.
it over Terminator 2 as well.
I respect
If I'm
that.
being honest,
Yeah, I'm not doing that. On Christmas Eve, when I was like at my girlfriend's parents' house, I was like, let's put a movie on that everyone will like. I put on Terminator 2.
well, yeah, I mean,
And,
yeah, I'm not objecting to any time watching.
and
Terminator
everyone
2.
just watched it.
Yeah,
It's
hell yeah, hell yeah.
hypnotic how compelling that film is. Oh,
Great
all the way in
film,
Terminator 2.
Turbo Man. Oh my god! Just
All
watched
right,
a couple
Late
days
Grateful
ago, of
Heart.
course.
One year I put on
Sock'em
silent.
jetpack.
One year I put on
Realistic
silent.
voice phrases. The
I love
things
that movie
shoot
though.
out.
I had a VHS of that movie and I played the shit out of that.
No one's picking Last Action Hero.
That's
Oh,
also a
great
great
movie.
film.
Great movie.
I love Last Action Hero.
It's got that
I mean,
awesome
yeah.
negative
Rubber
song
baby
in it.
buggy bumpers.
Is Total Recall 92?
Yeah,
That's,
I think so.
so.
yeah, it is.
90.
It's 90.
That's
90,
another
yeah.
good choice.
Honestly, that's
But-
probably the one I'm picking.
That movie's
Really?
I think
Yeah.
like listen, I think Terminator 2 is a better movie, but like I can definitely see picking Total Recall over. That movie's fun.
Yeah.
Verhoeven.
Total Recall was
There's like
great.
way more better one-liners tin that. Because he's a little goofier. It's like it's less serious.
When you hear the crunch, you're there.
And there's no hot chicken Terminator 2. Like there's a hot chicken Total Recall.
Yeah, like
Sharon
so many good
Stone.
one-liners in that. Like even the bad guy, where he's like, "Who gives
Yeah.
a shit what you believe? In 30 seconds, you'll be dead, and I'll blow this place up and be home in time for cornflakes."
Hey Benny, screw you. Yeah, Total Recall. It's just a one-liner machine, really.
It's like one of
Speaking
the
of
best
Irwin.
one-liner machines too.
See you at the party, Richter.
Now the real question is, who else has seen the Total Recall remake with Colin Farrell?
I haven't. I've heard awful
I
things.
also
I
have
have
not.
not.
I have, you fake Total Recall fans.
Damn.
We're
I've
letting
seen the
down the
TV
Total
show.
Recall
How about you,
community.
Dan?
What's up?
I've seen the 90s TV show. How about you?
We're not talking about TV shows, Tony. This is a film show, all right?
Like the RoboCop series.
Yeah, we're not talking about the.
Those
Oh,
movies
gosh.
aren't that bad. The
Which ones?
RoboCop TV movies,
Oh, I've never seen them.
they're okay. They're better than
Oh.
RoboCop 3.
RoboCop 3 is not that bad. It's fine. I don't think it's terrible. But I also only ever saw it once, so what do I know? Anyways, Tyler, number 5, what do you got?
All right. Number 5 is kind of a release I've been waiting to come out for over a year now. And well, sort of, kind of. And it's coming back to Criterion, and it is the 2 films by Edward Yang release. The films are A Confusion. Oh, I said that wrong. A Confusion. Kind of a tongue twister. And Mahjong.
这么久的朋友，我不懂为什么你不能把心里话都讲出来。
演戏还不简单呢，每个人都会的。
装样子，你受得了吗？
I haven't seen Confusion, but I have seen Mahjong. Mahjong is like that game you see the people playing in the Asian movies with like the dominoes that are up along the chair. It's usually as old ladies, sometimes as guys
The
playing
Joy
for
Luck
money.
Club.
Yeah, but when
At a
you see them
Mahjong
play,
club in
yeah,
the pizza place I worked at 20 years ago.
but it's not just random word. But yeah, that's the game. That's what that is. I don't know how to play it or anything, but anyways, yeah. Edward Yang is, I think, one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most underrated directors of all time. He made 7 movies, a TV movie, and 7 features, and I've seen all but A Confusion, and one of his other features, and they're all just excellent to all-time masterpieces. I talk about this movie, A Brighter Summer Day, a lot. He's the director of that film. He also made a movie called Yi in 2000 that was really popular. We kind of got robbed from more movies from him because he died like in his late 50s. He got cancer, so we got robbed a couple of films from him. But he's known for his very like slow moving, like character driven movies. The Mahjong movie is almost a little bit departure from some of his earlier stuff that I've seen from him. It's had a little like more deft comedy, and I guess that's kind of how Confusion is too. But these movies really were extremely hard to see. When I saw the Mahjong showing, I actually saw it in that Amherst theater. And they had a little reel that played before and talking about the restoration, and you get the impression that film preservation in Taiwan isn't very good. So it's almost even amazing that these movies still like exist with how restoration had to go through to even make it approachable. And Mahjong is great. It fits in just in line with all his other good films I've seen above his big ones is like second tiers, but it's this will be the first time that A Confusion is really available for anyone to see, and that only leaves one movie left that you can find streaming somewhere. But after that, all his movies, I think there's another one. I guess he has one. All but 2 of his like most important movies will be released, but this was a good step in that. Supposedly, all of them been released, so they might be coming anyway. If we got like another 2 films from Criterion from Edward Yang, that would be awesome. But I'm definitely looking forward to. It'll be about 2 years since I've seen the Zhang end, because I remember I was beginning of last year that I saw it, so I've been kind of waiting for that for a while. I knew it had to be coming from someone if they were going to do a restoration like that. But yeah, definitely looking forward to rewatching that and the other film on here. So that would be we on 5?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. 5 Criterion with 3 in the bag.
Man, that's why it's funny when you mentioned Mahjong. I was like, man, that title sounds so familiar. I don't know, I haven't seen it, but I was like, where have I heard that from? And then when you said they showed it at the cinema near us, I was like, oh, that's right. Again, another film I had an opportunity to see, and I passed on it because I'm a dummy. But,
that one was no one was there, which is great because it's so hard trying to see an Asian movie at that theater with people.
Oh boy, I can tell you all about when I saw Goodbye Dragon in there. Don't even worry about it. Anyway,
what is there to laugh at in that movie?
Oh boy, we can talk about that off camera. Brilliant film though, brilliant film. But no, I mean it's funny. Yeah, Edward Yang is one of these filmmakers who I think he might be the biggest filmmaker that I've seen the least of. Because I Have a Brighter Summer Day. You and another acquaintance recommended that. I know Yi is getting a 4K. Maybe he already has a 4K. And I've always heard him in conversation, and I just have not, for whatever reason, I'm not watching his films.
The problem is too is like A Brighter Summer Day is 4 hours long.
I can deal with that. That's fine. I've seen.
I know, but like you have to carve out 4 hours. Or
I'll make my girlfriend watch it with me.
And then Yi is also 3 hours long.
That's fine. I say, honey, it's my pick for a film. Sit down. I'm not gonna tell you the runtime. It's okay. I made her see The Brutalist twice. Don't worry about it. Anyways, but yeah.
Jesus.
And no, but I was very interested in the set. It was one where we talked about this off camera. The Barnes and Noble next near us, they don't restock their stuff, or else I would have easily picked this up because I forgot this even came out. I was just like, oh, this sounds cool. I would like to see more of his films, and it just was never in stock. So I'd like to pick this up at some point, but very cool nonetheless. Mike, what do you got? Number 5.
All right. This one's going to be quick because it was brought up before. And I think even when it was brought up before, whoever it was like, yeah, it might be higher on someone else's list. And you got one
Shoestring slashers.
Dirty work.
Yeah, so this is one that I've always found hilarious. Ever since it first released, there was always like some type of hope. Oh, there's got to be director's cut. There's got to be more footage. There's got to be like alternate versions. And eventually, word was like, oh, we've recovered footage and we're going to get another cut. And because you guys agreed that the box art on this was the best choice ever, I'll hold it up one more time for everyone to look at.
All right.
Yes, it's dirty work.
What's talking about, Satan?
Yeah. I mean, we spoke about it pretty extensively when it came up before, so not much more to add, just that it's a go-to comedy that I can revisit and get the same enjoyment out of it every time. And the fact that we got a release with some more footage, some alternate footage, and that crazy marathon of a work print, it just gives you even more reason to go back and kind of revisit it from time to time. So I'll leave it at that since we already had a good discussion on it. But yeah, Dirty Work is my number 5 pick.
Don't trust anyone that doesn't like dirty work.
It's great. Mike, I can't remember if you said it or not. Did you watch the work print or not?
Yeah, I kind of, so because it was so long and I kind of had it on during work, it was kind of like a background watch. But like when it would get into like things that weren't in the other 2 versions, I would kind of like stop what I was doing to like watch it. Was like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a combination of like more jokes, but also stuff you can clearly see why they cut for like time and pacing. But it's still just kind of neat to just see it all kind of thrown out there, like, and it kind of makes you appreciate the process too, because you're just seeing like when they're just rolling the camera and like a cast full of funny people, they're just gonna like go and go. So it's kind of cool to see all that. So I would recommend, like, if you can find the time, because it is a commitment for how long it is, but throw it on. Even if you're doing something and it's kind of just on the TV, check it out.
Right. It's nice to actually have that footage overall, even if it's not, if you're watching a work print or something of an assembly cut or whatever you want to call it. I imagine you're less likely to kind of judge it as a narrative, more so as just like, okay, this is what they had. Did you watch the video where they talk about the restoration? They talk about how they actually put it all together that they uploaded to like YouTube, I think.
No, I know of that. I remember people talking about it, but I haven't had a chance to see that yet. But I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
I think it's probably like 5 minutes. So it's worth watching because I didn't realize just how little they had to work off of, but enough to make that cut of the film. Because I mean, like it's great. Who else is going to do that for Dirty Work? Like Criterion.
Literally nobody.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it's funny to kind of be like, every time I'm like, man, some of the releases I'm not so crazy on. It's like, yeah, but then they give us like this, they give us like, or like they put together the Keep, or like, so it's like, give and take. But I really happy with that release, and glad to see it also pop up on another list. So
yeah, and it's cool. It's cool to see when these things are done because the people involved are actually like fans or just passionate about it. Because like all things considered, I would have bought Dirty Work on 4K if it was just like, hey, we're upgrading the theatrical release to 4K. I would have been happy just buying that because I'm just a fan of the movie. But the fact that that we got the dirtier cut and just all the extra stuff with it was amazing.
For sure. I think we're in a really good point right now in terms of films coming to physical releases. Man, I know people talk about like, oh, people aren't buying, DVDs or Blu-rays anymore. And, from a general standpoint, yes, but at the same time, we're also getting a lot of stuff that was previously unavailable or hard to find. I can look at a list of like titles that we've all talked about of films that were hard to find before or had bad, copies, or, even like Tyler just talked about, these films were hard to see. Now we have good releases of them. So it's sort of like, I think we are at a good point right now. Even if we are getting re-releases, we are getting, this and that, like, okay, we're getting a new Blu-ray of like a bigger film. Stuff like the Dirty Work release, I think is a very good sign for physical media, at least, for us.
Yeah, I think we're in a good era where like the capability to do it is there. It's just making sure there's a will to do it for whatever the source material is.
Exactly. For sure. That's a really good point. But no, I'm glad to see this pop up. So, okay, my number 4 is one that I really didn't think was going to come to Blu-ray, let alone 4K. But I think this was a big title for a lot of fans, and boy, oh boy, so happy this finally got released. This is just a great revenge film from Kino Lorber at number 4 with James Brolin, of course, Night of the Juggler.
What's the name of that man you say you're looking for?
Soltic, Gus Soltic.
Gus Soltic. Soltic? Oh, you mean the mold man. Works down in them steam tunnels under Central Park. That sucker is crazy.
I couldn't see. What kind of guy wants to grab your kid? A color guy?
A white guy.
Figures. Must be a pervert, a white guy.
I found him. I got the guy's name and address.
Police business.
Look out.
Look, if this guy Soltic smells the cops coming in, who knows what he'll do.
Man, oh man. What a fun, ridiculous film. You want to talk about like great revenge films, this belongs in the echelon, let alone being pretty unavailable for a while. When I say unavailable, I don't mean hard to see, because it was on YouTube. It was easily accessible. That's how I watched it. It was on YouTube on a DVD or VHS copy print. It was fine enough. But man, having a 4K of this, my gosh. This is just a great revenge film. James Brolin, whose daughter gets mistakenly kidnapped, and he is relentlessly going after them. Mandy Patinkin has a great role in the film as this just crazy taxi driver. There's some great shots of LA and like the Peep Show area. That's like some of the best stuff in the film. It's just a relentless revenge film, and it's one that
How about fucking Dan Hedaya in that movie?
Oh my
most
gosh,
unhinged
man.
cop who's ever existed.
The whole movie, it's one of these films where if you're like an aspiring filmmaker and you want to talk about like pacing, or you want to go for a specific mood of a film. Like when you say you want to have a very energetic film, you want to just keep on going. This is like a film I'd recommend because once it gets going, it really gets going. I mean, the film opens up with one of the bad guys. I'm trying to remember. He pours a bunch of ketchup on his burger and he just smashes it. And it's that's like a great opening and slow descent into madness. And then once his daughter gets kidnapped, you're just in it to the end. This is one that, I mean, like I said, if it was a Blu-ray, I'd be fine up for that. The fact this is a 4K is great. I believe this was originally a TV film that got a theatrical release, or there was some stuff directed for the theatrical release. I don't exactly know. I didn't watch the features on this. This does have some new commentaries, interview with James Brolin and all that. But man, just a great, ridiculous, fun revenge film. I hope that another film that I like a lot, the Dion Brothers, can hopefully get a release at some point. That's been very unavailable for a while. I always think about that in relation to this film. I saw them very close together, and I think James Brolin might actually be in that film. I don't remember, but that's one that I would love to see get a release at some point. But yeah, Night of the Juggler, so much fun, man. This is a total cult film that, like I said, it's not even that it was unavailable. It just didn't have an official release. I didn't think it was. And actually, Radiance Films are putting out their own version of it as well. They may have already put it out, but either way, Night of the Juggler, love this film. So much fun. Thank you, Kino, for putting this out. This is their best release in, man, a couple of years, I would say. I love this film.
So I didn't know it.
Yep.
I didn't know all that about the movie, but I picked that up, so I'm kind of glad I did that.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think this is. If you didn't like this, I'd be surprised.
It seemed like something I knew it. Like when I looked up what it was. Like anytime, I just always check. Like if something catches my interest, I'll just check it on Letterboxd and see what it's about. This is when I was like, I think I'll definitely like this one. And I saw the error it was. It's like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. When this got announced, I thought to myself, oh, this is definitely going to be the release of the year. And the fact this is number 4, Night of the Juggler, awesome film. Love it.
Yeah, I actually picked that one up too, and it's funny because I only had heard about it somewhat recently, and I almost was going to watch it a few months ago. However, I don't know if it was streaming somewhere, there was a good rip on YouTube or whatever, but then they announced that they were putting out a 4K release, so I just held off, and I was like, well, I'm going to grab that release, and yeah, it's cool. It's a cool movie. One of those kind of forgotten ones that I haven't heard people talk. I mean, they probably will now that it's out and more widely available, but it feels like one of those forgotten kind of gritty movies that I think is going to come back in kind of a big way in collector circles.
Yeah, great LA film too. I mean, you talk about films really good about the geography. LA in that film, it looks great. I said before, I love the stuff when he goes into the peep show, and I don't want to give it all away because people haven't seen it, but how that whole scene happens, just the destruction of it all is ridiculous.
Did you just say LA?
Yeah,
it's New York.
Is it New York? Okay, I get that mixed up then. Maybe it was Showworld that he actually goes to then, because I might be mixing up with another film.
Are you saying they made New York look so beautiful you thought it was LA?
I might be mixing up with another film because it's this and another film. I think one is distinctly New York, one is distinctly LA. Yeah, this is New York City. My bad. So it may actually have gone to Showworld. I don't remember. But either way, quality film overall.
Yeah, it captures the sleaze and the grime of New York really fucking good. I would say about just as good as Maniac or New York Ripper.
I'm curious what film I'm thinking of now because I don't know. Either way. Good stuff. Tony, number 4.
All right, so my number 4 is probably one of the bigger surprises of the year. This is something I wasn't expecting to come out, and that would be the 1990 Night of the Living Dead uncut 4K steelbook.
Anyone else inside? Huh? You got any shotguns in there? Hunting rifle, anything?
I don't know. I don't.
Hey, come on! Come on! Come on! Come on. Come on. Come on.
From Columbia Pictures. So I didn't even really know that there was like a mythical uncut version of this movie. So that wasn't even really a thing in my mind. But when you watch it, have you guys seen this yet?
No, I didn't even know it existed, honestly.
What this version?
Not that one.
So there really isn't too much that's different about this. So like one of Tom Savini's like big things about it is that he wanted like the very opening to be in black and white until like the first zombie attacks and then the color comes out. That's in this movie. And honestly,
Yeah,
it
that's
looks
cool.
pretty good. And the black and white opening looks really good. But the main thing about this movie is just like the little snippets of gore that's like reinserted into this movie. And it's mostly just like after like effects from like gunshots into like the head and all this other shit. And it just adds so much more to this movie. It just makes it feel just more full. There's also a head explosion in this movie that fucking kicks so much ass. And it's like, and it makes you so sad because I'm like, I watched that head explosion. I'm like, did I just see what the fuck I thought I just saw? So then I watch it. I'm like, there's no way that I'm seeing this for the first time. I threw in the old Blu-ray, and yeah, they straight cut it out. There's
Really?
nothing. There's a gunshot and nothing. And I'm just like, those sons of motherfucking bitches. Like, I was so nervous throwing this in too because it's the same exact minute runtime. So there's 1 minute less of extra footage, but it makes the world of a difference. And yeah, it just makes this movie even better than it was before. So yeah, Night of the Living Dead, the 4K Steelbook, the remake. Highly recommend this.
Hell yeah.
It was like out of stock for a long time, but I saw that they have a lot more in stock now.
Yeah, so that was another one where they announced it and I went to go on the pre-order and it sold out so quick. Luckily, right when it went back in stock, I think it was Amazon, I was able to like jump on there and get a pre-order or like the next batch. I don't even think it was a pre-order anymore. It was just an order. Unfortunately, another case where didn't arrive in time for Christmas because based on the reviews I've seen of it, it probably would have been on my top 10 if I would have gotten it in time. But
yeah,
I can't wait.
Incredible too.
Yeah, the ETA I think is another week for me until I get it, and I can't wait to throw it on.
So you said it's the same runtime though, right? Like, did they add anything?
Yeah,
at least,
like it's only seconds of extra footage, so you wouldn't even really know. Because
Okay,
it's
well,
like it's approximately 81 minutes here, approximately 81 minutes there.
Right. It was that's interesting that you say that because I was talking to an acquaintance of mine who also got the Steelbook as well, and he was saying that he was like disappointed in the release because I think he thought there'd be more gore or something. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I didn't know that it was like the same runtime, which makes it all more interesting, I should say. Does it change the film overall, or is it just added stuff that they put in there?
It's just added gore that they snipped out.
Okay.
Like you can tell, like this is the type of shit that they brought into like the MPAA, and it's like you have to cut out this many frames of this many frames of that, this many frames of this. So it just ends up like kind of just I don't know, just like a cut up kind of a mess. Like this new version just feels a lot more fluid.
The snippets that they cut out, is that enough that would garner the film to get like an X rating or something, or is it just more gore?
No, of course not. You know how the fucking like ratings board is.
Yeah.
It's like we've had exploding heads in like plenty more movies before this, and even better ones, even and more gory.
Well, actually,
like,
I was
this is
curious
just
about
like
the director's cut of it.
Like it's just a shotgun blast, like exploded head, and it's a zombie. It's not even like a live human.
Yeah, it's just pettiness of the MPAA. And it was 1990, right? So like sign of the times, I guess, too. Um, yeah, I was hyped to get the release even without knowing initially with the extra gore because I was just always a fan of Night of the Living Dead 90. I thought it was like one of the better methods of doing a remake that it keeps the integrity of the original, but then gives you kind of like an update that doesn't totally flip the movie on its head. It just kind of alters some characters in different ways, but like it's still the DNA of the original is still like fully there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still? I know that was sold out at first. Did that come back in stock, or is that available to buy at all?
It might. Well, I don't know about like every vendor, but I think I want to say on Amazon it went back out of stock, but I don't know like what the big picture like inventory is. If it's like, well, this was your like last chance because we had a little more than we thought we had. Because when it initially sold out, I thought I was shit out. I was like, oh, it's gone. And then it was just like random that I was going over my wish list during my like Christmas purchase spree, and I was like, wait, why is it telling me like I can actually order? And then within like a day or two, it went out of stock again. So I'm not sure. Like,
It's available to order now.
Okay,
Where
cool.
from?
For
Like Amazon or
delivery in mid to late January. So it's not in stock currently, but you can order it.
So it's a candle if it'll even ship at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mine has an ETA, I think, of January 9th, maybe, or maybe a little earlier than that, but I definitely ordered it like I think in November. And so it was already batched out to where like I wasn't gonna I knew right away like it wasn't this one, not like Eyes Wide Shut where that actually changed my ETA. This one from the get-go was like, yeah, you're not getting it till after Christmas. I was like, I don't care. I just want to get it.
Right, right. Well, I mean, I'm glad there's more copies being sent out at least. I didn't think it was. I'd be surprised if it was like very limited as is if they only were doing a certain run. But you know, for as coveted or at least as popular as the title is, you know, glad they're at least putting more out.
Agreed.
Mason, what title
Oh,
are you
right.
dying to talk about?
What title?
What title are you dying to talk about?
Okay. Oh, okay. So number 4. So I feel like number 3 and number 4 are like pretty much tied, but I just did the whole desert island sort of idea. Which one would you take with you? So anyway, so coming in at number 4 would be my number 2 favorite film from 1980, one that I was hyped to see get a release from Criterion, and it is Ken Russell's Altered States in 4K.
We scientists have a moral obligation to the public as well as to our own research.
There were herds of baboons. They could shorten that time to 5 minutes if they used a stick. Originally, man was just another savanna living primate like the baboon.
What dignifies the yogic practices is that the belief system itself is not truly religious. There is no Buddhist God, per se. It is the self, the individual mind that contains immortality and ultimate truth.
What the hell is not religious about that? You've simply replaced God with the original self.
Yes, but we've localized it, at least to know where the self is. It's in our own minds. It's a form of human energy. Our atoms are 6 billion years old. We've got 6 billion years of memory in our minds.
Atoms are older than that.
Memory is energy. It doesn't disappear. It's still in there. That's a physiological pathway to our earlier consciousnesses. There has to be, and I'm telling you, it's in the goddamn limbic system.
You're a wacko.
What's wacko about it, Mason? I'm a man in search of his true self. How archetypically American can you get? Everybody's looking for their true selves. We're all trying to fulfill ourselves. Understand ourselves, get in touch with ourselves, face the reality of ourselves, explore ourselves, expand ourselves. Ever since we dispensed with God, we've got nothing but ourselves to explain this meaningless horror of life.
You're a wacko.
I think that true self, that original self, that first self is a real, mensurate, quantifiable thing, tangible and incarnate. And I'm going to find the fucker.
Love Altered States, love psychedelics, And this one, it's has a lot to do with psychedelics, but I think what's a lot more fascinating is obviously the deprivation tank experiments and the fact that, if you have experience with psychedelics and the states of consciousness it might activate, but really you can still activate those states without drugs. Hey, which is fascinating. A really philosophical movie. Yeah, love Altered States. Looks great on 4K from our dear friends at Criterion. Fuck yeah.
Is that your favorite Ken Russell film?
I'd have to say yes. And hey, mild breaking news. I guess I saw last night, well, I guess, yeah, earlier this evening, that on the TerraVision Discord, like people were making jokes about, like someone was saying that TerraVision might put out "Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead." It's a big thing, and then they were making jokes about, oh, TerraVision might put out The Devils because that's a really big wanted title. And then Brad Henderson was on there. He's like, all I can say is that we won't be the ones putting out The Devils. Perhaps implying that someone does have it and it might actually come to fruition, which is big news. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like The Devils is one of those titles where, I mean, it's so coveted, and Warner Brothers has to know how wanted it is in the complete version.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm far past the point of saying that no title will never be released, because even them, I mean, at this point now, I'm confident that it's just a matter of time. I mean, it's a well-known, popular cult film. Warner Brothers.
I think there's Disney titles I'd probably say will never be released, but yeah, but you're right.
Even that, I don't know. Honestly, at this point, there's not really much.
I'd rather be optimistic, I guess, but
right. I mean,
you might not be saying that 100 years from now.
100 years, all right, I'll take.
I think it's just a matter of time with that. So whoever puts it out, whether it's them directly or they want to license it, because I mean, Criterion made an offer in the past and they got declined. So who knows? But at this point, I think it's just a matter of time, not a matter of if. And which is great because we can cross that off our list. And
who owns the Devils?
That's Warner Brothers.
And who just bought Warner Brothers?
Netflix.
So they're going to put it out on their own new line called Netflix 4K. So
can you imagine like the Devils streaming on Netflix?
Oh my god!
Yeah, that shit ain't coming out on 4K anytime fucking soon.
A brand new PG-13 cut.
It'll be maybe they'll have the characters in Stranger Things watching it to garner more interest if people want to watch it. This movie's great. It's crazy. I'm optimistic. At this point, I didn't think Night of the Juggler was going to get a release. Here we are. So
shit's happening.
Speaking of shit happening, Tyler's going to tell us all about his number 4.
All right. Speaking of films that don't necessarily have good releases and kind of were doubted to ever get a release, we got one coming from Radiance Films. And if you remember last year, my number 1 was Todd Solondz's Happiness.
Mm-hmm.
And this year, at number 4, we got Todd Solondz's Palindromes.
All right.
You might lose some weight. Your face might clear up. Get a body tan, a breast enlargement. A sex change makes no difference. Essentially, from in front, from behind, whether you're 13 or 50, you'll always be the same.
Are you the same?
Yeah.
Are you glad you're the same?
It doesn't matter if I'm glad. There's no free will. I mean, I have no choice but to choose what I choose, to do what I do, to live as I live. Ultimately, we're all just robots programmed arbitrarily by nature's genetic code.
Isn't there any hope?
For what? We hope or despair because of the way we've been programmed. Genes and randomness. That's all there is, and none of it matters.
Does that mean you're never going to get married and have children?
I have no innate desire to get married or have kids, but that's beyond my control. And really, it makes no difference. since the planet's fast running out of natural resources and we won't survive to the next century.
But what if you're wrong? What if there is a God?
But that makes you feel better.
Todd Solondz falling right behind the same type of humor. You saw movies like Happiness. If you've heard me talk about movies, I clearly really like very dark humor, and I'm probably quicker than most people to call something a dark comedy or call something funny. And so I'm right in line with this guy. Within the first 5 minutes of this movie, there's like rape and teen suicide jokes. So you know what you're in for.
10 out of 10.
Damn.
Fun for the whole family.
Say no more.
Yeah, it's real mean spirited. It's essentially the story of a 13-year-old girl who just wants to be a mother. She gets pregnant, then her parents force her to have an abortion, so she runs away. It's like with a truck driver who also sexually assaults her and then leaves her in a motel, and she ends up living with a family of Christians that have a home for disabled kids, and it's just like a whole family of different disabled kids. Like,
I don't know about you, but this definitely sounds like a comedy.
it's like it's so pitch black funny, and this character, like this main character, I forgot her name, but like this little girl, that's the main character. Throughout the movie, she just like keeps changing. So like she'll be like a little redhead like in the back over here, and then like the next section of the movie she'll be this like giant black woman. And like she'll have a different name every time. It's Aviva, that's her real name. She has like a different, and it's so bizarre, but it's just so like dry and so funny. It's got some recurring characters from Welcome to the Dollhouse, like the Gretchen Wiener character.
Yeah.
From the beginning, and like the beginning 5 minutes they're at a funeral for her, and then it's like she killed herself because she got raped. Like that's how they start this movie. It's got like the kid from that, like her brother in that movie in it, who's also like but he does it even with all this stuff. It's so seamless, and like he just has this way of like critiquing like so like the most like he has this way of like critiquing parts of society, but be doing it in the most over the top, like disturbingly hilarious way possible. And that's what he's such an interesting filmmaker to me. Hopefully, Radiance can put out a Region 1 version of Welcome to the Dollhouse, so he can be on my list again next year. But yeah, this was a 4K release too. This was from 2004. I'd really recommend picking this movie up. This movie's a fucking riot. It's a great release. Yeah, for a long time, like this movie was stuck like on an old DVD, DVD to 4K. You could really only find this like in the armpits of the internet. And not a great transfer, but it looks great on 4K. Radiance Films, Palindromes, number 4.
Yeah, Palindromes is great. That's that's one of Todd Solondz's highlights. And what I like about the film is that it's got this very dark, pitch black humor, but it also feels like he's not making fun of the actors or the characters. Like even when you get to the house, like all the family.
Yeah, he's not making fun of them. It's just like it's such a ridiculous situation. They're all like so like helpful. They're all so like polite and helpful and hopeful. And it's like this like nice Christian home.
It's a weird specific tone that I think only Todd Solondz has been able to masterfully pull off because when you get to that section, you have like one of the kids like an albino. It's not like it never feels like like he's targeting someone's like appearance or an actor. It all just feels like when you get to like stuff like this and Happiness, it's like dickhead characters just being dickheads. Even Welcome to the Dollhouse, which is my favorite of his films, it feels like that as well. It's like you're just a dick. I'm curious, have you seen, I guess, what would be the sequel to Happiness, which is Left During Wartime?
No, I haven't seen that. The only other film I've seen besides Welcome to the Dollhouse for him is Wiener Dog.
Oh, okay. Well, Left in Wartime, which has a criterion as well, it's technically a sequel to Happiness, but all the actors are recast. It's a very good film as well, and also actually storytelling is good too. I really like that film quite a bit. But yeah, Palindromes
I don't
is
know
great.
why. I don't know why I never picked up Life in Wartime, but now I have like nowhere to go with them, so I might as well.
Yeah, and it's disheartening to hear. I read an interview with him recently that he's having trouble getting his next film funded, which is like insane to me. It's like this is like one of our great contemporary American filmmakers, and he can't get his next film funded. I don't get that. But yeah, Palindromes. I really like that film. I didn't pick up that Radiance Blu-ray, or else it may have actually been on my list. But yeah, that's probably second or third favorites on Salons right there. Really like that film. Great to see it on the list here. Mason, you said you've seen the film?
What are you talking about?
Palindromes?
Palindromes.
Oh no, I haven't seen that. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay, never mind.
No, Happiness, of course. Love Happiness, but not seen Palindromes.
Okay. Have you seen Life During Wartime?
No.
Okay. Well, that's
and I really want to watch Storytelling. That's heavy on my watch list, but not too easily accessible.
It's got a shop select Blu-ray.
Oh, okay. I got to buy it. All right. Fair enough.
It's good. Good stuff.
All
right. Mike, you and your beautiful cat are going to tell us all about your number 4.
He can't decide whether he wants to stay or he probably wants to just be here for my top 3. He's like,
he seems like a big film fan.
All right, so my next pick is one that I've always enjoyed. This from kind of the mid 90s, kind of like a psychotic break into madness because the title has madness in it, and that would be John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness by Arrow.
You know, most of my salesmen couldn't sniff out a phony claim if their noses were nailed to it, but you, man, you never miss.
What's the miss? You learn to expect the worst in people and you get it. Everyone's looking to play an angle. I'm always there to clean up the mess.
I tell you what, you stop freelancing, join my staff. I'll make it worth your while, Trent.
Forget it, Robbie. I'm an on man. Nobody pulls my strings. I'm independent. I'm happy.
Well, be my man one more time. I'm having quite a difficult mess with Arcane.
Publishing house?
Yeah, it's my biggest account. They just filed a claim. It cost me millions. I want you on this right away.
What's the claim?
Sutter Kane's missing.
Who?
Sutter Kane.
Do you read Sutter Kane?
Big deluxe. I mean, when you talk about like the kind of like releases on steroids, I mean, this comes with the poster, the booklet, all that fun stuff.
That's great cover art right there.
Yeah, it's cool. Like the man, I look at the art and I'm just like, it's a fun one to just kind of have sitting on the movie shelf or rack or whatever. And this kicks on the system. It's fun. It's always been kind of like a mystery of a movie. I mean, like all the stuff that's going in on it, not when I saw it when it first came out, it was kind of like puzzling to me. It was just so different from what I had seen at that age, and especially with the John Carpenter name, being pretty young still when this came out. It's like obviously you think of like his horror and like his stuff like Big Trouble in Little China. Like I grew up watching Carpenter, and then In the Mouth of Madness came out, and it was just so different and so good and so intriguing that it just got better with multiple watches. And I was very pleased to grab this 4K, and it did not disappoint. I'm assuming pretty much everyone on the panel has seen the movie at least once. So, and I would assume other people might have picked this one up, even if it's not on their list. But yeah, In the Mouth of Madness, love it.
Definitely want to pick that up. I'm still rocking like the standard fucking bare bones Warner Brothers Blu-ray.
I got the Scream Blue.
Yeah, I have the Scream. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm definitely due to upgrade that movie. And that that Arrow edition looks insane.
yeah.
It's like a big, thick release.
Yeah, might try and wait for the Barnes and Noble sale.
Yeah.
Didn't Scream put out In the Mouth of Madness on 4K, or am I just assuming things?
There's an Arrow.
Well, I'm talking about in the U.S.
Only Arrow, I think, has done 4K.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sure it'll come at some point. But yeah, no, solid later Carpenter era film.
Very creepy.
Amazing soundtrack too.
Very hallucinogenic. It's one of these films. I really like films that kind of make you feel like you're on drugs or you're kind of questioning, not a play on words, but question reality. I like films that kind of make you feel like that. And In the Mouth of Madness really makes you feel like that. Where you're also you're in the state of Sam Neill, where you're just like, man, I don't know, like I can't even follow my own narrative right now. But very good film.
You're like borderline psychosis. There's some surrealism going on. I mean, even like the simple stuff, like when they're first driving into the town and that kid on the bike on the side of the road, and then they pass a couple more miles,
Darth Vader?
and suddenly it's an old person. Yeah,
By that kid, do you mean Darth Vader?
yeah, yes.
I would say of all of Carpenter's films, and maybe you guys disagree with me on this, that's the one I have found to be the most rewarding on multiple viewings. Because
I
when
like
first,
this movie a lot at one point.
I think it's excuse me. I think it's very good, but when I first watched it, when I was kind of going through his filmography, not watching every single thing, but watching like the heavy hitters, it was one that I wasn't crazy about. But then subsequently, I've seen it maybe 3 or 4 times now, and each time I'm like, oh, I like this film. I really like this film. I think it's a really good film. And I think watching it again, I'd probably even go up on it, especially for later Carpenter, where results may vary in terms of quality. I think of his post Minnie Golden era, this is the one that is the highlight of all that.
Yeah, I think this is his last like great movie.
Besides Ghost of Mars, but those two I think are great, but highlights. The rest, so.
Hey, shout out 2005, his fucking Masters of Horror episode. That was a great little ditty.
What, Cigarette Burns?
Yeah, Cigarette Burns.
Cigarette.
Did he do Pro Life as well, or is that somebody else?
Yeah, he did Pro Life.
What year was that? Is that 2005?
That was season 2. Whatever Masters of Horror was.
I have recollections about the Walmart having a 4-way DVD shelf that had like the individual Masters of Horror DVDs. I'd buy them with the slip covers. I'd have my dad be like, "No, I really want Jennifer by Argento," or
Trust me, Dad, you'll want to see that one too.
It's really good. He fucks the witch.
She's hot.
Yeah, I didn't say that. No, good stuff. Good stuff. Quality film. All right. Number 3, a repeat. A film I have been waiting for to finally get a release. Actually, I can probably say about next 3, truthfully. I was so happy this finally got a release. Boy, I really can't say enough positive things about this film. I love this film. From director Rince Dream, Cafe Flesh. Now I hold this up as is because if I had an issue, I'm not really crazy about the slip not being an image from the poster. Like I'm not really crazy about this, but
agreed. That slip sucks ass.
This is a very great poster as is.
Check out this limited edition slip that you get exclusively on this website. Let's entice you with a piece of shit.
It's not, well, for one, yeah, okay. The spine doesn't have the it doesn't have the the spine is here, Cafe Flesh. Nothing on this side, and the back side is whatever. This, I mean, you're gonna be like, what is this? Anyways, this is an iconic poster. It's right here, Cafe Flesh. I mentioned before my issues with the disc itself. I think I have an audio issue with the disc. I don't know why it's not. Anyways. Rince Dream, aka I always mess with the name, Stephen Sayedian, Sayedian, whatever. This was
I don't even try and say his name.
I don't even know. I didn't watch the bonus.
Sayadian.
It's Sayadian. Sayadin. I don't know. Anyways, his directed film. I'm not going to go over all the plot details. Tony's brought this up before. I love this film. This is a highlight of adult cinema, a true highlight. And this is one where I would say, even if you're not into adult cinema, if that's not your thing, this to me crosses over into just being a great cult film. I think people talk about midnight movies. I think that term gets kind of overused in terms of just like weird or out there films. This is like a seminal midnight film because it's all in this, mostly all in this club. It's all at night. Really don't get any kind of exteriors. You're transported to this futuristic setting where you have these sex negatives, these sex positives. The soundtrack for the film is incredible. These fantastically directed sequences with just the lighting, the costumes. It's all very strange and bizarre. You have a woman who's typing away. Do you have any? You have any memos? Have any memos? And it's like this strange kind of bizarre, otherworldly thing. When the film came out, it was pretty critically derided. People were very upset about the film because the sex is in there, but it's not the main focus of it. It's far more artistic. People were really upset about it. The booklet that comes with this is worth reading as well. It goes into some of the history about the film, some of the production. This was filmed in LA. And it didn't really become kind of a cult film until later, where people were really kind of putting emphasis on the filmmaking parts of this. So it's really a couple guys who have been involved with this, Dr. Caligari, and my favorite of the three, Night Dreams, which currently apparently has no plans of getting a release. I hope it does. I'm a really big fan of Night Dreams. I love that film. Steven Sayadian did not direct that film, but if you watch Night Dreams and you watch Cafe Flesh, I mean, they're like companion films right there. But just the way this goes about, the hypnotic, futuristic setting, the way it treats these characters, the way this has this build talking about this character, Johnny Rico. Oh, Johnny Rico's coming. He's going to be here. This 50s kind of mentality, this 50s kind of like dialogue with this futuristic sort of punk mentality. It all creates a very unique experience that it's not necessarily erotic, but there is the hardcore sex in there. So you could watch this as a cult film that happens to have hardcore sex in it, the same way that you would watch, I don't know, something like, I'm trying to think of an example. In the Realm of Senses, that's a film that has unsimulated hardcore sex, but you wouldn't call that an erotic film. I mean, this does have money shots in it. This is.
Yeah, it doesn't have like money shots in it or anything.
No, this is at some levels trying to titillate, but it's not, I think, what one would expect, where you don't have to be into adult films to appreciate this film. I think this is such a great film. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna bore with a bunch of details and stuff, but I think that I would love to see Night Dreams get a release. I'm really happy Mondo put this out. And man, just watching this again, because I hadn't seen it. I saw it like on a pretty decent like DVD level quality rip like years ago, and watching this 4K, I mean, I was kind of blown away by it. I love this film. The waiting for this film to get a release, and man, they knocked it out of the park, and then some, minus some audio issues, which whatever, that's what it is. But anyways, Cafe Flesh, love this film. And it's in my number 3, so number 2 and number 1 are definitely going to be highlighted when I get to them. I know, Tony, you've talked about this film before. I take it Tyler Mason and Mike, you guys have not seen this film?
No.
Nope.
No, I actually have like a bootleg DVD of it that I got at Wasteland, but I haven't watched it
remembered you got that at Wasteland.
Yes.
I was there with you.
I gotta watch that shit.
There was also a Cafe Flesh 2 and 3, which is not directed by the name I already am blanking on. And apparently they're not very good. So curious to watch them, but not at the moment. Anyways.
Okay. Yeah,
Tony, number 3.
Out too. All right, number 3, I'm not going to talk about too much because I've talked about this movie, I swear, like about 300 times this year. It is from 1992. And this comes from 88 Films. It is Lam Nai Choi's The Cat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
佢哋應該係善良，必然帶嚟邪惡。今日你睇過㗎啦，我懷疑係同我只貓有關。電影睇啊，唯有派老虎出。 嘈住你真係唔好意思啦，對唔住，對唔住。
On Blu-ray, amazing little set. Here we have a movie that literally did not have a fucking release before this, and now we have this amazing Blu-ray with posters and fucking books and all this shit. Looks amazing. I love the movie. So yeah, The Cat. If you don't have this movie, I highly recommend it. It's like one of the best kitchen sink Hong Kong horror movies out there you can watch. And Lam Nai Choi is honestly like one of the best out there to do it. Like The Cat, Story of Ricky, The Seventh Curse. The dude just fucking kicks so much ass.
What's your favorite of his work?
What's that?
What's your favorite film of his? Because I'm a big Story of Ricky fan.
It's probably Story of Ricky, let's be honest.
Honestly, it's The Cat for me.
Really?
Is it?
Yeah.
Who put out Story of Ricky? Was that 88 Films? I gotta find
I think it was Arrow.
88 put it
out.
out.
Oh, 88?
That was, yeah.
I don't have it.
Here.
That's a movie I'd like to own.
Yeah, 88 Films. This is a great release, too.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I love Story of Ricky. That's a great film. I have not watched Seventh Curse. I think that was also on the Sin Bin show, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
88 put an amazing set out of that, and Vinegar Syndrome put out a really bland set of Seventh Curse. And Witch from
What
the
was
Fall.
the other film?
They fucking get Ghost from Nepal. They paired her with some bullshit movie that like would never sell on its own.
Right,
Yeah.
and 88 rolled out the red fucking carpet for Seventh Curse.
Yeah, that was a dick move by Vinegar Syndrome to do that.
But yeah,
Mason,
The Cat,
Mike, any-
great. And it's not even an import, too. It's a U.S. Region 1 release from 88 Films.
I was hoping to pick that up at Wasteland, but no luck there. But I do want to say I've never seen it before.
Same.
It was delayed.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Mason, Mike, any comments on The Cat?
I need to get that shit. That was a first time watch for 92. Loved it. I'd love to own that release for sure.
It's a super fun movie. I mean, I feel like everything the director does is just fun. Like, if you want to sit down and just have a blast, or if you want to be that guy bringing like the fun movie of the marathon to your friend's house, grab one of this director's movies and just show up, because I think it's a riot. And oddly enough, I think the style, because it's kind of like absurd and like funny mixed in with like the horror, to me they seem more accessible than you would assume. Because like when you read the synopsis sometimes of them, you're like, huh? But then when you actually watch it, I think they're like crowd pleasing movies.
Yeah, like good films with an audience, you know.
Yeah, there's just so much happening at like all times. It's like you barely even have time to like catch a breath.
Do his films match the tone of Riccio, or are they more subdued? I guess in comparison to that.
Varies, but this is definitely more lighthearted than Riccio.
Yeah, maybe if you watch Riccio, the English dub, it definitely matches the tone.
Okay. That's fair. Cool. All right. The Cat. 88 Films. Is that a 4K or a Blu-ray?
Blu-ray.
Blu-ray. That's bastards.
I know those sons of bitches, but
Mike
hey,
will not.
It's better than
Mike will
nothing.
not pick this up now. He was ready to pick it up, but no 4K. so-
I got the 2030 4K release on my pre-order list.
yeah. I was gonna say I pre-ordered that as well, but it probably won't come
Worth
until
the
the
wait.
month after. So, all right, Mason, what do you got for your number 3?
Well, I get to follow up Tony's pick from 1992 with my own 1992 pick. Definitely a favorite from that year from everybody. It was the Criterion 4K of Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me.
Cooper, meet the long-lost Philip Jeffries. You may have heard of him at the Academy.
Well, now, I'm not going to talk about Judy. In fact, we're not going to talk about Judy at all.
Gordon?
I know, Coop, stand fast! Who do you think that is there?
Suffered some bumps in the old noggin, eh, Phil?
What the hell did he say, Albert? That's Special Agent Dale Cooper. Where the hell have you been, Jeffrey? I sure as hell want to tell you everything, but I ain't got a whole lot to go on. But I will tell you one little bitty thing. Judy is positive about this.
How interesting. I thought we were going to leave Judy out of it.
Albert, sit down, Jeffries. Listen carefully. I've been to one of their meetings. It was above a convenience store.
Whose meeting? Where have you been?
Jeffries, you've been gone damn near 2 years. It was a dream. We live inside a dream.
And it's raining post toasties.
Hell, God, baby, damn no.
All right.
Yeah. So, like I said, this one kind of ties with Altered States, but I had to go with this one because it's, it's David Lynch, so he's got to win the battle there. Love Firewalk with Me, a beautiful looking 4K. It's one that I never owned the previous edition, so I was extremely enthusiastic to upgrade or just get this 4K anyway as my first version of it. So yeah, great edition. Love it.
Is that your favorite David Lynch film, or is that just one that stands out?
No, Mulholland Drive.
Oh,
would
okay.
probably be mine. Yeah.
That got a 4K too, right?
Yep.
I can't remember.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm losing my mind. I don't know what gets 4K is, what doesn't anymore.
Damn near a lot of David's films have gotten 4Ks by now.
Eraserhead doesn't have a 4K, does it? Or is
Right,
that
not
Eraserhead?
Eraserhead. Elephant Man.
Well, that's 4K overseas.
Does it?
Okay.
Actually,
I don't
second
own
second.
it. I don't own it, but does it?
If you don't know it, that means it's not.
That's a Region 2 4K, but nothing domestic. I remember that came out around the same time as the Criterion Blu-ray, and I was like, why are they doing a 4K of that?
Yeah, they'll probably do it eventually.
Yeah, probably.
Bleed
I'm trying to
you
think what else.
dry.
Lost Highway has a 4K, of course.
Yeah.
What else? Inland Empire, I think, is a 4K.
Blue Velvet.
No, so
Inland
doesn't. It's only a Blu-ray, but I think
Okay, that
it's
makes
more
sense
than-
because I'm like,
I don't
it's
think
more than
that
fine.
movie will probably never have a 4K.
well, that's what I thought because I was like, wait, there's no way I can have a 4K. There's like, how do you restore that?
Yeah, you can't unless you throw it through like an AI filter or some shit.
At this point, yeah, sure. I guess all that's left. Well, I mean, Straight Story has overseas 4Ks, but no domestic release. So
Yeah. Wild at Heart needs a 4K.
Oh yeah, Wild at Heart. Yep, that's true. Maybe Scream will do that, or Shout will do that.
Yeah.
Didn't Straight Story just get like a new announcement? Or am I-
Not domestically.
Oh, okay.
That's an
Okay.
overseas release.
Okay.
That might be. Doesn't Disney have that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So never say never,
yeah.
but I didn't hold my
Yep.
breath.
I watched it on Disney Plus.
Yeah, I remember I just watched it this year for the first time, and yeah, it was on Disney.
Yeah.
Good movie, yeah. Yeah. 1999.
Yeah, might be it.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's deal with that later. Let's see who's up next. Tyler, number 3.
Number 3, got my first real premium release, shockingly. Usually that's what these lists are filled with, but this is a movie I have wanted to see for a long time from a label I've been a pretty big supporter of, and it's from early in the year that a lot of people might have forgotten about, and it's from Daft Crocodile. It is Feliday. This movie kind of
All
blew
right.
my shit out. This movie, I really like this movie. This movie impressed the shit out of me. I felt like it was almost like the Plague Dogs in the Suburbs.
So Plague Dogs
But
with cats.
like some of the imagery in this movie is not fucking around.
Yeah,
It shows some real visceral images of like slaughtered animals, and it is not pretty. It's done
No
it's
Disney
done
movie.
really well. It gets into some surrealism aspects too. Like I really like this movie. I've heard a lot of people say it's kind of like a giallo, and I really don't really agree with that at all. But
I don't understand where they're coming from with that at all.
yeah, it's just like, dude, just because it's a murder mystery doesn't mean it's a giallo. Oh. But yeah, it's essentially like a little like kind of noirish, like horror noirish murder mystery with cats, and there's like a sci-fi aspect to it. Just the way it's presented, it's done really well. The animation's really nice. I definitely had the spring for the or the deluxe edition that's got like this full art, this nice hard case, and some little book, because this like standard release cover is trash, and I just couldn't do.
Oh, you got it too. Okay, never mind.
Well, no,
I was gonna
that's
say-
that's the that's the.
Well,
that's
yeah,
the-
no, I didn't know it was in there because I'm like, yeah, I don't understand how that cover was like. Yeah, it's fine if the image is.
This isn't
cut
reversible,
off.
is it? Yeah, it's not
I have no
reversible.
idea.
But of course, it's not reversible.
Yeah, the one
Yeah,
time
that's
you're like,
why-
man, I really want to flip it around.
Yeah, but like I couldn't. I couldn't pick. This one is like, this isn't even the most amazing art, but I like this. I think this is pretty good. I think it would have been maybe a little bit lighter in some spots for some contrast, but I like this image in the back, and just a nice hard case, nice premium release. Yeah, but yeah, definitely check this movie out if you haven't seen it. I really, honestly, one of my favorite things I've watched this year. The restoration's great. My soundbar was going wild. I just think I've become a fan of animated films in general more so over the last few years. This one was a really cool, different, refreshing take from the era.
Yeah, Felid is cool. It's dark, but it's I really like Def Crocodile putting out these strange, really underseen animated films. That was kind of like their thing for a while, and yeah, Felid was one that was really cool. It's a shame that a lot of these partner labels have been leaving Vinegar Syndrome, because it gets kind of difficult to keep up with them, because I definitely have not kept up with Def Crocodile. And I've seen some of the stuff they've put out since. I haven't bought the releases, but like some stuff that popped up streaming.
Yeah,
And
each
I'm like,
year, the last 2 years at Wasteland, I picked up something from them while I was there.
Right,
Just 'cause
right.
I had the chance to. But that was actually why I put in my my one diabolic order for the year, because I wanted to pick up Feliday, and I wanted to do it before like the deluxe sold out. So I did that, I think, around July when they had like some clearance sale going on.
I feel like they're the only company right now consistently putting out these like odds and ends of animated films of just like weird stuff that was not really seen consistently, because they had that one. They had the one that I'm blanking on the name of. It was like the Japanese like cat movie, like Hello Kitty kind of cat. That wasn't very good, but it was interesting. But like they put like a lot of these like Delta Space Mission and like the film, what's it called? It doesn't matter. Anyways, they're the only ones that I feel like are putting out these lesser known animated films that
Yeah.
They
They put out animated films from countries you typically don't see animated films from.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like there was that movie they put out last year, Bubble Bath, that was really good.
Yeah, that was the one. And I think Benny's Bathtub was.
Yeah, they put that out.
I have that somewhere.
There was some other Bill Plimpton movie they put out.
And they're cool because, like, animated films above all else, it's strange to become so obscure because of how much effort goes into.
Yeah.
How many people work on it for it to be maybe not obscure, but definitely underseen, or flat out obscure. I don't know. But yeah, no, I really like what they were doing there, and it's a shame that I don't know. It's my own fault. I haven't really been keeping up, but money's limited, so.
It doesn't seem like they've been putting out as much animated stuff, though. That's actually really what I was most interested in when I wanted to kind of backtrack that label.
They were doing like a lot of like streaks of stuff of like a handful of titles here and there of just like animated, and then like because I think I was trying to collect them for at least when they were on Video Game Syndrome, and they put out a lot of stuff I really like a lot. There's a couple of films they put out I think are just straight up gems, but since then. And with the animated stuff, I've definitely not been keeping up. But Faraday is a solid film. I do like it quite a bit, and it's not afraid to get dark, like you said. But it's also not mean spirited. It's just dark.
Yeah,
but I like it a lot. Good. That's a very good choice. Let's see, Mike. Hello,
All
sir.
right. Hello. I've arrived.
Welcome.
Yeah, so this next pick is from a director that actually took a few years off after a tragedy on set with The Crow. He's actually, I think, attached to direct Casper, but he left that. This movie came out really close in time, or at the same time as The Matrix, and goes over a lot of similar themes and subtext, but I think The Matrix at the time, especially as a first time watch it, captured like a lot of the zeitgeist of late 90s, early 2000s, and this movie got a little buried or forgotten about, but it's kind of like developed a following over the years. I know Roger Ebert was like famous at the time because he was like a champion for this movie when a lot of people were like, you got what on like your top? I think it was like his number 2 of the year.
Have a guess.
His pick. Yeah, and so Arrow put this out.
Yep.
I always consider like a holy grail of like getting a 4K of this. I've always loved the movie, and I would argue, I don't know if it's a popular or unpopular opinion at this point, but I would say this has aged better than The Matrix. As far as the themes and the presentations and how it kind of handles a similar kind of material. And that would be Dark City.
Dark City.
What is to be done? This man is dangerous.
It is said he is able to cue.
Impossible.
We have seen it with our own eyes. On occasion, the imprinting does not take. They behave erratically when they awaken. We find them wandering like lost children. But this one was different, yes?
What has the doctor to say about this?
He has failed to report in.
And Mr. Quick? No more Mr. Quick. Mr. Quick dead. Yes. Poor Mr. Quick.
Mr. Book, does he know?
Should we not know, Mr. Hand?
We had hoped to learn more before sharing with you.
We can know nothing until we possess him. Mr. Knight, you will take the east. Mr. Face, you the west. Mr. Glove, the south. Mr. Shade, the north.
What a great release this was. It's definitely one of my favorites of the year. It looks great. It sounds great. I feel like it's finally got the release it deserved for home theaters. Kiefer Sutherland is like great in this. It's all around a really, really good movie. I think with the years that that have gone by, more people have checked it out, and it is getting kind of like the appreciation it deserves. But I still think there's many people out there that need to see it for the first time. And
I need to see it again. It's probably been like 20 years.
Yeah.
I'm still rocking that like New Line Platinum DVD.
Oh
yeah, I think that was the last release I had, was like whatever that initial DVD release of it was.
Is that the one with the gray cover art where like the hands were like peering out and it was like the gray
I think
city?
so.
I remember that
it was black and it had like a guy screaming on it.
Okay, maybe I'm thinking of it.
I know what you're thinking of though, but that was like
okay.
Release.
Oh, I thought that's what we were talking about. Okay, never mind.
I think the DVD I have is probably from like the late 90s. Like mine is old. It was like an old snapper case.
Nice.
The cardboard shit.
That's the way to go about it.
Matrix had a good snapper case too. Interesting. I remember the Matrix snapper.
Did they ever explain what's the
Snappers.
point of those snapper cases? Like, why is that? Like, what was the point of that design?
Oh, the old snaps.
Right,
Yeah.
because Warner Brothers wanted to feel special and have their own
Yeah,
little thing.
yeah. Good.
Have
Yep. Good theory.
Twister and the Road Warrior and those stupid ass things.
I had a Full Metal Jacket one like that.
I think I had an American History X snap case.
There was that Kubrick set with all the white DVD covers that were all snapper cases.
I think I had that too. It was like
Yeah,
six films or
It
something.
was like Lolita. It was like Barry Lyndon, like the big stuff. But then I always remember that box set. Yeah, Dark City. That's a total cult film right there. That's one I feel like I've heard more people in the past decade or so just talking about how much they like the film or have mentioned it. Even in passing. Of course, I've not seen it. I'm a fake film fan, but I've always
It's a
heard
cool movie.
good things about it. Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, someone actually showed me it at HCC, like a professor in a film class.
What was
Here's
the
a
context?
snapper that needs an upgrade. Helter Skelter.
Oh shoot, man! That needs a Blu-ray.
Yeah. I was like, do I have any snappers around here? Yeah, Helter Skelter.
Gosh, I think I don't have any because I'm a fake fan. Yeah, just regular DVDs. Yep, hey man. So be it.
Yeah.
The snappers are fun, but they were completely
Snap.
pointless. Stupid ass cardboard cover.
I'd like to see a
No.
Vinegar Syndrome. Let's do this one.
Why not?
Yeah, that's a good movie. Anyway,
Mason, you
moving
ever
on.
see Mason, you ever see The Other Side of Madness from like 70 or no, 71, 72?
Yeah, yep.
That's a good film. No one talks about that film. That's a VCI title.
Hell yeah.
That's a good film. Anyways. Yeah, Dark City. All right. Very cool. Any other comments on that?
Watch it.
Great release, brother.
All right. Very cool. All right. Now we're into the top two. What can I do for you? So my number two, my number one actually switched at the last second because I rewatched both of these films and decided that they both needed a release, one needed a good release. One film was held up great. Another one held up better than I remembered. I already love the film as is. But anyways, my number two. I can grab it, not fall out of my seat. Man, I was waiting a long time for this to get a release. It was one that it got announced at one point, but then never got brought up again. So I thought, man, maybe this is just not going to come out. Maybe this was like a rights thing or whatever. And then 1 month, I remember specifically in the group chat, in the Vincent or the Sinbin, whatever group chat, people are like, oh man, this partner label month is not very good. There's not a lot of titles. But I'm like, man, this one title, I'm like, wow, this is a big deal. Anyways, from Canadian International Pictures from the year 1981, one of the true gems that no one talks about. I'm talking about The Devil at Your Heels.
Ken Carter jumps cars for a living, and people like to see him do it. They come for the thrill of watching a man risk his life, watching a man fly a car and crash it at 50 miles an hour. Ken Carter's been doing that for 20 years, 3 times a week. Tonight, Ken flew a 64 Chevy 125 feet and smashed up his ankle. At 37, he knows he can't keep jumping forever. But Ken has a dream. Before he's finally through, Ken Carter wants to amaze the world. Ken's dream starts here on a street in Montreal. He has put all his money, $30,000, into this car. It's no ordinary car. It's a jet car with 7,500 pounds of thrust.
I love this freaking film. I love this film. And I rewatched it the other night. I still love this film.
Still love
It's just when people talk about gems, I think people confuse Underseen with it being a great film. Underseen is one thing. That's fine. I get that. But how often is it underseen and it's actually great where you wonder, why did it fall through the cracks? And The Devil at Your Heels is one of these examples. This is a documentary, 1981. We follow the stuntman Ken Carter, who is, his whole life he's been a daredevil, a stuntman. He has this ridiculous plan. He wants to make a rocket-powered car and jump a mile over this. He wants to jump a mile long over this this river area, and everything goes wrong for him. He's building the ramp and the contractors are lying to him, or it keeps raining in this area, or at one point they have Evel Knievel in the film and he looks at it. He says, "This is a bad idea. Do not do this, Ken Carter." And it is so funny and it is so entertaining. I've heard comparisons to American Movie, and I think that's in regards you have these eccentric outsider characters. Like there's the way it's edited is hilarious. It's like a great gag where there's like father son. They're mechanics, and they'll have one scene where they'll go, "Oh no, this is definitely gonna work. We got this whole thing figured out. Don't worry about it." The next scene, okay, the thing fell apart. They're like, we saw our problem. We know what the problem is. We're gonna get it fixed. We saw this thing was loose, whatever. The next scene, well, we didn't know about that thing, but we'll fix it this time. And just the lengths it goes to of how far he wants to go to jump this mile. He has a ramp shooting towards the sky. You're watching the film and you're like, is he gonna actually be able to do this damn jump? And I don't want to give away whether he does or doesn't. You got to watch the film for yourself. This is one that was.
There's no way he does.
Well, maybe he does. Maybe he does.
Jumping a mile, I'm pretty sure I would have heard.
I mean, when you see this rocket-powered car,
all right,
brother,
mile's really far.
You're a mile.
Just watch the film.
I know how long a mile is.
It is ridiculous. And this is one that was a total cult film. It only had a VHS. It was on YouTube. That was off YouTube. It was on YouTube. I had seen it. I'd seen it on YouTube on a pretty good, VHS transfer or whatever. Watching on this, it looks great. And boy, it's just such a fun documentary because of just Ken Carter has his personality. He's always optimistic, even when things are going wrong. At one point, he gets really screwed over and he's upset. But then he's like, just when he goes about it, he's like, well, this went wrong, and I'm not going to do it this. And my gosh, man, this is like such a fun documentary. Ken Carter eventually, it's not in the documentary, Ken Carter eventually did pass away from a stunt. But it's one of these things where it's like throughout the documentary, he talks about, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die doing a stunt. I'm going to die doing what I love. So on one hand, it's like, yeah, it's sad he died, but at the same time, it's like, he went out on his own terms. He knew the risks every time. I mean, in the first part of the documentary, he breaks his ribs. He's like, as he's being stretched out, he has a microphone. He's like, "Don't worry, guys, I'm back tomorrow night. Come back. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this jump again." It's just great. I love this film. I can't say enough good things about it. A true gem. Such a just an enjoyable, funny documentary. I love it. Can't say enough nice things about it. Watch it for yourself. Does he make the jump? Does he not? You'll find out. The Devil at Your Heels, my number 2. And that was my number 1 for a while. That's how enthusiastic I am about that film.
Damn.
That's all I got.
I feel the passion.
Or watch it on YouTube. I don't care.
It sounds fun. Like I definitely want to check it out.
Yeah.
It's underseen. Even now with the Blu-ray. I feel like people are not talking about it, but hey, hopefully this gets some eyeballs on it. But
was that the first time you'd watched it? You hadn't seen it before, or had you seen it?
No, I'd seen it before. I'd seen it on YouTube. Yeah, on a decent enough transfer, but seeing it on the nice new Blu-ray, and there's a bunch of new features on it as well. Cool. So next time, you know what? If there's a subscriber week or whatever, or there's a bunch of partner label titles on sale, and you guys happen to come across it on sale, check it out. What do you got to lose? Documentaries are kind of hard to recommend because oftentimes, I find for myself, I end up watching a lot of documentaries maybe once, maybe twice. But I find the ones like American Movie or this, I watch multiple times because they just have that rewatchability of it. You know, it's not as clinical. It's very fun. You like these people you're interacting with. And Devil at Your Heels. I love it. Tony, number 2, another documentary, I bet.
Oh, yeah. The greatest documentary to ever exist.
Oh shit!
Is it
All
cool
right.
too?
Prove it.
No. So I hate website exclusives. Everybody knows this. I think it's
Oh
like the
no!
worst thing in the world.
Oh!
But you know, if there's
Watchers
a
3.
movie I've been begging for years and years and years and years and years, I have an HD release, I will break my rules and I will buy the fuck out of your website exclusive. And that happened this year for Lionsgate Limited. And their website exclusive Vestron Blu-ray of Jean-Carl Beekler's Ghoulies 3. Ghoulies go to motherfucking college.
Dave is so happy.
I
Hell yeah.
love this
Love it.
fucking movie so much. Prank
Best Matthew
week for
Lillard
life.
movie.
Morlock, Bihar, Atash, Hessel. Open now, the porcelain vessel. Shades of darkness, creatures dire.
We're here! Set the magic prize time! You win a trip to the Super Bowl! Give it to me! Give me this one! I want it eyes! Use your heads!
Creatures dire! Transform me now to consuming fire!
Oh my god, I love this movie. It is the best Ghoulies movie because it's that mixed with a screwball 80s comedy. There are pranks all over the place. There's titties all over the place. The Ghoulies finally talk and they just make jokes the entire time. It is just a complete blast from start to finish. I understand, but I don't understand why people hate that movie. It's just a good fucking time. It's like, what do you expect from a Ghoulies movie at this point? You know what I mean? Because you take Ghoulies 2, which is just an absolute upgrade over the first one in every conceivable way.
Yeah.
Every conceivable way. So then what's the next step? You make them talk and make jokes. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
You rest your case.
I rest my case.
I haven't seen that one in a couple of years. I need to fucking watch it.
But yeah,
Now, why would Lionsgate make that a website exclusive? Why now are they like, we're going to do website exclusives of our Vestron titles?
I don't know.
Yeah, who's in that?
Maybe they weren't confident. I don't know. They had to.
Who's in that
create-
meeting that
create
convinced
FOMO?
them of it?
And it's weird too because it's like they just went back to their like OG format. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like website exclusive back in the day, but they were expensive. Like I remember paying like almost $30 for like the Maximum Overdrive Blu-ray when that came out. And like
yeah, I remember
they were expensive as hell when they first came out.
It's funny. I remember I was when Vestron were first coming out. Well, maybe not first coming out, but when they were starting with a handful of titles. I was at the Archive, Vinegar Syndrome store in Connecticut, and I was talking to one of the guys there, and even he was saying like, yeah, we have to price them a certain way because of Vestron, but he was like, no one's buying Beyond Reanimator for $35. I'm like, yeah, I'm not buying it for that, or $30, however much it was. And he's like, yeah, no one's buying them. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm not buying them. And then lower the price. It was great. Now they're back. Website exclusives. I'm good.
Right. So like I had to get that one. I paid full price for that. Whatever. I don't fucking care. But the other ones like May and All of Me, like I bought those on Black Friday for half off and they were like $14. I'm okay with that.
Right.
Because that's only a few dollars cheaper than what you were getting at like Walmart and shit. But yeah, for a very special movie like Ghoulies 3, a movie I've been begging for years and years and years, I will pay top dollar for that any day of the week.
Are you going to pay top dollar for Mystery Team?
No.
All right.
That will be a half off.
All right.
100%.
You know what? All right.
Now, if Demon Ward came out on Vestron Video next year, then I would buy that 100% day one.
Now you said that it could happen.
Please, God, let that happen. I've been begging for Demon Ward for like 20 fucking years. I love that movie so much. It's got Bigfoot, it's got aliens, it's got Michelle Bauer in it. Fucking rocks.
Back to Cafe Flesh. Okay, Mason, what is your favorite Ghoulies film?
I probably say number 3 if I had to guess. But anyway, but it won't be my number 2 pick. So we got a 1999 pick, as I said. A couple more to go. So number 2, won't spend too much time on it, but I think it had a lot of impact this year. And that was Eyes Wide Shut 4K from Criterion.
Damn.
As far as like impact, like at least like I felt like the Eyes Wide Shut thread on the Blu-ray forums was real pure entertainment for a solid month. Some great jokes, some great assholes and rants, and people thinking that this was a horrible transfer, and what the fuck are people thinking? I mean, the passion that people have for the film is evident, so I was happy to be privy to that. But lots of jokes at their expense. But anyway, but as far as the way the film looks this way, it was beautiful, a great film, and I like simple Scanavo cases from Criterion. Like this is all I need right here, and I like the artwork. I like the simplicity of it. I've an edition that or a movie that I've never owned before, so now I do on 4K. Yeah, real highlight. Criterion killing it with the classics. Kubrick, the man, the greatest. He fucking makes you sink, and especially as a big conspiracy guy, I mean, this is where it all is.
Oh, brother, that's a whole other conversation we can go into.
Yeah,
if we have time.
For days and days.
Oh,
For days
brother.
and days.
Oh boy, we could have our own show about that. Good lord.
Mm-hmm.
I like how at Wasteland you and I like made a point to get you and my girlfriend connected about the same stuff about in Hollywood. I'm like, great,
Yeah.
they're talking. I'm gonna get like 5 more beers. So I walked away.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
we
great,
got
yeah.
we got into it a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Tried to exit before it got too dark, as it does.
That's fair. That's great.
Anyway.
This is I really didn't expect the amount of Kubrick films to pop up on all these lists. We have Eyes Wide Shut now on 2 lists, Barry Lyndon on 2 lists. That's awesome. That's really phenomenal.
You would have
Now,
Eyes
will-
Wide Shut on 3 lists, let's be honest.
Will Ghoulies 3 be on more than one list? That is the real question.
I hope so. If Dave was
Tyler
on
is
the
up
show,
next.
If Dave was
All
here,
right.
for sure.
Dave will not respond to my request, so maybe next
If you do an additional
You
list
can't
of-
afford Dave.
I can.
If you do an additional list of releases that didn't show up at your house on time like they were supposed to, I bet it'll make my list too. So
Oh, brother, I can fill about 10 slots with that right now.
That was one that I already knew. Like I was not safe ordering from Amazon. So yeah, but was it simple to buy it in fucking store at Barnes and Nobles, half off. So
Fair enough.
All right.
Tyler.
Well, number 2. This is one was kind of a no-brainer for me. I'm sure it won't surprise anyone. Only the second premium editions that I have on the list. Well, yeah, it's another pairing of films, and it is the John Woo films from the Hong Kong line, from Scream Factory. Movies were stuck on out of print DVDs, courtesy of Criterion. There's a lot of suspicious things about the rights of these films. These may be really tied up for a long time. But I knew those eventually get resolved. But it really was a couple years wait for these movies, and yeah, we finally got them. They came out pretty freaking quick. These both came out like a month of each other. Both of these have insane They both have insane transfers. They both sound insane. This is top tier John Woo. Both these movies are excellent. They're both first time watches, and I absolutely loved both of them. They're both movies I would fucking watch over and over. I'm glad I waited and waited and waited till I could see these the best presentation possible. Now they're all playing again at the theater next year, so I get to go see them next year too. So yeah, I'm not crazy about these arts. They're not the worst things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But I'm not the craziest about it. But at least on the inside, you get your classic case, your classic art. So there's at least that. It has at least that going for it. And I didn't check on any of the special features, but looking at the back, there is just a mountain of special features on these. These are pretty expensive. I'm sure eventually you'll get a standard down the line, but I think these are definitely worth it. These things look insane. Just really great releases. And very long awaited. And yeah, I'm glad they were done well. Hard Boiled and The Killer, if I didn't somehow mention that, but that's what I meant by the John Woo films.
I was like, they're great. Like what? Which of the two do you prefer?
Honestly, it's kind of tough to say. They're so close. I would put them in the same. Films. I would put them in the same tier. Really, I guess I probably would prefer Hard Boiled. But
yeah, that's fair.
It kind of depends.
Yeah, it kind of depends.
If you're going for I guess I wouldn't even say complex, but more of a story, I would say The Killer. But if you're just looking for give me an example of Hong Kong action film of late 80s, early 90s era that's just gonna blow you away with the carnage, you're going with Hard Boiled.
The thing is though, it's the Hong Kong film.
Yeah, for good reason.
Yeah.
I saw Hard Boiled theatrically a couple months ago. My first time in a little while, and it had to be close to sold out. I have no idea. It was a packed theater, and it was great watching that with an audience. And not having seen it in a while, just all the jokes were landing, all the action was still brutal. It was chaotic, but it was also a lot of fun. The whole sequence from the hospital, the babies. John Woo, I feel cannot be overstated enough how, and I understand you have a choreographer, you have a camera operator, I understand all that, but I'm saying in terms of how strong of a filmmaker he is, just these films alone, it is so impressive how he's able to channel all this chaos, all this energy into each individual film and make something completely unique. Hard Boiled is great for one reason, and Killer is great for another reason. They both stayed out in their own, but they're both phenomenal films. And it's great these films finally got releases. Available releases, because it's been, duties in the past stuff. But no.
Screen's here next month, and I think I'm going to try to go.
For sure. Do it if you can, because trust me, the spectacle is there, but the quality of filmmaking is just as apparent as ever.
Yeah, and I think it's cool just to be able to get a chance to see movies that I saw at a young age in the theater. I didn't have that opportunity when they first came out. I was just too young.
Right. Awesome. I figured those would have popped up already, but I guess not. But maybe, Mike, you can change that with your number 2 pick.
Yeah. If we all just want to ignore everything Tyler just said, because
hey, honey, thank you.
Yeah, I'm about to see his Hard Boiled and The Killer and raise him the Better Tomorrow trilogy.
Oh, you put the Better Tomorrow trilogy with it.
My number 2.
你真係開槍打我，我唔會放過任何機會。你不嬲都咁認真嘅咩？係，簡單嘅嘢我唔做，我都係。所以我覺得我哋有啲嘢好似。你係話大家都咁好波？
I was worried that it would be a cheat to like bundle a handful of movies as like one pick, but I just think for like considering the era I saw them in, it was kind of like rapid fire. I kind of already said the story was City on Fire, but the same goes for these. It was just kind of like I saw all of them in rapid succession just because of the era they came out and the era that I first saw them, and it was like every time you saw one, it was like momentarily better than the previous one because they were just so cool. I think the first Better Tomorrow like is up there with Hard Boiled and The Killer. Even the second one's really high. I have actually never seen the third one, so that will be a first time watch. I know from everything I've heard, the third one is like a little bit of a step down, but I'm still interested just to check it out. But Hard Boiled, The Killer, A Better Tomorrow, like if anyone's ever heard me talk about them before, it's like not much else to add. They're just awesome. I think they are in an elite class of that kind of movie. They're timeless. They're movies that I still have so much fun showing and sharing with other people for the first time that haven't seen them. Not a lot of my peers have gotten to the age I'm at and haven't seen them yet, but I still sometimes run into friends of friends or whatever that haven't seen them, and it's cool. It's cool to recommend because I feel like certain movies are almost a can't miss if you know the person's a fan of the genre in general. It's like Hard Boiled, you're not gonna miss with recommending that. Just one of the cooler movies, and just the style to go with the action. Just awesome movies, and the release is great. They sound and look wonderful in 4K, and it was definitely worth the wait because I last owned Hard Boiled and The Killer on like a double DVD set that I think I had to import. I still have it like in a box. And I remember the DVD menus being like cool, like when you would switch from the little options, it would bring up like a machine gun and like shoot bullets into the menu to like get you to the next section. It was really cool. One of the like I've always thought about like selling off or just getting rid of like a certain portion of my old DVDs, but that's one like I'll never get rid of. Like it's gonna be here forever. So yeah, I am matching Tyler with my number 2. And I guess raising the stakes because I added the Better Tomorrow trilogy.
I think I gotta, that's what I'm gonna. I got like a fat gift card to Best Buy, and I realized that you can still buy movies on there. So I'm actually like kind of in the middle of building a car, and I just added that to it.
Oh, you found some good ones?
Solid.
Yeah, well, just buy the I think I'm gonna pick up that and the Chinese Ghost Story trilogy. I'd rather like pick up this expensive shit that. Like I don't have to pay that. It's harder to stomach like paying like for this expensive shit than they just buy like a couple things that are like $20.
Yeah.
I watched Better Tomorrow on the way to Wasteland actually on the plane, and that movie rules.
Oh, wow.
I haven't seen the sequels, but that movie kicks ass.
Yeah, the second one is really good too. And the third one's just the one I haven't seen, but can't go wrong with those. John Woo and Chow Yun Fat, it was just like that combo in that era was like they just didn't miss.
Oh yeah, I remember years ago people were going back to what you were talking about earlier with City on Fire. I remember that got recommended like a long time ago. And it wasn't that it was unavailable, but it was more just like, one, is it a good copy? 2, are the subtitles correct? So it's what it was. But the fact that now these films are being readily available. Well, I'm sorry, they're readily available and are being released both internationally. You know, if they were UK putting theirs out. I can't speak right now. And domestically with Shout Factory, it's just, man, it's just great to see this film getting released. I'm not only physically, but getting theatrical releases, so people who weren't familiar with these films can see them on the big screen. It's really incredible. Like, I'm really really happy these films are getting put out. For sure. All right, my number one. Here we go. Number one.
Number one.
Number one. Here we are. All right. Well, my number two and my number one switch places because Devil at My Heels. Devil at Your Heels was my number one. And I rewatched it and I loved it. And then I rewatched this and blew me away. Last year, I had 2 films from this director on my list. I had Lone Star from Criterion and City of Hope from Sony Pictures. And this is my favorite film of his. And this release is phenomenal. And rewatching this film, I won't go too long into it because I have a lot to say about it. So I'll be kind of brief because it's the end of the night. We're all tired. We're all drunk. It's fine. But yeah, my number one favorite release of 2025, unquestionably, is John Sayles' Baby It's You, put up by Fun City.
Oh. Hi. What's your name?
Jill.
What?
Jill.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Jill. They call me the Sheik.
The Sheik?
Yeah.
Are you an Arab?
No, I'm Italian. Capitalupo.
Then why do they call you Sheik?
It's a long story. Listen, you want to go out with me sometime?
Are you kidding?
No. You want to?
I don't even know you.
You go out with me, I'll tell you my life history.
You just go up to people you don't even know and start talking to them?
Sure. People I like. I like you.
You don't know me.
So what do you like to do? You like to go to the movies? You like to dance? Whatever you want to do.
I don't want to go out with you, Billy.
Okay, be that way. I'll see you later.
No,
You know, you really should eat more than that. You're too skinny for your height.
What did he want? He asked me out. Really? Just like that? His name is Sheik. He's an Arab? No, Capita something or other. So you're going out with him? No, Christ. He looks like he should be selling used cars. Stealing them. You know, this macaroni looks like it's been left over from last year.
I rewatched this the other night. I hadn't seen it in a little while. Blown away. John Sayles is one of my very, very top favorite filmmakers. I've seen all of his films. There's only one I straight up don't like. There's a couple I'm a little so-so on, and the rest I like or love. Baby It's You is one of the most mature, thoughtful character films I've ever seen. You have Vincent Spano and Rosanna Arquette in this. Takes place in, I think it's the 1960s. And it follows them throughout a period of time. We have Vincent Spano's character who's, you know, a bit of an outcast. He's always getting in trouble. Rosanna Arquette is, you know, she is the one who is he wants to be in the school play. She wants to kind of, you know, be academically, you know, ahead of things. And we follow their relationship throughout, where it's a very troubled relationship, where John Sayles portrays Vincent Spano as, you know, a very troubled character, where at times you're like, man, this guy, I don't know what he's doing. He's causing problems, doing this and that. You know, he's there. Anybody else would leave him. There's this sort of this pull between these characters. Rosanna Arquette and Vincent Spano, they keep pulling back to each other. They need each other. And the way it goes about, you feel so much for these characters. You feel bad for Rosanna Arquette being treated this way. Then you feel bad for Vincent Spano. He's a character who loves Frank Sinatra. He wants to be a singer, but he's reduced to, you know, miming, you know, classic songs in a Miami club, you know, for a bunch of senior citizens. The soundtrack as well, interestingly enough, because it all takes place in the 60s, you have like Springsteen, you know, who didn't put out music to the late 70s, but it all fits very well. And John Sayles has said these songs match the scenes. And, you know, I'm a huge Springsteen fan. Putting my love of that music aside, the songs fit anyways, in a way that they all don't feel out of place with this. This is this is just one of these films where it reminds me how much I love John Sayles, how much I love his work. I talked about last year Lone Star and City of Hope, but I think of just like 8 Men Out and The Brother from Another Planet and Limbo, Men with Guns, and I love John Sayles' films, and this is my favorite of his films. I think it's so mature, so touching, so heartfelt. I can't say enough good things about it. This is like a 10 out of 10 film. This Blu-ray has a commentary by Bill Ackerman, new interviews with John Sayles, Griffin Dunn, who's a producer on the film. Man, can't say enough good things about it. Love this film. Baby It's You. Fun City Editions as well. I haven't really been keeping up with their releases. I have some of theirs. I have like this, and I have like Bad Company, and I don't keep up with them a whole lot since they left OCN. But I love this film. I could talk about this for another hour, but for the sake of timing, and I'm a little drunk, I'm not gonna bore you guys with details. But yeah. I mean, we talk about films that really touch you and move you. This is one that when it was over, I was sitting on the couch, almost like kind of dumbfounded, like, wow, this movie really, really moved me. And next, my number one, Baby It's You, my favorite physical media release of 2025. And that is all I gotta say. Thank you very much.
Did you show your girlfriend that? Did your girlfriend watch that one?
I didn't, but I should, because she was asleep.
Okay.
And I'm very curious what she thinks of it.
Yeah.
Because and Criterion are apparently putting out Brother from Another Planet. I hope next year, because I love that film as well. But I love John Sayles. He's one of my very favorite filmmakers. His work has been incredibly inspirational to me, and my own writing and stuff. So I love his films. Baby It's You, I think it's brilliant. And that's my number one of 2025. Tony,
yeah,
what do you got?
Brother?
Ghoulies 4.
Well, this is a movie that I knew was going to be on number one before the end of 2024 even happened.
All right.
It is my all-time favorite film from Mark Jones, who made like 4 movies. It is from TerrorVision. It is none other than 1996's Rumpelstiltskin.
Oh yeah!
My gosh, I love it.
Hell yeah!
Still alive, right?
I don't know. The last time I saw him, my friend held him.
Well, there's a tanker coming up behind us pretty fast.
It's him. It's Rumpelstiltskin.
Why do you run? I only want the baby John.
It's him.
Oh, I get it now. This is a setup for bloopers and practical jokes. Who put this together? My agent?
Yeah, this is a childhood favorite that I've been begging for years and years and years and years to get a decent release. Just like a widescreen release is all I ever wanted in life, because all we had for 30 fucking years was a full screen piece of shit VHS or a full screen artisan out of print DVD that was absolute shit. I tell you what, when you finally throw this 4K in your player and you find out that this shit was shot in fucking scope, and for 30 years you've had to watch this movie where literally half of the screen was cut off. Like, it transforms this movie and it just makes it so much better. Like, this 4K is like a revelation, like watching this movie. It's like, I've seen this movie probably 50 times in my life, but it was literally like watching it again for the first time. It was unbelievable.
Hell yeah.
Like, as far as the movie, it's cheesy as fuck. It's like any other like 90s bullshit, like goofy, wisecracking, like mythical creature horror movie that's like a dime a dozen. But like, we're 90s kids. Of course we love this shit. But this edition itself, like, it's just insane. Like, the hard box is nice. You have this slipcase that looks like like a folk book almost, but it's
Yeah.
like really goofy. He's like on a motorcycle on it. You
Look at
have
me.
an amazing fold-out poster of the
There it is.
original art. A great book that's like super long. It has multiple essays in it. Like for Rumpelstiltskin's fans like me, it's just an absolute dream come true.
They fucking held the fact that they owned that movie close to their chest, or that they had the rights for it, because they had that for several years and kept that a secret real good.
And they put the soundtrack out too before the movie.
Yeah, but we're always like saying like, "Oh, the movie will never happen. It's a rights nightmare." Stop asking.
That's what I always figured. I always assumed it'd probably be like with Lionsgate or some shit.
Yeah. Nah, yeah, so
yeah,
it's definitely one that like reignites hope. Like shit can happen. So
That's what I'm saying. Never say never with some of these titles, man. Because you
Yep.
say, "Oh, it'll never come out."
that
and
was
then
a big
it's like,
one that a lot of people thought couldn't happen.
Oh yeah, huge. Even comes with a CD soundtrack, which for me is a big thing.
Hell yeah.
I've seen that released.
I'm a
seen that
soundtrack
at
whore.
Walmart.
Hell yeah.
That is really cool. That they're able to sell that at Walmart in like standard
The-
editions.
Yeah, the Walmart down the street. I multiple times I was going there. Yeah, they had it on display there, and I was like, "Oh, cool, TerraVision." I didn't pick it up because I'm a dummy, but I'm like, "Oh, it's cool, TerraVision to get stuff in the store." But yeah, that's great. That's really cool. I think that was Frogman TerraVision as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I saw it in store as well. But no, it's cool.
Yeah,
to
they
get
also
into, like,
had
major retailers.
They had the WNUF movies in Walmart too.
Oh, okay. I didn't see those in mine. Maybe I either didn't see it or didn't carry it. But either way, yeah, it's great for them. That's a cool number one, though.
Hell yeah, it's a cool number one.
I mean, I feel like you probably should put Ghoulish 3 as number one, but, it's your list. So whatever.
I would, except for the fact that it's a site exclusive, so you're already losing points for that.
Mm.
And it doesn't come with a poster and a CD soundtrack.
And it's not 4K.
And it's not 4K.
All those are true.
It also has a postcard, which whatever.
No one ever uses.
Which no one ever uses or needs, but you know what? Throw it in there. Who gives a fuck?
Maybe
Yeah,
we'll get
bunch of-
Rumpelstiltskin goes to college in the future.
There we go. Hey, somebody got a Kickstarter,
Would buy.
But who knows? Maybe next year
But
we'll get
yeah.
a mystery team on your top 10.
And yes, it's better than Leprechaun, I'll say it.
Agreed.
Don't tell JP that.
It's by the same director. It's way better than Leprechaun.
Well, I haven't seen Leprechaun, so I couldn't tell you. But
To me, it's not even a competition, honestly.
Say Mason, say damn.
Yeah.
Why would I have watched Leprechaun?
I don't know. I
Well,
mean,
what
this
if you have watched
it's
Leprechaun?
not a crazy blind spot, I guess, but
So you can see Jennifer Aniston pre nose job.
It's
I have one horror film on my list. Why would I have seen Leprechaun?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Why would
he's
you
not
see
even a
fucking
real
Halloween.
That shit's too scary. I don't watch scary movies.
Oh.
Right? I watch nice movies.
All right, baby, it's you.
All right, baby. What's your number one?
Oh, my number one, a winner from way far away. Anyway, how do I introduce this fucking movie? So I believe this was announced as coming true, a dream coming true, back in September, and I quickly pre-ordered what I deem to be the fanciest, coolest looking edition of said movie. A movie rescued from the palms of a devil.
A rapist.
A rapist.
What is it, Clown House?
Anyway, allow me to undress this beautiful edition from Down Under
Oh!
of 1999 Dogma.
Oh, I didn't know that came out.
That should have been.
I got it. I got
obvious.
it like 3 or 4 days ago. It came in just in time. I was scared it wouldn't, but I got it. And then the Australian version, like you could order it for like the first fucking 3 days before they said, we're not sending this to the US because Lionsgate threw a fit or some shit. Anyway. So yeah, this would be Umbrella's thick edition of Dogma. So looking good with our buddy Christ on there.
I remember when eating meat on a Friday was supposed to be a hell-worthy trespass.
The major sins never change. And besides, I can spot a commandment breaker from like a mile away. So, bet on it.
This from the guy who still owes me $10 over that bet about which was going to be the bigger movie, E.T. or Crush Groove.
You know what? Fuck you, man, because time's gonna tell on that one. What, are you insinuating that I don't have what it takes anymore?
Insinuating? No. Flat out telling you.
Right there. There's one.
So, they're kissing.
Adultery.
Adultery. You are just a simple creature.
Am I right or what?
Well, I happen to know the truth, but I'm not going to tell you. I want to see how boned up on the job you are. What's your proof?
He's wearing a wedding band.
And it never occurred to you that maybe she's his wife.
No married man kisses his wife like that.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing you were never the deciding member on a jury, is all I'm saying. No married man kisses his wife like that. Are you stoned?
Excuse me. Are you married?
Why?
Well, I'm just curious.
What do you think? What?
To her?
What?
Are you married to her?
Not that it's any of your fucking business, but no. Why?
Yeah, that thing is loaded, isn't it?
It is. It's a beautiful little set. And it was funny because, like, previously I was talking about Eyes Wide Shut. I love how simple the case is. And then here
Look
I
at
am,
this
like,
shit!
blowing the big box over here.
Fuck Eyes Wide Shut.
So, yeah, this was the case for the movie. So,
Yeah, I'm definitely probably just gonna get the regular happy
Lionsgate. There's, like,
Lionsgate version.
the Steelbook is really pretty and stuff. Like, if I had to order that one, I wouldn't have cried too hard about it, but
Yeah.
I was glad I was able to get this. They got a lot of fun postcards, like the original theatrical art and all that fun stuff. Anyway, Alan Rickman, love him. Got a cool book with it, of course. You know,
That's awesome. That's packed.
I feel so dumb because I know how much of a fan you are of the film, and I forgot that it got this big release, or else it would have been like obvious as like the sun. It's like obviously it's #1, but I forgot all about it.
Oh yeah. And yeah, just the whole drama behind it about how, Kevin wasn't able to get it for a while, and because Harvey owned it and finally wrestled it out of his hands with the help of what seems to be Lionsgate and stuff like that. So yeah, just a real win for the fans and for movies and for physical media. Love this movie. Grew up with this movie. It was like, I'm really passionate because it's one of the first movies that made me love movies, like fall in love with movies. Great writing, great characters. Even at like 10 years old, maybe I didn't understand all of the jokes, I suppose. But was one that I quoted all the time. And, watching it a couple of days ago, every fucking scene is a joy. So many quotes, just so brilliantly written. And it's cool because, like, I'm really not a religious person. I'm not like an atheist or anything, but anyway, it's like one of the only movies that's like sort of religiously focused or kind of pro-religious that I actually vibe with. So I think that that's kind of cool. The way that he like tells the story. And Alanis Morissette is God, I buy that. But anyway, love Dogma. Clerks would still be my favorite Kevin Smith film, but yeah, Dogma, love it.
That's awesome, man. I mean, I'm glad that the film resonates with you so much. Yeah, I always like that. I always like what he says at the beginning of the film, because when people were saying the film was sacrilege and all that, he was saying that like even something like even God is God is a sense of humor.
Just look at the platypus.
Exactly. It's all funny. It's just funny because like I myself am religious, and I never thought of it in any negative way. I just thought, oh, okay, it's a fun comedy. So being upset by that, it's like, what? Like, I don't understand that.
It's crazy. Like, he literally got so many death threats.
It's
like,
insane because
people
he
were
himself is like
crazy against this movie, and it's not even like you've seen so much worse. That's
it's so
harsh against
lighthearted.
religion, and this one, like, I don't know, but anyway.
That's the thing is
It's
that
funny.
the thing about Kevin Smith that I think I respect so much is that I'll be the first to admit I'm not really the biggest fan of his films. I mean, Clerks had a big impact on me, at least overall. But even though I'm not the biggest fan of his films after Clerks, what I like about it is that everything he's made feels like the film that he wanted to make. You know, Mallrats, Dogma, Chasing Amy. I never get the sense that he's just selling out or making something that, like, okay, I'll do the next, Marvel, or I'll do the next, Star Wars, whatever. And that's what I feel with Dogma. He definitely had an idea with that this is like, okay, clearly the film he wanted to make. And whether I like or dislike it doesn't really matter, but I respect that far more than just selling out or just doing something that you have no passion about. But that's great. No, I should have seen that as your number one. And I'm kicking myself that I didn't, because it's so obvious coming from you, because you're such a fan of the film. But I'm glad. I'm glad you got the big release and all that.
Fucking Breakfast Club, where these stupid kids actually show up for detention.
Hey man, beautiful big naked women don't fall out of the sky, you know.
There is no Shermer in Illinois.
Awesome. Go from Rumpelstiltskin to Dogma, man. I dig it.
Let me get Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back next year, please.
Yes, someone just got that on 4K. It's ridiculous. All you motherfuckers are gonna pay.
Yeah.
Tyler, what do you got for number one?
All right. Everyone's doing a lot of yapping about childhood favorites around here.
Yeah.
So I might have two. I have a pair of childhood favorites for you.
Airbud 2.
Yeah. These are earlier way at the beginning of the episode, Dan said something, and I said, put a pin in that one for later. And we're gonna go ahead and take that pin out now. This is a pair of film that I've been watching for the better part of 30 years. These are two of my favorite films ever made. They might be the most significant influence on my comedy today. They're from Kino Lorber, and like Dan said, stop looking at me, Swan. It's Billy Madison.
Good morning, class.
Good morning, Miss Vaughn.
We're going to start today by reading together a short story entitled My Sister Fanny. Quiet. Okay, so let's all open up our Reading is Fun books to page 69.
69.
Class, say hello to Billy Madison.
Hello, Billy Madison.
Billy is a nuisance. He will be gone in 2 weeks. I apologize for this inconvenience.
Geez, what's up her butt?
What was that, Billy?
I said, reading is good. Can we start the story now?
Dan, you may begin.
Once there was a girl who can't even read.
Cut it out, dude. You're gonna get us in trouble.
Today, Junior.
I love it.
Yeah, so these are probably two of the most watched movies of my lifetime for me. I probably not even on purpose. I probably watch both of these movies yearly. Especially Billy Madison. I just say random things from Billy Madison all day. You can't go wrong with either of them. These are just they're in their own league for Adam Sandler movies. These are the two. I will love these movies to the day I die. They are never getting old for me. I thought they were funny when I was 8. I think they were funny in my mid-30s. They're probably they might even be funnier now, honestly. But you got Norm Macdonald making another appearance tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, Billy. Oh, where's Billy?
Norm.
He's at school.
He's at school, man.
Yeah. Norm and Chris.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. These are just...
Yep.
90s comedy classics. Everybody fucking loved these movies in the 90s and 2000s. And Kids today, they'll just never know the simpler time that these movies were. This brand of comedy is so dead. Like you just don't get just brain dead, stupid like screwball comedies like this anymore. Um, Especially ones that like don't cross the line but are kind of mean spirited. Uh,
That's assault, brother. You double David.
Oh shit!
Like it's like just two of the funniest movies ever made. I love these movies. Yeah, Kino Larber hitting the list with the 4K with silent with the entering the list with a silent game and coming out on top with 90s 90s screwball comedies.
To be fair, both of those would have made my list if I had bought them, but I'm a fake Adam Sandler fan, so I did not. But I am completely on board with you. We are Adam Sandler is like Nicolas Cage. You're not cool for hating on him because they're both great and have made great films. So stop being a hipster.
Yeah, and it was such a great trajectory for Sandler at the time because he was coming off SNL, and a lot of times SNL alum, like it's kind of like hit or miss what their output and quality of output's going to be after they leave SNL when they first start hitting the movies. And Sandler came out of the gate hot, and like he quickly became like a crossover star from people that just kind of knew him from SNL, and then like once he started making the movies. I mean, I remember listening to his comedy albums like in my early teens. And it was just like, dude, this guy's like hilarious. Like he's great on SNL because we all more to offer, like just from listening to like all his stuff. And then once he started making movies, and it was just so kind of different and quirky at the time, and then you've seen where his career's gone from there. Like it's just blown up bigger and bigger and better.
I mean, even now, I mean, I just recently watched, in theaters, watched Jay Kelly, which he's, a side character in that, and he's phenomenal in that film. It's a dramatic role, but I'm like, man, he's still got it. He's just a solid actor and a great comedic actor. And I know it's not like the popular thing to be like, oh, Adam Sandler makes quality films, but he always has and still does. So, yeah, I'm right there, man.
He still finds time to tour with like the music he's made and all his comedy albums too. And that's crazy. He's still selling out places and doing concert tours.
No, he's the man. He's a Sandman. Mike, what do you got for number one?
Yep. All right, so originally my number 2 pick was going to be my number 1 because my way of thinking was like, well, if I'm going to bundle movies together, like how can that not be my number 1 just for volume output? But, if you're going to hold up 5 movies and say these are only my number 2, then my number 1 is going to have to be something with 6 discs, right? Except for this one, it's 6 discs for a single movie because we get like a 4K, we get different Blu-ray versions, and we get a soundtrack. And this is one of my favorite movies from this director, known as an Italian gore cinema god. Everyone knows Lucio Fulci, and this is Grindhouse releasing The Beyond, the 6-disc edition.
Okay. Quality choice.
Go back to where you came from and hurry. Leave this place. "60 years ago, everybody in this hotel disappeared. Every last person. A painter called Spike, who lived here, closeted in his room, had found a key.
Tell me, with all those accidents, you think you'll give it up now?
I couldn't do that if I wanted to.
I've been wanting to get this since it came out, and the price kept kind of scaring me. But once we got closer to Christmas, we kind of have a saving for Christmas system, like in our house, where like once you kind of know how much like our budget is, it's like buy whatever the hell you want with it. So I knew if it hadn't gone on any sales to get it beforehand, once Christmas shopping hits, I'm gonna pick it up, even if it means I have to get like a couple less other movies to afford it. But man, worth every penny. I love it. It's now my number one favorite release of the Beyond. My prior favorite was that old DVD tin set, that limited edition tin set.
Oh, from
that
Anchor
I
Bay.
still have. Yeah, that old Anchor Bay tin set.
I hate those fucking tins. Those big fucking bulky ass
they're
dumbasses.
they are very of the time. Like it seems like something weird that to put out now. At the time though, it was just cool because like DVDs were so like new. But yeah, it seems kind of weird. But I have that, and I have the Hellraiser tin. Those are the only two tins I ever got, but they are still part of my collection. But yeah, I mean, The Beyond as a movie, of course, it's been talked about tons. There's not a lot to say about it, but I've just always been a fan of this one over like the other Fulci stuff. I think Zombie is probably the most accessible if you're wanting to show someone a Fulci movie for the first time, because it probably mimics like the Romero zombie style the most, but The Beyond just turns everything sideways. It gets like crazy. The gore is top notch. And there's that kind of otherworldly element to it that a lot of his movies have, where there's some things you could argue that don't always make 100% sense, but it's Fulci. You just go with it and enjoy the ride. And yeah, I really like the packaging inside the box. It's like the book, and like every disc has its like own artwork to it. It's just great. Like I'm super happy with this. I'm glad that it was still available, because some of these releases you never know by the time you're ready to buy it. It's like, nope, it's gone. But it waited for me on the wish list this whole time, and I'm glad I am holding it in my hand now. So that's my number one release of 2025, The Beyond.
It's a quality number one pick, and I'm glad that Grindhouse Releasing are now in the 4K game. The next one is going to be Cannibal Holocaust in 2026, so we'll see what they do with that. But yeah, no, I mean, on top of just being, I don't have that release, but it looks like a great release. But on top of that, it's just one of Fulci's best. I think we can all probably attest to how much we all like that film.
Agreed.
It's just a brilliant film, man. It's one where I'm sure we've all seen it too many times to count, or at least I've seen it multiple times. And yeah, my gosh, just what a phenomenal film from a phenomenal filmmaker. But funny, I forgot that got released when you brought that up. I was like, oh shit, it did come out this year. I forgot, but yeah, awesome stuff. Awesome. So I feel like okay, well, that was our top tens. Do we all have honorable mentions? Any titles we want to bring up after the fact?
I'll go first because I only had a couple, and there are two that have already been mentioned on your guys' list, which was Altered States and Night of the Juggler. Great releases. Watched them both already. Absolutely loved those movies, and yeah, I'll leave it at that. And on to the next.
Awesome.
I'll go next.
You guys... Oh yeah, I was gonna say.
All right, so I brought 5. So from Treasured Films in the UK, I have The Last Shark from Enzo Castellari.
Wow.
The notorious Jaws ripoff that Universal continues to bury. It's finally on Blu-ray in the UK in a really nice edition. Another 4K from TerraVision, I have Arbor Day, which was a lost film and it never even had a release period until this year. And it's actually a really solid little fucking slasher parody. And I would liken it to movies like Student Bodies, Wacko, and Pandemonium. It's basically of that ilk. And yeah, big fan of that one. From SRS,
Oh,
I
gosh.
have the Truth or Dare Legacy. Finally
Nice.
get that
Wow.
wonderful collection all in one package. Press disc. It's nice because I've only seen the first one and I've always wanted to watch the other ones, and all the DVDs and everything have been so out of print expensive. So I'm excited. I haven't really dug into it yet, so it's an honorable mention, not on my list. I also have Night of the Juggler, amazing release. Everything
Yeah.
everybody already said. Completely agreed. And then for my favorite Criterion, this is my honorable mention, and RIP to Mr. Rob Reiner, is the 4K of
Oh,
Spinal
yeah.
Tap.
I got that for Christmas.
I love this little package. With the Digipack, you open up the amps, you have the 11 dial fucking discs. But then the book, it's just like an old like hit parader / like circus
Oh.
magazine. Like with like everything. Like even has like the little pinup photos and everything in here. It's such a cool little fucking magazine, like little book to come with it. Great package.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, those are my honorable mentions.
Awesome.
Also the 4K of Mouse Hunt. Big fan of that. Watching that as an adult this year, fucking hilarious. Even better as an adult than as a kid. The dark humor in that movie is amazing.
Hell yeah.
Who put that out, Kino?
Yeah.
You know,
What the hell?
all over.
Apparently so. Ooh. I guess I'll run through these kind of quickly. I have 5 here. Yeah, they're not in any order. So, excuse me. The first one from the Mellow Scene Media Club is Hot Summer in the City, which is a strange film. It's almost like an inverse Fight for Your Life. And they said the film, they couldn't release it. And I thought it was because of maybe the sexual assault in the film. No, it's because they play illegal music repeatedly throughout. They play the song
Son
Hot
of a
Summer in the
bitch.
City about 30 times in the movie. It is ridiculous.
Y'all need to pay up?
And the Beach Boys, but it's a ridiculous film. It's nonsense, but it's fun. The other box set, which almost made the list from Criterion, which isn't even open, and that's how much of a fan I am. The Adventures of Antoine Doinel, from one of my favorite filmmakers, Francois Truffaut. I did include this on the list because I'm not the biggest fan of some of the sequels, and it felt kind of disingenuous, but they all are eventually on one set. Love 400 Blows. It's a masterpiece. So that's that. What else? Speaking of the French, a film I've waited a long time to get a release, which is also from Criterion, The Mother and the Whore, directed by Jean Eustache. Great film. It's one I've been waiting a while for a release on. I watched it for the first time on this Criterion, and it looks and sounds great. Really great film, but a little tricky to recommend because if you're not with it, you're going to be bored by the 3.5-hour runtime. From Warner Archive, a film featuring my favorite performance from Mr. Oh shit! Wait, where is it? Vincent Price. Sorry, I was looking for something on here. His Kind of Woman, Robert Mitchum and Jane Russell. Another solid film. Warner Archive. I'm waiting a while for this. Finally came out. Vincent Price. Hilarious in this film. This film is great. Love it. And then from Ultra Flesh Archives, one of my favorite companies releasing a lot of adult material. This is a very fun collection. Making sure that, well, it's audio only, actually doesn't matter. Wild Heart, the Leslie Vernon collection, which is just a series of Leslie Vernon's 8mm loops that she did. Very cool stuff. I got the special edition of this. And it's just really cool seeing a lot of these 8mm loops restored. It's a good collection. And I have others, but I limited it at 5. And I'll leave it at that. And that's my honorable mentions. And
I got 5. I'll zoom through.
Go for it, Mason.
My physical copy that I probably got late January, early February this year, which was the In Search of Darkness 1990 to 1994 Blu-ray. which was dope. I pay up for these. These are a lot of fun. I did get my digital copy of the new 1995 to 99 last week and watched that. That was over 6 hours of goodness. So stay tuned for that because you guys usually get that on NB, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll
So-
probably come pretty soon down the line.
Yeah. So stay tuned for that. It was real sexy. I loved how they did their segment about soundtracks. And so, Tony, you're going to love that, especially in the late 90s. That was one of my favorite segments of 95 to 99. So that was dope. I should get my physical in a few weeks. And then I said I picked up 2 releases from VS Mainline this year, one being Troll 2, the other being, gotta have it, The Carpenter. So honorable mention to that one. A 4K fancy hardbox edition of The Mask from Arrow.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Damn.
Oh my
look at
god.
Why was it not on your list?
Yeah, that kind of surprises me.
Don't talk. Yeah, don't ask. I don't know. But anyway, and then shout out to Swordfish from Arrow getting a 4K.
That's cool.
Really a big fan of Swordfish. And then, hey, yes, I do have to shout out the shoestring slashers from TerrorVision. Yeah, three movies that I really enjoyed, with Beware being the surprise standout for sure.
All right. I got like one real honorable mention, one fake honorable mention, and I have like I'm just gonna whip through them, but I have like some movies that I picked up that this year that I'm most looking forward to watching next year. So this was the movie that got bumped off my list last second for Eyes Wide Shut was Sunset Boulevard. 75th,
Masterpiece.
75th edition 4K. My favorite movies of all time. One of the most important movies of like for me as like a film watching person. Someone showed me it when I was in college. I went and bought the Blu-ray, watched that. Got to see it in theaters. But yeah, incredible film. One of the best movies ever made. The Perfect Blue Deluxe Edition. I did order after Christmas, and it's not here, but that would have absolutely made my top 10. So those are like my honorable mentions, and these are some films that I picked up that I will definitely that maybe if I watch them, they could have ended up on the list, but there's stuff I'm probably most looking forward to watch next year. And then one of those is from that Hong Kong line. We got City of Fire. From Kino, I got both Billy Wilder's Sabrina and George Stephen Shane. I just really like 4Ks from like the this 50s 60s era. They almost seem like the biggest bump to me. This one color too, which is I preferable to black and white for me, but from that era. So I'm looking forward to watching those. But from Warner Archives, we got Splendor in the Grass. This has been on my list of interest for a while, so I picked up that 4K coming. And then from Criterion, the Khan Ichikawa 4Ks that they put out this year, the Burmese Harp and Fires on the Plains. That we're looking forward to both of these.
All right. Well, gentlemen,
Sick, bra.
I'm looking at my list down here because I've been writing down. Drop my microphone. Don't mind me. I've been looking at the lists of all 4 of us. Well, 5 of us, but 4 that I've written down. And there's just a hell of an eclectic of films. Everything from Eyes Wide Shut to Troll 2 to Ghoulies 3 to Dirty Work to Palindromes to Altered States. I mean, it's just ridiculous, but in a great way. I'm very happy to know you guys that we're not all on the same wavelength and having the same films again and again. So, gentlemen, 3rd year in a row. Mike, first one with us.
Thanks for joining, Mike.
Yeah, I was a little apprehensive because I only consider myself to be like junior collector compared to like actual collectors. I'm still kind of like easing back into it. I knew I had like 10 releases from this year, but I was like, are they stout enough to like bring to a list show? But I feel like it went pretty well. Like they were received pretty well, so cool. It was just super fun.
For sure.
Mike, don't you worry. No one listens to this anyway, so you have nothing to worry about.
Right. And I'm at the collecting point of my life where my number 1 pick is fucking Rumpelstiltskin. That's where I'm at.
Even all our number 1s are ridiculously, we have a surreal horror classic to a silly slapstick comedy to a religious comedy to a horror film to a drama. Hey, listen, it's eclectic, it's across the map, but that provides best
religious stoner comedy.
Okay, well, you know what, Mason? I'm being a gentleman here. Good Lord. Anyways, I'm going to stop talking now because we're all tired.
Prayers.
Yeah, God bless. All right. Anyways, guys, thank you for joining me. I'm trying to think of any kind of like final last words to say without, sounding too repetitive. But thank you guys for joining. Thanks for the discussion. If you listened this far ahead, thank you so much for listening. God bless you. Any last words from you guys?
Good night.
Night.
Good night.
Lots more
Sleep
future
tight.
purchasing coming up for 2026. I'll say that much.
Fingers crossed.
Exactly.